All right, boys. We're getting the fuck out. Area is so bad for reception. Where am I going to hell if I don't pray? Bro, this is hilarious. I showed the rod. Give me a time. He's always... This is much calmer. This is where I want to... Uh-oh. That's not good. Why does some asshole have to drive? Okay, I gotta take it down. It's time. I'm taking it down. Fuck, I missed parking. Shit! I missed the parking. I'm fucking. Working. You're a chat. I win. No, it's just this shitty light and all these assholes. I'm gonna start working. I have a jobby again. I have a I got a jobby, Daddy. I got a job. There's so many people. There's so many people. Oh my gosh, none of those people are social distancing. None of those people are social distancing. Bro, oh my fuck, that's a lot of people. Bro, look at all those people. What the fuck? I don't want to take Sunset. Sunset's gonna be worse. It's quicker, let's try it. No, freeway's faster because it's not stop and go. Guys, people, they have to make left and rights. But the highway is just, you know, it's just legit. Who's that wigger listening to? Listen here, wigger. Hey! Listen here, wigger. What's up? What's that tryhard doing? Oh, she extra tryhard. Check. Oh, I love orange, so I'm always gonna wear orange with my orange Tesla. Orange your name. Extra tryhard. Hey, this is where DJ went to rehab. Hey, he probably goes to the same rehab, that guy. Yeah, DJ's rehab is right down there. Trust the plan. Famous last words. Nah, nah, nah. Bro, that faggot is in prison. Thank God. Thank God they finally got this scumbag. Dude, that guy makes Republicans look very bad. Thank fuck. They're gonna make an example out of him. Put him under the fucking prison, bro. Got him, boys. That makes me so happy, dude. Why am I happy he's in prison? Karma. As a Christian, that devil is put away. Bro. He literally tried to get me to sell my soul. He literally tried to get me to sell my soul, bro. That's not exposure you want. That's like this. That's like saying the Unabomber got crazy exposure. Can you? Oh my gosh, the exposure the Unabomber got, bro. He is deplatformed. He can't use Twitter ever again. He can never use YouTube ever again. He can never use any platform, bro. There's no way for anybody to ever find him on social media. He's done. He's done. For the next 4 years, bro. As far as he's done for the next 4 years. No such thing as bad. Yeah, there is. Yes, there is. Yeah, there is. Timothy McVeigh, people hated that guy. Yeah, he's gonna get pressed by Tyrone, bro. Tyrone gonna press him. Tyrone gonna be like, yo, give me that sweet crack of ass. Bro, Tyrone is gonna fuck him in the ass. Due to Black Lives Matter's irony. Jeez, bro. For shame. For shame. I'm not fucking jealous. I don't want that. I don't want none of that, bro. The sweet, you don't get Jello in fucking jail. Let alone prison. Nope. Look up the conviction rate for federal crimes. Look up the conviction rate. What was that? What was that? 95% conviction rate? You don't say. You don't say. He's a normie. Oh. So he likes dick and butt. Whatever, dude. Oh no, dick and butt. I just think that's gross. That's gross. I've never been to federal. No, that's not the same thing, bro. Nope. That is not. That federal jail. No, bro. There's federal prison, there's just jail. And then there's prison. There's two. It's different. There's no federal jail, bro. There's federal prison. That's it. When it gets to a federal level, there's jail, prison, federal prison. In that order. From not so bad to worse. Bro, that guy's gonna be a distant memory. You're not gonna remember him next year. Nobody's gonna remember that faggot next year, bro. That guy's done. I don't like he tried to get me to sell my soul. I was okay with him until he was trying to get me to do demonic shit. He's like, no, it's okay. We all do it. We all do it. It's a Hollywood thing. It's a Hollywood thing. Federal prison is a vacation. Go rob a bank. If it's a vacation, go for it, bud. If that's what you think, be my guest. If that's what you think, go on vacation. Go. EBT did it. Yeah, but when this guy gets out, he's going to be 50 years old, bro. His life will be over. Saddest shit is, the guy is the same age as me. That's really sad. When you watch someone that's the same age as you pathetically go down the worst fucking road ever. I think I'm doing not too bad for 33. You volunteered your soul. You don't volunteer your soul. It doesn't work like that. My soul belongs to Jesus. Nope. Federal is 95%. Google it. You're lying to yourself if you think it's 85%. Google it. Go on. Google it. Frugal it. Frugal. Frugal it. I got an idea. Frugal. Oh, frugal. No, I'm just chilling. Oh, man. I remember when someone vandalized this fucking wall. Neighborhood went nuts. Someone vandalized the fucking wall right here, bro. This is for Vietnam veterans, bro. This has been there. And it's like, these are people's names who died. And these are people who died. And you serve 85% of your time. Poor guy. He's done, bro. Oh my gosh. 15 years. 15 years, dude. He'll dox his extremist donators. Yeah, but this So, how the media is labeling it, bro, how the media is labeling it, he is fucked. He is fucked. Bro, they're calling him a domestic terrorist. Like, they're labeling the douchebag as a domestic terrorist. Bro, if I got caught doing some shit like that, they would make an example out of me, bro. Let me call a homie one more time. I think he's drunk. Bro, his record is gonna be fucked. He's never gonna have a professional career. He's not gonna get anywhere. I feel bad for the guy, but he's a piece of shit human being. The dude's a loser, he'll be irrelevant, and nobody will care. And then one day, he's gonna pop up out of nowhere when he gets out of prison and be like, hey guys, Yoba, and everybody's like, who's this fucking loser? Because he's so irrelevant. All the people who were like on his side are gonna have moved on to other shit. Just like they did with all the other people. It happened to me. It happened to, you fucking name it, bro. Bro, he ain't gonna come up with shit, bro. Do you feel bad for anybody who went in that building? They made the choice to enter a building. Like, you know that you can't go in there. You know that there's like shit going on. Like, bro, come on. Come on. He's not going in history books. No, he will not. That's not history. Oh, I'm enjoying my day, bro. I don't like grifters. I don't like grifters. As a Republican, I don't like people who are grifters. He'll go down in history as a loser. No, but treason will. They're trying to get him for treason, bro. Yeah, it's the only reason we're talking about because the loser got arrested. He ran from the FBI. I mean, come on, bro. He was hiding out. The loser was hiding out, bro. I would turn myself in and hope that me turning myself in would reduce my time. What do you mean? Jealousy of what? I'm jealous that I didn't go to prison? Oh yeah, let me tell you, bud. I am seething mad I didn't go to fucking prison. I am irate. Oh my gosh. Oh, I should have gone to prison. Okay. I am mad I didn't go to... Are you fucking dumb? Are you dumb? Wait. Are you dumb? Some things are worth prison. No, they ain't, buddy. You are fucking delusional. Worth prison? Yeah, bro. I've been to Broward County Jail. I ain't going to jail, bro. I'm not going to jail anymore. I'm not going to fucking jail. Jail sucks. Jail sucks. Jail is fucking shit. Oh my gosh. Jail fucking sucks. I'm a baby. Ugh. Do you know how many tryhards there were? You know how bad it was? Do you actually know how bad it was? That was bad, bro. That was terrible. I felt like I was in a fucking zoo. On the real shit, I was in a motherfucking zoo, bro. What? What happened in LA? Oh, LA was nothing, bro. That was chill. Florida was the worst. Florida was, oh my God. Don't go to Florida jails, prisons, none of that shit. No. Listen, trust me. Stay out of jails in Florida and shit. You don't want to do that. Here, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm not gonna lie. Not too bad. Florida jails are shit. You don't want to go to Florida jail. You do not want to go to Florida jail. Here, it's very SJW. Yeah, sure, why not? No, here it's not that bad. Here, I'll sit in a fucking jail cell. Florida jail is like gladiator camp. Some shit like that, bro. Literally like some gladiator type shit, bro. Motherfuckers will fight. Like gladiator style. And they lock down the fucking shit. They will lock it down. I want to go see my nail bell soon. You were mostly in the hospital. I really was, bro. So when they brought me from the hospital to the jail, and then finally they moved me to a place I could use a phone, because I hadn't talked to my brother for like 3 days from the hospital to when I went to jail. I didn't talk to nobody, and I finally got this one tryhard to he helped me with the phone. because my shit wasn't set up yet, and he was hitting me up. I should have sent him money. I should have sent the tryhard money, bro. I should have sent the money, bro. I should have been good, but you told me don't do it. He's gonna find me one day. Hey. Hey, what are you fuckers doing?
Just in.
So no fishing? We're gonna go fishing. They banned me because they're jealous. They banned me because they're jealous. Bro, I've been in this car for too long. They got triggered. Ghost Dog banned me. That guy's jealous as fuck of my life. Ghost Dog is a loser, bro. That guy's the biggest loser ever. And I actually feel kind of bad for him, but then at the same time I don't. Because he brings it upon himself. Oh my gosh, if you don't go. I don't know, I entered a random room.
I guess you spend your money into different things than computer gadgets.
That would be a dick move. Can I be in your vlog? Oh, he's vaping.
What does that mean? What does that mean? A stream sniper? Who? Yo, what's going on, dude? What do you mean? Dorks next to me. There's people next to me? Where? There's not people next to me. You're lying. You're in the car by me? No, you're not. You're lying. Cheers, boys. You're following me? No, you're not. That's a lie. You're lying, dude. You're not. Is that a stream sniper? No way. Ow! The sun's in my eyes. It's almost complete low tide. Mom bought you an ounce? Nice. You're lying. You didn't shout. That's not. That gas station, all these crack kicks there. Alright, so I'm thinking. Should we, bro, I think we're just gonna call it a day. I'm gonna have to wake up. Alright. Big idea. Big brain idea. Big brain idea. Let's go fishing tomorrow morning. Oh, bro, but then what do I do with that's not, all right, that's not going to cut it. That's not going to, I don't want to fish in Santa Monica. I don't want to fish in Santa Monica. I want to fish. Buckets of horseshit. Leave my sunroof alone. You love the sunroof. The sunroof is the best feature in the car, next to the automatic wipers. I don't want to go on the pier. I'm not trying to drive stupid either. I know, all this squid. All the squid. I fucked up. I fucked up, dude. I literally fucked up. There's people next to me. Where? I passed him. I wasn't paying attention, dude, and I don't mean to do that. Dude, what do we do with this? Look, it's all black and stuff. What do we do with it? Oh! I kind of just want to go, like, fish or something. Like I just wasted $3 on bait. Mercedes. They cop in the Tesla body. No one's beside me. Whoa! Nice whip. I love cruising in my car. All right. Realistically, how much money do I really realistically need to save a day to come up with the money for the car? Flashing your lights. Oh my God, he is! We can't even fish. Cars out of the question. What if I go fishing tomorrow, bro? I know today was a fail because I was just testing receptions in an area. I'm down to just go to the for sure area tomorrow. I mean, we could go now, but it would be fucking pitch black dark by the time we get down there. So how about this? Tomorrow, I'm gonna do the fishing. We'll wake up early. We'll wake up early AF because I got my job back, so I can do that whenever I want. Nobody gets up on Sundays around here. Nobody gets up early on Sundays around here. So we'll get up early on Sunday. We'll go head over to the beach and we'll try our luck. Well, I wanted to try reception in different areas. I said today we were scouting. We weren't for sure going to go fishing. I didn't find an area I liked. There's like 3 areas. One area that I thought I liked. Bad reception. Hey, look, we can go fishing at night. We just have to go to, like, this isn't Florida. There's no intercoastal to go, like, fucking around. Like, there's none of that. Yeah, we did go up north, but hello.
Hello.
What's going on?
Just sitting down to eat.
I'm live.
Good. How you doing? How's the fishing?
I didn't go well.
No?
I didn't find a spot.
You did it?
Well, there are spots, but it was too late in the day, and I decided I'm gonna just go to a for sure spot tomorrow.
What?
A fishing spot tomorrow.
Alright.
So let me ask you something.
What?
What are the chances that I can sue NASCAR for 10% of NASCAR?
Why?
No, seriously.
Ridiculous.
Well, my grandfather invented NASCAR. I deserve.
Invented NASCAR?
My great grandfather invented NASCAR.
That doesn't mean anything.
He invented it. It stole his idea. His idea was stolen. I deserve reparations for my family's idea stolen. What?
Go find a lawyer.
And he had that other idea stolen too. That lantern, that idea was stolen too. He got fucked out of that idea.
Bye.
Goodbye. Lies? Let's find out from Linda if I can get reparations. I hire a lawyer. A lawyer. You don't think I'll win? I know. That dude Bill France knew my grandfather. My grandfather sat in on meetings. He was there. My great-grandfather is in the Sprint Car Hall of Fame. Badass motherfucker. He would fuck you up. That guy was a winner. That guy was a winner. That guy was actually a winner. That guy came from Norway. Was in racing for a little bit. He invented the ice motorcycle. He was racing and shit, doing other shit. He's like, you know what? I think I'm gonna try racing cars. Gets into dirt track racing, bro. Wasn't even in the shit for a couple years, bro. Won championship. Like national championship for the IMCA. Okay? That dude was the motherfucking IMCA champion 8 years in a row, bro. Bro, that dude was a legend. That dude was a badass driver. Genius. He was a genius. Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last. Dude, I come from a family of winners. That's how we always win. That's literally how we always fucking win in life, dude. Like, you feel me, dude? That's correct. Nobody cares, but I do. That's my family. Yeah! Let's change it to NASCAR! Scuffed Gym NASCAR! Woo! I'm gonna run them off the road, dude. My name is Scuffed Gym NASCAR. Sue them? Let's sue those scumbag motherfuckers. Grandfather won racing records. I can't clean my room. Thanks, bro. They should give me money, right? They should definitely give me money. I'm like, hey, we're poor, give us some money. 10%, NASCAR. $100 million. Bro, I'd settle for 50 million, bro. Call it a day. I'll never mention it again. Bro, we taking 25 million of that and putting it into fucking options, bro. Oh my gosh. We taking 25 million of it, putting it into options. Son of a bitch. Let's go. Wait. What? Is that a food truck? Oh, a food truck. You don't say. Food truck. Bro, some food trucks, honestly, I ain't gonna front, where they take a shit. You know, I know they can put up a fucking kitchen to wash your hands, but where they take a shit. Because there don't always be porta potties. No. My grandfather is proud of me. His son, my grandfather, very proud man. Very proud of his acting grandson. He saw the commercials I did. He saw me on TV. He was happy. They had to pause the TV, but I was there. I was there. Superstore. Alright, it's time to go walk Nelly. Oh my gosh, I can go back to work. I'm so happy. Thank you, Jesus. Can we get an amen in the chat? Can we get an amen in the chat? Amen in the chat, boys. I could do my side hustle again. Holy fuck, that's an easy one. Dude, $50. I kind of want to ditch you guys and go do this. Dude, I could go back to making a living again. Alright, I'm gonna, you know what? We're gonna turn up tonight. We'll drop some money tonight on a bottle. Maybe 4 bottles, I don't know. I get 4 bottles. Go make money right now? Bro, I have squid in my car. And I have my dog waiting for me. Literally nobody coming up in Hollywood talks about Christ. No, they don't. They talk about Satan. They all sell their souls, bro. They were trying to get me to sell my soul. I know where that is. Wait, it's right there? Okay. So, we'll go over there then. I'm gonna go get a detox right now. If you really want me to do something healthy, I'm gonna lead the way and I will detox myself. Oxygen bar? That's a scam. That's a scam. Oxygen bar. Bruh. I used to think, I'm like, yeah, it seems pretty legit, but I looked into it. It's not really, you feel me? Detox and get wasted on Grey Goose. I think that's the smartest thing I'm gonna do, right? Surprised I haven't crashed? Listen, I am the great grandson of Sig Hogdahl. Okay. I'm very good at what I do. I love driving. And I don't just say that because I'm his grandson. It's literally in the blood. Bro, look at his photo. People say I look exactly like him. I don't see it. A lot of people are like, you look like him and Brandon. Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel, please. I love you, Jesus. Whee! Look at this. Some nights you inhale oxygen. Yeah, it's nothing. It just like relaxes you. That's why they have it on airplanes. It like, that's what they say. It like relaxes you. So when you crash, you just like, you know, tense up or something. Has nothing to do with the altitude. Oh, it relaxes you before you crash and burn. Whee! Hey, yo, guy with the dog. Don't let him walk on the road, buddy. Running around my flexus. Dude, love this car. As long as I take care of it. Ooh, look at that. See, I avoided that. Why? Because my car is very maneuverable. Yes, it's kind of old, but at the same time, when I need to do certain things, oh, dude. Some people just don't give a fuck here. No, I never met him. I never met my great grandpa. I never ever met him. My mom met him. I never said I met him. I never met him. I know a lot about him, but I never met him. My mom knew him. My grandfather, his son is my grandfather. My grandfather told me a lot about him. his dad? He may have been on the spectrum. Or alright, I'm gonna do this cleanse. We're gonna buy a juice cleanse right now, dude. The juice cleanse. Hey, butternut, the juice cleanse. Give me your juice. Let me suck your juice. Sucking on the juice. Hey, let me suck your juice. Dude, we can suck on that juice. I be like, yo, let me suck your juice, homie. Got that green juice? Shit's fire, dude. Yeah. Dude, what the fuck is up with the traffic today? A drug test? What? Which one should I do? Alright, this is 1, 2, 3. Wait, there's 10. Bro, how much is this shit? Bro, what's this shit gonna be like $50? Actually, let's go to the fucking parking garage. I gotta get rid of this squid. He did. He did set the world record. I love you guys. Best friends forever. First hour, $2. Whatever. We got to get juice. Let me see if this chick wants to get dinner. I'm back in LA. You down for dinner? Question mark. Oh my god. Wait. Oh shit. Oops. Shit. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Yo, bro, what's good? I was just down over on Washington. Tinder girls? Hey, look, that chick don't know where I went. She thinks I went far. AF, alright? Don't you tell me what to do, bro. Don't you try and fuck with my shit, my nigga. 'Cause I will slap your face open. Or are these on this? Oh, I thought they were on the wrong shoe. Hey, calm down with that. It hurts. It hurts. Alright. Remind me I'm on level 4, please. Because someone... I can't believe I had to go all the way here for this, dude. What does it say? No, bro, level 4. Oh, damn. Where are you at now? He moved. The homie moved. He used to be like right there on like 2 blocks south of Washington. That's a pretty dope area, dude. They like own the building or whatever. He was like renting. Alright, let's find this place. What does it say? Tomorrow? Yes, we can do fishing tomorrow. I'll wake up early. I just don't want to... I just need to get this juice. I'm gonna cleanse. Like that's his... Where is it? What's up with the fire trucks here? That's not good. Big difference in area. Oh snap. I'm over in K-Town. Dude, I don't even know where it is. Wait, let me find this place. Dude, it says like 200 feet, but where? Oh, did I pass it? Oh snap, I think I passed. It's on the other side, dude. Ow. My shoulder. In Port Town. No, this is where Chicken Andy stole the Apple device or whatever it was. As long as you like it.
Or if you just want one pair.
Why are you showing the sky? Because they trip out here when you stream. I'm just trying to get my juice and leave. They trip out here. Let me find out where this place is. I think it's over here. They literally trip out. I just don't. I just want to get my fucking juice.
You're not letting me drink this.
Where the fuck is it? Wait. Bro. Wait, is that it? No. Wait, is this it? Oh, it is. Hello. I wanted to do a detox.
A detox? Okay, perfect. I think we have a detox, a half-day detox, which includes the celery juice, the greens 3, the citrus 2, vanilla almond, and almond.
Okay.
You want to go ahead and do that? It's $20.20.
How much is for the full day?
For the full day would be $29.
Okay, let's do that one. That one's better.
And do you know which cleanse you would like? The first one, the second
Which one do you prefer?
Probably the first one, only because it's beginner friendly and it has more of the taste.
I'm not really bad on the taste.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll try that one then.
perfect.
Which one is more effective? The first one or second one?
Probably the second. The second is the
Let's do the second one because honestly, I really need to get the toxins out of my body.
Okay, yeah.
It's not about taste. I'm not looking for flavor.
Well, it's actually.
I'm looking to detox.
If you really want to detoxify, we have a bundle where it's celery juice. Celery juice is our most detoxifying juice.
Okay.
It's 5 for $20. I really recommend that one if you just want to get it. That's the better.
I'll do the second batch and then I'll yeah.
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, I'll do the second one.
Alright. And your total is $29.35 for it. Perfect. Into your tip and onto the front as well.
Hippie skim won't detox anything. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's juice. It says right there. It'll detox you. So you get all the juice.
Then I'm gonna go ahead and number these.
Yes, please. And I should start it like in the morning, right?
Yeah. You start it in every 2 hours. You drink the juice.
Okay.
And I'll give you a little pamphlet too, so you can know exactly.
Families.
I gotta go back to work tomorrow. So it's gonna be good to do that tomorrow while I'm working. Oh yes.
Perfect. And here is your plan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. He thinks it's actually gonna work. You said to do something, so I'm like, all right, well, I'll get a detox. So I got a juice detox. Whoa, that line is so short now. Chat, what level? Who remembers what level I was on? 2 burritos, that sounds good actually. Hell yeah, dude. Like, the asada burritos are hella good. Three? No, it wasn't 3. It was definitely 4. You guys are trolling. You guys are trolling. See, I was testing. That was a trust exercise, and you all failed. That was a trust exercise, and you failed. Like, you let me down. Like, imagine letting me down. Carnitas. No. A Cobb salad. Actually, where is that? We go to Trader Joe's. I can get a salad from there. It sounds very healthy. You guys are funny. What is that? What the fuck? Took my money. Well, there's my... you guys realize that I dodged a fucking bullet not associating with Snake, Nebraska? Like, I dodged a fucking bullet, bro. That dude actually wanted me to sell my fucking soul. Whether I did or no, we don't know. Tracy has her theories. Tracy has her theories. Shalom. Shalom. Nah. Copying? More like relating. More like relating. That dude wanted me to go on the RV. They all wanted me to go on this fucking RV trip. But they wanted me to sell my soul. Like, Snake, Nebraska asked me to sell my soul. I was asked to sell my soul. I was asked to sell my soul. No, bro, we still got the squid. Here, let's like leave it here or something. Bro, should I just leave it here? Oh, dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. I love driving. Fun fact. Yeah, I should keep it. You're right. I should keep it and freeze it for like chum the water or something, because it'll be like super fishy. No, you're right. I should put it in my freezer. Let me just be real, though. That nigga's fucked. Bro, all of us are free. All of us are free. Bro, I'm so happy. I'm so happy I turned them down. Thank fuck for Nelly. Thank fuck for Nelly. Thank fuck for Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Bro, Jesus saved me. Jesus was the one who saved me. Jesus saves. Dude, he literally saved my hind. Like, I could be in some big ish. I could be in some big ish right now, dude. Dude, do you realize I could be like in big ish right now? Like, do you guys realize how much trouble I could have been in? Yeah, smelly the better for bait, you're right. Good thing. Would you pay a lot of money for... That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, dude. What's in it? That shit better be like fire, or are they just like, dude, that guy wanted to get his head knocked off. What the fuck? go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yes. All right. Let's go into Trader Joe's right quick. Wait, what are we getting from Trader Joe's? Wait, what are we getting from Trader Joe's? I need to eat healthy. I think I'm gonna get the pine nut thing. Put your mask on, put your mask on. Put your mask on, put your mask on. I have potatoes at home. We have to have a great meal tonight to celebrate Nebraska. And then after, we never talk about the scumbag ever again. Let's just let him fade into obscurity. What's a pine nut? Wait, where are the baskets? Oh, they're inside. Thank you.
Sure.
This one, I can actually get reception in. Potato pancakes. Alright, we gotta go see Nelly, so I'm gonna make this quick.
That make it all worth it.
No, it's called a pine nut. Pine nuts are good for you. I don't know. What should we get? I should get a salad or something, dude. I don't think they sell that here. This is Trader Joe's. They don't. That's by Hostess. They don't have Hostess here. It's all like Trader Joe's products. You know what we should do? We should do a pasta with like, No, I don't want ice cream. No. Well, let's do it. Some organic spaghetti. Oh yeah, I need oil.
이제나 와인 좀 보고 있을게.
Alright, they got these salads. They're always really good. They're all of them. Whoa, you didn't even see it. Tuna is, I like. I don't want that. But I'm gonna get this one. This is my favorite one. It's like $3.69 for a salad. It's pretty. It's like,
I'm just gonna get banana.
you gonna take notes? What do you mean, dude? I should buy beer? But I have liquor at home. I don't want to. I don't. No, I'm just getting a salad, bro. I'm just trying to. Can you get? No. You should get some kombucha. They don't, oh, here it is. This one. What does it say? Yeah. Applebee's. I do like Applebee's. They have eggs at home. Carrey ginger miso dressing. You know why he drank kombucha? Because I told him about it. That dude only drank kombucha because I told him about it. The dude literally was copying my swagger. Everybody always does it, and I find it creepy. Imagine copying my autistic ass. Do I need bread? I don't need bread. I'm just trying to figure out what I need. You should go watch my archives. You should definitely go watch my archives on Battle Cam. Because me and Tracy were trying to grow a Scooby on Battle Cam. And it turned out pretty good. Is that a shark? Imagine stealing my ideas. Because you lack originality. Yikes. Yikes. Lacking originality. I need a turkey. No, get some eggs. Actually, hippies did. And then people are like, oh my god, it's good for you. And then hipsters are like, oh, we gotta get on this. The only reason I ever found out about it was because of Tracy. A long time ago. Tracy once shook up kombucha in my car, and the shit got everywhere. It was horrible. Could you imagine shaking up kombucha? Oh, look at this one. It's a petite breakfast brie. Should I get some goat cheese? Goat milk cheese. Oh, goat cheese. Oh, goat cheese. Hello, goat cheese. Snooty cheese. She's so snooty. You guys are funny. Do I want? I don't want wine. Alright, I don't want wine. Alright, I say we get out of here. I say I get out of here. This is it. Hello, how are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm very well.
You need bags today?
Please. Thank you.
Sure. $14.90 or
No, I don't want beans. Actually, I should have got black beans. You're right. No, it's too late. Very checked out. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Take care.
I should have got black beans. I should have. I got pasta sauce. This is the good kombucha. What you mean, bro? I have stomach problems. And Tracy got me on kombucha a long time ago. This is a good brand. You don't shake it, you like kind of tilt it. How I cook the pasta, I wait till the water's boiling and then I throw the pasta in. And then you do it for like 9-12 minutes. The apple lady, this shit's fire. This brand is just good. Bro, I've been drinking kombucha since like fucking 2014, buddy. Are we really gonna argue about when someone starts drinking fucking kombucha, bro? Is that really what we have to fucking argue about? Fucking ridiculous shit, bro. Come on, Grandma. Let's go. Flexors. Alright, let's go this way. Because I'm not fucking gonna wait at that light. Alright, I'm going to show you some back roads maybe. I don't know if I should. I don't know. Alright, so that's 3rd Street. 3rd Street's a main drag, so we're going to go up to 2nd. I'm going to make this right. There's like a way to go around because I'm trying to get back to my area. This is actually not a bad way if we're taking this one because we do have to cut across like Crenshaw. A few of the main streets, but it's generally not as bad as waiting as a light as long as you time it out, because then you can catch when the left side is at a light. So when the left side going motherfucker southbound is at a light. Like, bro, I lived here long enough to know how to get people across town when I was doing Uber. Oh, bro, I was contemplating going back to Uber, my nigga. I was contemplating going back to Uber. You know I qualify for an Uber car, right? I can go get a car through Uber. Where's Chanel? At home. One, two, three. this area. This area, I really like this area. These houses are super nice. Alright, let's go see Nell. Bell, we're coming. Coming to see you, Nell Bell. Alright, this is where it cuts off. So this way. And then unfortunately we gotta get back on 3rd. But that's a good shortcut if there's traffic. So you get around that light. I hate that light. 3rd Street's not even bad. Let's go. Sorry. When am I moving out of the hood? I gotta keep investing my money. I'm gonna keep working, bro, every day. I don't know what else to do but work every day, bro. IRL's not cutting it. You guys get mad at me. IP2's pissed off at me. They're done with me. They ain't never gonna fuck with me again, bro. Like, they are done with me, bro. So, what's the point? I should just go make money, work back-to-back gigs, get my Tesla, get a house, get my condo in fucking South Florida, and just work for it. Like, I don't know what else you want me to do. I'm not banning anybody. I've been driving all day. I'm exhausted from driving. I drove so far today. I have my goals that I'm trying to accomplish. Bro, I pay such a high insurance rate here in Los Angeles. Like, I pay for full insurance. So when someone hits me in this car, I literally just get a new car. Oh, pizza. Let chat go crazy? More chat, more viewers? No. I don't think I should let people go crazy. Fix my TTS. It works. It's literally on. I just had to turn it on. I'll see. I'm gonna see you guys later, I guess. I guess I'm gonna go to sleep. I guess I'm gonna go to sleep. I want money for doing nothing. I just drove everywhere today. I just took you to places that you probably would never see. Yeah, I tried to keep a signal best I could, but it's shitty, dude. Tomorrow, we're going to go down south and we're going to try that out. Fucking meth heads, dude. Ugh. You don't even have a fishing rod? Donate $1,000. All right, we'll make some deals. You donate that $1,000 if I produce fishing rods. All right, I'm gonna show you 2 fishing rods. All right, you donate $1,000, bro. Like you said you was. I didn't have reception where I was. I couldn't have just pulled over. But you donate that $1,000. Hey, that's part of the boat that we're trying to get. Because you know I have the rods and you know that you're not going to pay me. Should I do donuts? I go nuts for donuts. Oh, that likes this IS300. Wait, is that for sale? Dude, he's selling that IS. Oh, snap. My dad didn't loan me money. I never, ever asked my dad for money today. Let's call my dad and ask him if I asked him for money today. Just to make you look like a little bitch. Hey Dad, did I ask you for money today?
No, do you need some?
No, but did I ask you for money? Why does this retard in my chat seem to think I asked you for money? Why is this loser seem to think I asked you for money?
Justin, you have a lot of questionable people on your channel.
Well, that guy is possibly a child molester because he said really weird shit in my chat today. I had to ban him several times.
You can say weird shit, but that's
Allegedly. Yeah, no. I got my job back.
what job? Oh, you did?
Yeah, I got my job back. Because I went and I proved my innocence. Oh! Chat, look! Helicopter! Where do you think it's going? Should we go chase it? Hang on, wait.
He's probably been following you all day.
No, it's a cop helicopter. 2 fishing rods right here. What do you mean, dude? They said I didn't have fishing rods. I have 2 in my trunk.
Do you have a fishing license?
Yeah, I got one yesterday.
Good for you.
It was like 50 something.
Oh, because did you get a California license?
Yeah, it's my California license. But that's how much it is for the year. I got my entire year, so I don't care.
Here it's like $17.
For the year?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I live in California, and
California's expensive.
there's more people here. Here, you want to know what I paid? Here, let me look at it. I don't even know what I actually got on it. I just said, oh, it has fresh water and salt water, but it
Oh,
comes
that's nice.
it comes with it.
Yeah, here no.
So it was $52.66 and then a $5 Sport Ocean Enhancement Validation.
Hey, I need to tell you something.
Wait, I'm live.
That's okay. I'm moving.
You're moving.
Yes.
Wait, you really are moving?
Yeah. We're moving to Mar-a-Lago with Trump.
I thought you really moved. Don't move.
I want to move to West Palm Beach. I want to live in Mar-a-Lago.
What are you gonna do with that house? Don't get rid of that house.
I'm gonna rent it out.
Yeah, there you go. That's an asset. That is a asset. Anything that you can rent out or that's an asset. That's cash flow. That's your money working for itself. I just spent $32 on juice. We're gonna see how that goes. I got a what do you call it? It's a juice detox. You're supposed to drink one every 2 hours or some bullshit. Dad?
You want to have a really moving religious experience?
No, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, you want to have you want to detox for
No,
real.
no,
and
this.
have a moving experience at the same time.
What do you want? What do you want?
You go to Walgreens and you go to the pharmacist and you ask them for the stuff that you take when you got to do a colonoscopy.
Oh, I've taken that before.
And you will shit your brains. You will have nothing left in your system.
No, I'm not trying to shit myself. I'm trying to get rid of all the toxins in my body.
That'll take all the crap.
Yeah, but not the crap. There's not just shit in me. Like, I want all the toxins out. I should just do a 7-day cleanse. 7-day juice cleanse. Peyote. I'm good, dude.
Oh, I've always wanted to do peyote.
I can get some.
No, I can't. I'm too old.
I can get, I could get psilocybin. I get lots of
I
stuff.
love psilocybin. My God.
The guy who's...
When I was a kid, we used to go... Shit. When I was 17, 18, 19, like that, we used to go into the cow pastures at night and go hunting for mushrooms.
There's this guy who I know who just made these 2-gram psilocybin Oreos.
No.
Well, no,
I'm too old for all that shit.
it's 2 grams, and
Here's what I would love to do.
it's pretty
For
good.
real, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it. I would love to get two ecstasies.
Yeah, don't do that. That is not good for you because it's gonna elevate your heart rate.
Well, I've taken it twice.
That's bad. You have a stent in your heart, and nowadays, it's not the same anymore. They're putting fentanyl. They're putting fentanyl in the shit, and kids
The
are.
first time I took it, I was with the wrong girl. And the second time I took it was the right girl, and we didn't get off.
Yeah, you're taking the wrong drugs.
What?
You're taking the wrong stuff.
Well, the first time was fucking awesome. The first time was like, fuck.
You want, well, it depends on what you take, because nowadays they're putting fentanyl in it, and it'll kill you. It'll kill you.
No, I don't need that.
That's what I'm
I would
saying.
love to take two
People,
ecstasies.
not anymore.
No, not anymore.
I'm telling you, not anymore.
Get
Don't.
one to Leah and one for me.
That
And
is
we go
that
out
is
for the weekend.
bad. Don't do that. You're gonna kill yourself.
I was thinking like I'd
You're
like
gonna
to take
you,
an ecstasy
you're
out of
gonna
the woods.
you're gonna overdose on fentanyl.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. I'd like to, but I'm not gonna.
If you want to now, and you want to be sure what's in it, you go to dancesafe.org. Why are you taking party drugs and you have a heart problem? That's fucking dumb. That's
Because ecstasy, for me, ecstasy was like, God damn, that feels good.
yeah, it's supposed to be like for partying.
Yeah, for partying.
Nowadays, yeah, because
With the
20
right
listen guys, 2012, 2010, it wasn't bad as it was now, because nobody was putting fucking fentanyl in it. They were just putting regular heroin or whatever the fuck they were putting in it.
Heroin, there's no heroin, that's MDHA.
No, they in the tabs and those red monkeys that I was fucking getting, those red monkeys, those red monkeys had fucking heroin in them. They had extra shit. They had extra shit in those.
No, I don't want extra shit.
All of them did. What do you mean? All those tabs did. None of those are pure. Are you serious?
I'm not gonna.
Bro, the only, alright, let me tell you, the only pure MDMA is gonna come in a capsule, and you're gonna know because it's just fat like crystals, and it has like a distinct bitter taste. It's just very distinct.
The only thing
It's
I
not
do
chemical,
now is weed,
but it's like bitter.
and I don't do edibles, as I overdose on edibles.
What do you mean you overdose? You take a little bit.
No, I don't feel good.
No,
taking
I'm
a
just gonna
little
eat
bit.
the whole fucking
No,
thing.
It's either I don't do enough, I do too much, and then you do too much, and you're stuck on the couch.
That's why you
and
make
the
your
whole fucking
own.
room is spinning.
That's why you make your own.
Basically doing the same thing.
I make my own butter. And I
I
know.
make my own butter too, but I made too much and I got fucked up so bad.
So then you thin it out.
But it's too late. I'm sitting on the sofa. One time your brother gave me this, like, Little Debbie's, the brownie. With the
Yeah,
line
and you
down
ate
the
the
middle.
whole thing. You eat half.
No, I ate half. I ate half of a half. And I figure, okay, I'm going to sleep really good tonight. No, I woke up in 3 hours. I felt so fucking rotten. I sat on the sofa. I started to throw up. I started to fucking shit myself. No. And then I said, I'll never do that
I've
again.
never had that happen in my life. What the fuck? Little
I did it
Debbie's
again.
got pop messed up? What do you mean? My dad.
Yeah, I messed up.
Yeah, don't do drugs.
Was it day before yesterday? I was cleaning out my drawer, and I don't know where the fuck I found it, but I found 5 gels in my drawer.
Oh, what?
Gel.
I don't know what
Like,
that is.
Like a gumdrop.
I don't know what that is.
They're 10 milligram gumdrops.
I don't know what that is, Dad. Oh.
Like the candy you get at
Weed.
Walgreens with the sugar
I'm
coating
like,
on
I
the
thought,
outside.
bro, I don't know what you're.
They're right next to the jelly beans.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Like they come in orange slices.
I said I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
What?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I split
My
half
shoulder's
of it.
hurting.
But she wasn't feeling good, so I said, look, take 5 milligrams, go lay down to bed, relax.
I gotta pay this bill.
I really don't feel good. I like to smoke flower. Either smoke or vape.
Yeah. I suppose. I gotta go walk my dog. This poor dog's been waiting all day. I went all the way north for
I
no,
always turn around.
yeah, for nothing. But
Hey, tomorrow's a new day.
I've
You
been-
need to download the timetable.
I already have it.
on your phone.
I already have it. It's a
And the
website.
best time to go fishing is an hour before high tide.
I already have it. Let me get my dog. No,
Why don't you go out on the pier?
I know, because you don't catch fish there.
Everybody and their fucking brother.
Why would I catch fish? Why would I go there? Come on now. I know. Come on. Come on, no. In. I'll take you pee-pee right now. All right, let's go pee-pee. Where's your leash? Nope, no, that's yours. Kind of warm in here.
What? Yes, I am cold. Okay, I'm fine.
Hang on, Dad. I know.
All right, Justin, you gone?
I gotta go walk. I gotta walk my dog.
All right, talk to you later.
Come here, Nell. Sit.
Bye.
All right, I'll talk to you later, Dad. Love you. All right, let's go pee-pee. Good girly. All right, let's go. I know, it's okay now. She peed a little, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. All right, let's go pee-pee. Okay. Yeah, she peed a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Bro, I just walked in. Where'd I fucking just flip those shoes? No way, I just lost them. Oh, they're right here. I'm fucking stupid. With the PP. I got my job back. La la la. I got my job. I got my job. Dude, I got my job back, boys. Who's happy I got my job back? So we could go pay for content and stuff. Who's happy? Who's happy I got my job back? Come on, no Order 66 on my job. Come on, bro. Please leave my job alone. Please. Please don't ruin my job. Please don't ruin my job. Oh. Hi, no. Maybe don't brag about it. Yeah, but you don't like your job? I'm not bragging about it. I just like my job. That's true. That's true. Still trying to wrap my head around the fact that a bunch of people who think that Bill Gates is going to inject them with a chip storm the U.S. Capitol with their cell phone location data enabled. Could you imagine that? Good girl, no. That's where the content is. MS-13. So I'm gonna go back to work. I want to start planning 10 out. Like, since I'm going back to work, like, I really want to start planning content, and I don't want to be a desktop bandy. What's that? Take a few deliveries. I should go back to doing just deliveries, but you guys gotta stay in the car, unfortunately. And I can't dox my location. I can't dox anything because I need it, boys. I'm gonna go back to working hard. Imagine how much money I'll have to spend on content. Yeah, I could easily go IRL and fucking sell my soul and fucking make a bunch of money for a couple weeks by fucking doing really dumb shit. But then I could never show my face in most places, and it would just be all negative and nothing good to come of it, and yeah, it's just a poopy idea. But if I go and I fucking use my integrity and my smarts and my brain, and I work really hard and I put effort into something that I believe in, I can make something really cool for this channel and something that I would be proud of. I think that would come from, it would definitely stem from me working on the channel. That's how I do heroin, bro. Fuck. How do you end up on a sidewalk like that? I don't understand it. Oh, I'm serious? Yeah, dude, I'm gonna go work. I gotta go pee. At 6 o'clock, 6, I could do maybe 2. I could literally maybe do 2 right now if I really wanted to. Damn, this place is packed. Always packed. Like always fucking packed. Good girl, Nelly. What are you doing? What? Let's go. Detox fried chicken. Bro, I think it's gonna be good. The detox will be good. Whoa, look at this spot. That'd be a crazy restaurant. Crazy. Come on, Nobel. What? No. Nanny. No, she's right here. I told you I'd walk her. Why wouldn't I walk my dog? Dude, I do need to go home. And I do need to start my detox tomorrow. No. She's pooping. Good girl, no. I just got a juice detox. It's like a juice cleanse. I don't know. Get the all the toxins out of my body. No, it has nothing to do with my piss. A juice detox is just like, it's just refreshing your body. Because I got my job back, because I'm excited. I want to be like all refreshed in the morning and just feel great. And just wake up and have my juice, and then 2 hours later have another juice, and then just feel great. And I'm going to end the day with a very nice meal. We're going to go to Whole Foods. I might get a piece of fish and do another salad. Yeah. I'm thinking about doing some organic pasta tonight. Pasta in a salad? Hell yeah, dude. Pasta in a salad sounds kind of good. I'm inspiring. I hope I could inspire people to do positive things. What's with this car pulling up? Come on now, Belle. Oh, no, Belle. No. No, did you have a good day? Let's go home. Are you hungry? No, he gets canned food. Canned food, Nell. That made her pick up speed. Barbecue ribs? No. Unless it's all organic. Organic. It's got to be organic. If it's not organic, I don't want it. Come on, no. Nelly? Nelly? Dude, she's so far ahead. Look how far ahead she is, chat. No. I'm so happy I didn't go on that RV trip, bro. Jose D, me. My mom does not pay my rent. I wish that my parents paid my fucking rent. My trust fund does, but my parents don't. Justin's Mansion. Sounds like a good ring to it. Justin's Mansion. A mansion, you say? Nelly, what did you learn watching Bloomberg today? Nelly, I need financial advice. Nelly's like, I ain't telling you nothing. I'm gonna put my own calls in. Good girl, Nell.
Tax-friendly and where our executives want to work. So when we think about that, we make no decisions. I think our executives will want to work in places that are low tax rate.
Fine. I just got these. I'm gonna like do this juice cleanse. It's supposed to be like really good.
If you're gonna open up a new location, will it be Florida? Lots of people are going to Florida.
You know them better than I do. They've also gone to Texas. They're thinking about Arizona, Nevada. What appeals to you?
I'm actually going to facilitate what people want.
Oh, she can't hang out. She's in the studio.
California has chosen Texas, it seems, as its destination. But we have so many more people. New York is where, there's 8 to 10 people. Just New York. So we know about Chicago, by the way.
New York and Chicago, by the way.
We have an office in Dallas because we had a very smart employee who told us, he told me, I think 3 to 5 years ago, you know, I love you, but I love zero taxation better. And Dallas has a great airport, and why not move there? So we already have a satellite in Dallas, so I wouldn't say we're against that either.
And what about you personally, sitting in Los Angeles, ever so in love with that 14% state tax? What does Ken Moelis do?
I'm just hoping they raise it so I can contribute more to society.
Ken, how about managing the workspace? Will you require employees to be vaccinated?
I won't. No, we won't require that. You know, look, subject to what the government does. I'm very much a proponent of trusting your people.
Donate to Israel.
So the answer
No, donate to me, bro. What do you mean Israel?
I don't know what the government does.
How about the rest of Wall Street? We saw what happened after the financial...
Do you feel like something's gonna go down tonight on stream?
How does the pandemic change Wall Street for good?
What are you doing now?
I think any time you've had a crisis, having a portfolio of assets is a liability because no matter what happens, COVID has changed the direction of the world. And that's been happening in 0809. Certain companies have had a lot of portfolio assets to leave the crisis, if you remember. And that happened in 1990, it happened in 98, it happens every time a crisis hits.
Organic. Trader Joe's is good for organic stuff. Like this. Organic. I paid for the salad, the pasta, the sauce, the olive oil. And what else did I buy? This and the kombucha. It was like 17 bucks. It works on a Sunday. I know. I shouldn't. Let me go wash my fucking hands.
Hang on a second. JP Morgan is the largest, most powerful bank in the world by virtue of the fact, or at least in part by virtue of the fact, that it has a balance sheet bigger than $2 trillion. You're telling me that's a liability?
Could be. Depends what the assets are.
You're very proud that Moelis has been able to raise money for clients without a trading floor, but without a research department. What does that disintermediation, as you call it, can say about the legacy businesses of the JP Morgans, of the Goldman Sachses, of the Morgan Stanleys?
Maybe 30, 40 years ago, when I started on Wall Street, you did these little roadshows and you went to retail offices because you sold your investments retail, little office by office. Today, the asset amalgamations and concentrations are significant. It's an institutional base. And so sitting at home from my computer, I probably can reach 90% of the asset base that a large trading floor can do. Why not do it that way? And why not have a much more highly intellectually delivered opportunities, and why not disintermediate the markets? I think it's happening.
Watch out, now.
That's going to be a big story.
It's just a bag. You're fine. There you go, no. Sorry, no.
As people realize the same thing Uber and Lyft did to own your car, we might be able to do that. I think we can do it.
Excuse me? I only smoke organic, fair trade, non-GMO marijuana.
Couldn't be hotter right now. Where do they fit into this equation?
Interestingly, I became much more to SPACs 5-6 months ago. When I realized what they are, they really misnomer special purpose acquisition corps. They're really not acquisition corps. They're special purpose IPO vehicles. And what they are is a regulatory arbitrage. There's been almost no innovation in the IPO system, except that not everybody can direct list. Direct lists are for, brands that are well known and marketed by themselves. But this
Really healthy salad.
8-9 months off of an IPO process, number one. When I went public, like 6 years ago, it took me almost a year from the time I said, let's go, to the night I priced. And Eric, I didn't know the outcome until that night. You don't actually know what's going to happen to you. You have some view within 48 hours, but really anything can happen, as we have all learned in markets, and you don't know anything until the final night. So now you cut 7 or 8 months off of that. I'll tell you, any entrepreneur, and at the time, I consider myself a bit of an entrepreneur when we were in public, your company together and going through the 12-month period.
Well, this guy boasting about himself on Bloomberg.
It's very, let's put it this way, it's not a great feeling to have everybody on hold awaiting the van. So if you can cut 7 or 8 months off, you're doing people a real favor. And secondly, because of the IPO regulations, SPACs are mergers. So high growth companies especially, that's why you're seeing such an amount of high growth, hyper growth companies, I would say, using the SPAC as an IPO vehicle, you get to use projections. Whereas in an IPO you don't, because of the underwriting laws and litigation risk. But in a SPAC you're merging, and mergers use projections. So a company that's growing 50 or 100% a year can tell their story much more effectively. And then lastly, they have certainty. Once you enter into a deal and you enter into your type transaction,
Seed. Haters. Seed.
The final 2 or 3 months that your deal's done and you have a price, and it's not all riding on the last meeting. So I think the SPAC market has much more grounded and real benefits than I really thought of a year ago, and I think that it's going to continue to be a preferred vehicle for going public.
And there's a view among investment bankers that fundamentally they're immune to the forces reshaping the economy: automation, machine learning, artificial intelligence. What do you believe? Are they immune?
I think about it every day. I worry about that. I try to stay ahead of it.
Grey Goose got them hoes feeling loose.
To everything you've seen. I do think someday in the future you will say, Alexa, tell me what I should bid for this company. What are my comparables? Alexa investment banker or Siri investment banker. I don't want to pick on anyone. And we may have a better banker in an AI machine. I don't think that's in the next 5 or 10 years, but I've always underestimated how rapidly transformation comes.
So we're making AI that'll give you investment banking tips.
At a time when revenue was soft, and in retrospect, the decision looks awfully smart because you have the people needed for all the business that showed up.
There needs to be some AI. I mean, you can probably do it based on data.
Of how much to pay people and when.
But you're right. At the end of last year, I thought it was an easy decision in my mind. Some of my investors didn't like it. Some of the
You were criticized, yes.
The shorter term people, I had some long term ones. Maybe they were just being nice to me, but they called me up and said you made the right decision. They probably told you something different.
How does this idiot on Bloomberg not know it?
I'm amazed at how many. If you buy a
That's all it is, data.
So pay too much, you right? And nobody seems to care. But here I probably took. It was only an extra couple of percentage points of revenue. It might have been $15 million on what was it, 2 or 3 billion market cap company. And I decided to invest it in my own. I decided to make sure, I almost call it, rebuy my own franchise, and reinvest in it, and make sure we have happy, motivated, committed bankers. And I knew it. And by the way, it didn't hurt Eric that I'm the largest, or maybe now I'm the second largest, but I'm one of the 2 largest accounting institutions. I'm a very large shareholder of Moelis & Company. To think that I'd be thinking of some short term, I am thinking of long term. I'm thinking like a stockholder, and I knew that I was to keep the franchise, that there would be tremendous opportunities on the other side of this. So it was a fairly easy decision.
I'm going to ask you a question I know you hate answering. The Ken Moelis I'm talking to right now is inextricable from Moelis & Company. You're the CEO, you're the chairman, you're the controlling shareholder, you also happen to be one of, if not the biggest rainmaker at your firm. If your firm is worth $3 billion, Ken, how much of that is you?
Ghost.
You know, Eric, it's funny. The board asked me about succession, and I said, what happens if you get hit by a bus?
That's a good way of putting it.
Well, I said, if I'm up there, I hope I'm up there. I'm assuming that. Let's just take that for a given. I said, I hope the stock goes down. I would be really, I said, I always feel bad for the people who get fired. Something happens to them when the stock goes up. I hope somebody thinks it was negative that I'm not here anymore and mad at the bus driver.
Most founders want their companies to outlast them. Is that your plan for Moelis? Or will you sell to somebody?
Well, I'd like this to continue. I've worked for, I have no desire to sell. Let's leave it that way. I really don't. I don't even think the people who would be interested are the long-term winners, as we've talked about. I think we could be a long-term winner. I think we could grow.
Nobody wants to see me eat, sleep, or do. So what do you want me to do? Fine, I'm not gonna cam up anymore until I'm doing just content. From now on.
You know how hard it is to start an independent investment bank without getting everybody in a commission?
Because apparently this is boring.
It's very hard because of the
Night fishing? I can't.
just the nature of starting.
I need to get lights.
Nobody wants to pay for the other guy's losses. It's just the way it works. It's the way bankers think. We did. So we have a very unique culture, unique franchise, and I think unique opportunity. And no, I have no desire.
Oh shit! I left the squid in my car.
What's next for you? The last time we talked about succession, you said you.
All right, I'll be back tomorrow.
Your successor as CEO well before you turn 65.
Set an alarm for 5 a.m.
I think July.
Let's go fishing for a few hours tomorrow morning, and then I gotta go to work.
Last I looked, that gives me 2.5 years. And as I said, I still want to do it. I think we're on track to do that. I think it'd be good for the firm. I think it'd be good for me. By the way, I'm not leaving. I just want to be clear, Eric. People say that just gets rid of some of the. I love being with clients.
I'll get this squid tomorrow morning. It'll be fine. It'll be fine overnight. It'll probably just smell a little in the morning. It'll be fine.
There's a lot of things that happen day to day that don't have to do with the act of being with clients.
So I'll just be the provocateur. Why not do it now?
Yeah, but people are complaining that I'm sitting here eating my dinner.
How much better life would be without those encumbrances, without those annoying responsibilities.
You don't want to sit here, eat, watch you drink. Okay.
Some of the potential successors are known, perhaps some aren't. You once told me your successor definitely could be a woman, not necessarily.
All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm sorry. I know it's 7 o'clock. I know it's 7 o'clock, bro. I don't know what you want from me. It's COVID. I've been up all day.
I really believe my first or second co-founder, and she's driven the success of the firm to this place. Elizabeth Crane is fantastic, and we have lots of great bankers. And so it's not the exact right time. By the way, COVID didn't help. It's hard to, I'm not saying I would have done it, but this has been kind of a lost year of integration of people. I mean, we're booming in terms of deals, but again, not everybody's in the same room, and so I do want to do it, and I'm committed to doing it. I'm still pretty youthful. I hope I feel that way. 62. And I'm not going anywhere. I think it would free me up to spend more time with clients, more time in boardrooms. and more time thinking of innovative things like this capital markets approach we're doing, this SPAC market, but things that could grow the company multiples rather than incrementally.
Ken, on that note, I want to say thank you very much. It's been great having you.
Eric, I always enjoy talking to you. Are you? Did you accept the job offer?
I'm going to have to think about it.
Okay. You got 2.5 years. I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me and see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
I'm not going to do IRL anymore. Not until we have truce with IP2. Until then, you get nothing. Sorry guys, you get nothing. Then you know what, Bob Ross? There's no way you're getting fucking IRL again. I will gladly sit here every fucking day. Every fucking day, gladly sit here at the end of my evening, get drunk, and then pass out, and you do it all over again. 7 days a week. Well, you better start campaigning. Otherwise, you ain't getting shit from me. Bro, you don't donate anyway, Jack. You don't fucking donate anyway, bro. I'm trying to compromise. You don't want to compromise? Fuck it, dude. I want compromise.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
I'm not going to sit here and rot. I'm going to go make money tomorrow.
Anything at all. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
This week, contributors Larry Summers of Harvard.
I don't think the right question is whether this package will open.
Sorry, I'm going to go make money tomorrow.
Jillian Tent of Financial Times. And Afsani Beshwas of Rock Creek.
I'm going to go win at life.
The action on President Trump's accounts was extraordinary, but probably overdue, frankly. David Rubenstein of the Carlyle Group.
They're all worried now that getting too close to politicians is a problem. And I think many of them are relook at their political donations and they want to avoid being criticized for things that they can't control.
And Larry Tribe of Harvard.
This week, for the first time in history, a U.S. president was impeached for a second time. a measure supported by 10 House Republicans.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock after I get off work.
No one is above the law. Not even the president of the United States.
Struggled to deal with the aftermath
Where's my
of a
melatonin?
attack inspired by President Trump, ordering in troops to keep the peace during next week's night.
I'm gonna take the melatonin. I'm gonna eat it. Last chance, boys. Last fucking chance. I'm not gonna live stream myself doing crazy shit. I promise you I won't do it. I'm gonna do crazy shit on my own and I won't stream it. When I become a millionaire, bro, I'm gonna have fun in life and I'm not gonna stream one bit of it.
We're strongly committed to our framework and using our monetary policy tools.
On God. On God. Because of people like Musa. You don't deserve it.
And Treasury actions, and specifically the reduction of the Fed fund rate to zero, has had a very coercive effect on the market.
I'm gonna take the melatonin. I'm gonna take the melatonin. I'm gonna take the melatonin. We need to compromise with IP2. We really need a compromise. It is Moose's fault. Everybody jump on his back and blame him, because that's what it seems like.
Founder and CEO. Afsani, great to have you back with us as our contributor. Give us some sense, marry up the news of the week with what happened in the markets. If anything, I think what we heard...
It's a community, not one person. We need to...
You're absolutely right, David. What's happened
All right.
is that you have the really negative news of COVID that President
Oh, I dropped it.
Biden has been talking about over the last many months really hit people finally. People are seeing that the vaccine rollouts are much slower, and the impact of the vaccine will take a little longer, if not much longer, to really get the economy back to working properly. On the other side,
let's all take our melatonin together.
Biden announcement last night on the 1.9 trillion. I think by and large, if we go through to next week, and
I want compromise.
What I call a social infrastructure program is going to be very, very positive for the markets, because you do need to have the poorest, population and the lowest income populations in the U.S. be taken care of sooner than later in order for the economy to...
Yeah, I'm gonna quit doing IRL for a while. No more IRL.
As part of the Biden plan, you have childcare, for example.
I might upload edited videos, but I'm not doing IRL anymore.
Elements of making sure the vaccines get distributed properly, and more importantly, you have a very strong group of economists, I think, that will be taken over, with people like Janet Yellen, with people like Jeff Steins, who will be the czar for COVID, at least now, and also Gary Gensler and others. So I think what we will see is the economy getting, stronger as we go through the rest of the year. Expectations are closer.
I want
2.5% growth
tranquility
and that will
from the people.
be a very different market probably as we
I want tranquility.
the trades that we're starting to see.
Well, you mentioned the right word, trades. You're not a trader, you're an investor. You take a longer-term view. And I wonder, for an investor, getting past the phenomenon of just, I'm going to say, throwing money at the economy, justifiably so, on the monetary and the fiscal side.
That's awesome. Do you think you could stop doing drugs? What about these fools who run around with the speakers screaming N-word, N-word, N-word? You think what I do is worse than that? Teaching children hate? Teaching children hate? Is that positive? They don't support drug users? Yeah, they do. They support that meth head. They make posts about giving the meth head money so he could buy more meth to go make content and get robbed again.
Getting markets to go up, and at that point, the Fed might be able to start taking its foot off the pedal, and the impact of some of the social part of the infrastructure that we talked about earlier might not be so necessary.
Bro, the meth head was gloating that he spent your money on meth. Like he was gloating about it. Could you imagine somebody gloating about spending drugs on your money? Like, I smoke weed. Alright? I smoke fucking weed. Not fucking meth, bro. What do I do with my money that I earn? I buy pot, my nigga?
Just briefly, China is doing apparently a pretty good job. Their growth is really picking up. They actually didn't have that much stimulus which they were aware of. Does that suggest that places like Asia might be a place for longer-term investors to be thinking about more seriously?
I want truce. I want a truce with IP2. I want a truce. That's all I want. What? What do you mean, my nigga? Dude, that guy's a meth head. Nobody's hating on a dirty meth head. The guy's gonna kill himself on meth, unfortunately. I don't feel bad for him one bit. Designer, you're mad. I'm about designer. Dropping money on designer. I'm a flex.
Just to wrap this up, but what else was in this market? They were getting up behind, including the vaccine.
You're so right again. We've seen that sort of an uneven growth in emerging markets, all the way from more fragile states to low-income countries. We have very difficult access as we speak to the vaccines. As you can see, COVAX and Gavi are working very hard in getting vaccines for the lower-income countries. At the same time, as you have these countries really taking off in a very...
I took my melatonin. Hi, Josh. Hold on, I gotta mute my chat. Hey, chat, should I go walk around Skid Row? Josh wants me to go walk around the crackheads. It's a Saturday night. They're gonna be like out. Like, no, I can't. I can't spray. No, that's graffiti. All right, it's gonna be a zoo out there. All right, I love you. I love my brother. He's a good kid. It's gonna be a zoo. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's gonna be a zoo. Big old tryhard. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's It's gonna be a wholesome time in Skid Row. Hi, Bell. Nelly, you are beautiful.
I don't see demand coming back to the pre-COVID level anywhere earlier than the end of 2022.
If that happens and we see a demand recovery, then I think the market can absorb it.
It's no secret to anybody that I hope that this relationship will never become public. When I was alone with Miss Lynn, certain occasions, early 1996, and one in early 1997, I engaged in conduct that was wrong.
That was President Bill Clinton testifying before a grand jury about the events leading up to his impeachment back in 1998. But despite the history being made back then, the S&P rose almost 12% from then until he left office in early 2001. Markets similarly looked past President Trump's second impeachment this week, focusing instead on things like interest rates and proposed fiscal stimulus, things that Gillian Tett, chair of the Financial Times editorial board, says investors should be considering. That is, the possibility of a return of inflation.
Bunch of damn. All right.
You can see that most clearly, not just
Let's see what I bought. Let's see what I bought, boys. So this was $30, and it comes with this little thing. It's you hit the reset button.
That might be absolutely peculiar because we've just had the consumer price data come out this week, which shows that inflation pressure.
So I got the Cleanse 2, which is 1 greens, number 2, a citrus, greens, roots, citrus, vanilla, almond.
Factors which are causing investors right now to think about inflation. The first is a chance that if you do have a big fiscal stimulus package from
Around 2 to 3 days before the beginning of your fast, try to cut down on caffeine, processed foods, add sugar and alcohol to help you lead your fast. Follow the 2-hour routine. Start your day by consuming your first full juice and another every 2 hours. Stay hydrated and drink water between juices as needed. Add aloe vera. Post fast.
So what you could see is that prices, say for hotels or travel or leisure, suddenly jump up in a way that will skew the inflation rate.
I think this is going to be good, and it's going to get me back on track to feeling really good.
The second issue, which is equally important, is that many of the structural factors which have kept prices low in recent decades, most notably globalization and digitization, might be, if not reversed, but become less fulsome in the decades ahead because, say, the demographics in China are changing. That's a much bigger debate, and it's very important to take note of that. The third issue, though, the really important issue is the Fed.
Yeah, dude. I think it's good. I'm doing this reset. It's like really good.
But the Fed's 2% price target meant it was jumping amid inflation pressures in the
super good. Here comes all this juice.
That 2% is now an average target, not a ceiling, which means that they might be willing to let inflation rise to 2%.
I'm excited.
Secondly,
urge more in and out.
Politically economic pressures in the years ahead could make it incredibly hard for the Fed to act preemptively.
Hi, Nelbel.
In particular, as the debt burden explodes, it's going to be so hard for the Fed to do something which is going to raise the debt servicing costs in the future. So that, in plain English, means the Fed may sit on its hands, which also means inflation could well be more of a risk than investors realize.
And in part, could it be the Fed wants to sit on its hands in this sense? Inflation, as you say, is relatively modest. At the same time, negative real yield, that is to say, the difference between the inflation rate and the effectively zero interest rates, really have record negative real yield. Might that be actually a strategy to actually inflate our way in part out of that debt problem you just talked about?
There's certainly a temptation for the Fed to sit on its hands in terms of running the economy hot and helping growth,
Bro, this dude is actually retarded.
Some beneficials, low-income communities as well. You know, the idea is you have a large amount of growth, then that will eventually trickle down to poor people. For what it's worth, I personally think that's a huge mistake, because I think what the Fed's doing is raising, inflating the value of the
Actually retarded. Like, this dude is actually retarded. Like, this dude is literally retarded.
Yes, absolutely. There's a school of thinking in the investment community and the economics community that says that's probably the only way they're going to get out of that debt.
This dude's gonna die really early. This stupid tryhard is gonna die early.
The Fed is not willing to act. You may then also see overseas investors start to become more nervous about holding U.S. treasuries. And the problem with America,
This stupid motherfucking tryhard, bro. Oh my gosh. I'm not the
this exploding debt burden.
You know when you use coals, when you cook coals, you want them to be red. You don't want that any of the black on the outside to be burning or on fire when you put your food on, because then it's all gonna taste like soot.
Historically, does that mean you go into real estate? Does it mean you're better off in commodities?
You want a red coal. You want a red coal that's been sitting there for a minute. The fuck do you mean? This tryhard's a retard. Like, actually retarded.
What we really need to do is recognize that although significant inflation, in my view, is probably still a pretty low risk.
Yeah, you have to wait for him to turn red.
If it does come back, it could have a high impact. It's not quite a black swan because people.
White coal if you want. White coal, red coal, whatever. You have to burn the black shit off on the outside. You have to burn the shit on the outside off.
High impact, even with low probability. And buying inflation-linked bonds is certainly one route that you can use to try and protect against that, and it's exactly what people have been doing. Inflation-linked bonds, by the way, on a risk-adjusted basis, were arguably the best-performing asset class of 2020.
That was Wall Street Week contributor Jillian Tett, the Financial Times. Coming up, whether or not markets cared about the impeachment, a lot of big corporations did, distancing themselves from the Trump brand and reining in their political contributions as fast as they could. Something David Rubenstein of the Carlyle Group says may be here to stay.
The business community has been scared a bit about where the country's going. And I think they're now trying to say, well, we want to be on the side of what's right for the country.
This is Wall Street Week on Bloomberg.
Damn, I feel bad for this person. I need to go back to school and get my degree. Do you know I'm like 3 classes shy of having a fucking degree? I already have a degree. I have a 8.8 in culinary arts, which isn't shit. But I could have a 8.8 in hospitality. Bro, I'm literally 3 classes shy of a second degree. Whee! Oh, might be bugs up there.
Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
You know, I think that one chick is really into me. I think that's... Yeah, I think she's really into me. She's a musician too. I kind of like musicians, but not really. Don't tell her that. Well, you guys don't know her.
I think his brand is toxic. And I think that would have real consequences for his businesses, even as perhaps he continues to have support from some in the Republican Party and some in the nation.
Deutsche Bank reportedly decided not to conduct more business with President Trump or his family company. And Signature Bank announced it's closing 2 personal Trump accounts holding about $5 million. Even the game of golf, so dear to President Trump, has turned its back on him, with the PGA canceling plans to have its championship at his Bedminster club in 2022, something Mr. Trump had long coveted.
It's become clear that conducting the PGA Championship at Trump Bedminster would be detrimental to the PGA of America brand and will put at risk the PGA's ability to deliver on their programs and sustain the longevity of their mission.
The fallout goes beyond President Trump and his company. Other companies like Amazon, American Express, Disney, and Walmart are withholding political contributions to lawmakers who voted last week to oppose the Electoral College results.
Silence is assent. And I think that's why you see so many corporations stepping out, either in word or in deed, as you mentioned, in terms of cutting their taxes.
In a recent Yale survey of 40 CEOs, 42% of them said businesses should halt all political donations. And several corporations have said they'll suspend all political contributions, at least for the time being.
We have supported policymakers from both sides on important policy issues for our industry. At this point, we have decided to pause from political contributions.
David Rubenstein has worked at the highest levels of corporate America for years now.
I gotta take these pants off, bro. I'm done for the day. No, let's go lay down, dude. I'm fucking done.
And why things might
my melatonin's kicking in.
Business leaders, by and large, want to run their companies. They're not looking for controversy. So they generally don't tend to be profiles and Carrey. I would include myself in that category. Who generally are not trying to make waves when we're running companies. That's for political people to do and not for business leaders. I think the business community has been scared a bit about where this is going. They're now trying to say, well, we want to be on the side of what's right for the country. We want to honor the Constitution and so forth. Whether that's going to make a big difference or not in terms of whether the country comes together or not, I'm not sure. But there's no doubt that people are running away from President Trump, who were people who were pretty close to him until just recently.
Interesting. Is it running away from President Trump, the person, which of course I'm sure is going on, or might there be a more fundamental reform saying we need to think closely before we really get too close to any administration?
Well, clearly they're running away from what President Trump did in the last week or 2 or 3 or so in post-election. But I do think that they're all worried now that getting too close to politicians is a problem. And I think many of them are going to relook at their political donations and they want to avoid being criticized for things that they control. They can't control politicians. So people make political contributions for various reasons. I think businesses are going to be more careful about what they do in the future, and they don't really want to controversy.
You're a veteran of Washington. You've been around Washington for quite a while, as have I for that matter. Give us your perspective overall on what you're seeing right now. Unprecedented is an overused term. Certainly applies here. What do you make of it?
The country's greatest stress ever was the Civil War. And I think the Great Depression was the second greatest stress we've ever had. I think we have 2 great stresses going on right now. Not quite the Civil War. Not quite
Where are you?
One is the COVID situation, which now seems to be getting
Where?
worse rather than better, even though we have
Hey,
vaccines
Siri.
available. And second, the impeachment process now going on and the things related to January 6th. That's going to scar our democracy for quite some time. The country's been through a real stress test the last few weeks, and I think we'll survive for sure. But there's no doubt that the political repercussions are going to be great. I think the Democrats and Republicans are going to be further divided than they've ever been. And whether President Trump is impeached or whether he's convicted, you're going to have big divisions between Democrats and Republicans for quite some time. So it's going to take a while for President-elect Biden to really be able to bring both sides together, in my view.
One of the things that's striking to me, maybe not to you, is the extent to which the markets right now today are not paying much attention to anything. So as far as I can tell, I can't discern it. We have a really history being made. First time in history that a president will be impeached for the second time, it appears. What do you make of that as a practical matter? Is that right? Is that healthy? Is the way it should be?
Well, businesses like to see predictability, and markets want predictability. And I think the markets are pretty quick to figure out what's going to happen. They know that President Trump's going to be leaving office. They know that the companies are going to do their business, and ultimately the key thing for the economy is getting COVID under control. And I think from the business community's point of view, not having too many disruptive policies from the new administration. And I don't think they feel there's going to be many disruptive economic policies. So the administration that comes in is not going to be one that's going to be as favorable to business as the previous one. I think the business community recognizes and the markets recognize that there's not going to be a lot of disruptive changes. As we saw through COVID, and as we're seeing right now, the markets operate on their own kind of wavelength, and weren't as affected by COVID as I thought they would have been, and they're not going to be as affected by what's going on today in Washington. I think they just shrug it off and look at what the earnings per share is going to be of various companies they care about.
That was David Rubenstein, co-executive chairman of the Carlyle Group and host of Peer to Peer on Bloomberg. Coming up, the role of social media in the attack on the Capitol and what could be done about it. From former head of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson.
Because of social media, people can go to sources of so-called news that do no more than reaffirm their own paranoias, their own biases, their own prejudices.
This is Wall Street Week on Bloomberg.
Give you a sense of risk. I'm actually 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
Valuations, particularly sort of the technology landscape, got to some extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end. But I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
The Capitol may have been the target of the mob attack last week, but Silicon Valley suffered its own collateral damage. Attention quickly focused on the role of social media in fomenting and even helping organize the insurrection, leading Facebook and Instagram to suspend President Trump's account at least until Inauguration Day. YouTube suspended this channel for at least 1 week. But the most severe action came from President Trump's platform of choice, Twitter. It permanently suspended his account, severing an instant line of communication to his 89 million followers.
I'm simply afraid of this driving up even more polarization. So right now, to 71 million people in this country, it looks like a digital active war has happened.
Amazon terminated its service for Parler, a social media network that gained traction among conservatives, and Apple and Google closed their online stores to it, leading conservatives to complain of censorship, as it became almost impossible to download the service to phones.
Parler has some issues with moderation. There are some incitement to violence examples on there, and they need to step it up on the moderation. And our hope is that they do that and get back on the store.
The tech giants faced backlash from those who felt they overstepped their boundaries and questioned whether social media companies should be left in charge of making the rules.
I'm shocked by the fact that it is now entirely in private hands. It cannot be in private hands only.
Tech isn't good at this. Tech isn't good at taking accountability. Tech isn't good at looking at its actions and seeing what they lead to.
The issue is far from settled. The timing and scope of tech companies' decisions could be a turning point for the debate over digital speech.
I think they acted in a very responsible manner, and one could say they should have acted previously, but I think they just waited to the ultimate moment when these elements cross the line.
Suggests that they're going to use the power they have to go after speech they don't like. So I think they need really bright line rules here.
The events raise pressure to regulate content on tech platforms and adds to the debate over shielding social media companies from liability. Senator Lindsey Graham said in a tweet, "I'm more determined than ever to strip Section 230 protections from big tech, Twitter, that let them be immune from lawsuits."
The purpose of regulation, in my mind, it's not meant to be the heavy hand of the government telling companies how they should run, but it really is an opportunity for society to create, essentially the rules of the game.
The issue of false and even incendiary social media posts poses serious issues for our politics and for our security, according to Jay Johnson, who's former head of Homeland Security.
Social media, the ability to publish, push out fake news, extremist views, is frankly a large reason for why we are where we are today in our politics, in our domestic security situation. Something like 70% of Republicans, according to polls, believe that the election was stolen and that there was fraud in the election. I'm waiting to see the poll that a certain percentage of Americans believe that last week's attack on the Capitol was the fault of Antifa, and there is absolutely no evidence of that. And so, when you and I grew up, there were conventional news sources from which we got all the same set of facts, out of which we form our own opinions about the Vietnam War and the Civil Rights Movement and the like. Now, because of social media, because of this information highway, people can go to sources of so-called news that do no more than reaffirm their own paranoias, their own biases, their own prejudices, and their own suspicions. And that has been a big driver of the divisiveness and the ugliness in our politics for the last several years.
Jay, at the same time, is there a danger of overreacting? We've seen this sometimes in crises in this country where we react to the last problem, we overreact. Let me give you a stark example. One person's extreme expression might be another person's Arab Spring. I mean, social media is very important in Arab Spring. How do we protect our own homeland from the ills that can come from social media without shutting down an Arab Spring?
Excellent question, David. Very often, a crisis atmosphere is a poor atmosphere in which to make policy. I have been saying now for several years that government agencies, national security agencies, need to resist the political push or the impulse to dive into trying to regulate social media, political debate on the internet. Think about what certain people in office today would do if they could deem something fake news and therefore impose government restrictions on the ability of the internet to repeat it. And so we've got to be careful when it comes to government restrictions on political debate, political speech, which is why the action on President Trump's accounts was extraordinary, but probably overdue, frankly.
At the same time, I wonder if there's actually a positive good for law enforcement, national security authorities, of having an open web. That is to say, if really we do drive these people off of Twitter and Facebook and maybe even Parler, they may go to the dark web. It might be harder for our national security forces to really monitor what they're up to.
there is that offsetting concern. Very definitely the ability to monitor extremist views, communications, plotting, terrorist plotting is a valuable law enforcement tool. And you're correct, very often when you prohibit something, you make it more difficult, you just drive it to another corner and law enforcement struggles to keep up.
That was Jay Johnson of Paul Weiss. But in the end, whatever fixing needs to be done in social media may depend on the companies themselves. Larry Tribe, constitutional law authority at Harvard, says that as private companies, it's largely up to them.
They are private platforms. They have every bit as much right as Bloomberg or as the New York Times, frankly, to decide who they will allow to use their platform. There is no First Amendment right to use private property or a private platform to get your views out. And if your views are causing violence and death, the private platform itself ought to be held responsible for not taking you off. That too is a complete red herring, straw man. I guess I prefer herring to straw. But either way, it's a distraction.
Well, but are they still perfectly private? I mean, they're privately owned, they have shareholders, things like that. But are they perfectly private in the legal sense when they really can communicate with billions of people in a nanosecond around the world? Is it more like the public square situation where there are certain limitations? Are we comfortable with organizations that are that vast and with whom they can communicate and facilitate communication among themselves? Are we comfortable with them having no restrictions whatsoever?
No, I'm not comfortable with there being no restrictions. I'm a member with Carol Cadwalder and Shoshana Zuboff and others of something which is called the real Facebook Oversight Board. I think the government should put some limits on them, partly because they're so powerful. That does not mean that anybody who wants to has a right to use the platform. The limits are limits that have to be consistent with the First Amendment restrictions on the government, but we can't simply transform these platforms into places that anybody can use when they are indeed privately owned, however powerful, however large.
And if there are those sorts of guidelines, are they imposed in advance? Is it sort of like prior restraint, or is it only after something's been done and there's a notice to take down that isn't respected?
No, I do think a governmental regime of guidelines which have to be followed, which do not involve private restraints because they would not enjoin any speech in advance. Those guidelines need to be in place so that we don't unfairly surprise the owners of Facebook or other platforms or Twitter. But it seems to me that avoiding the ex post facto effect of imposing rules after the fact is not the same as violating the prior restraint doctrine, which basically says you can't muzzle people in advance.
That was Larry Tribe of Harvard.
Coming up, the beginning of the new presidency and the start of cabinet confirmation hearings. The week ahead on Global Wall Street.
This is Wall Street Week on Bloomberg. it's time for a look at the week ahead on Global Wall Street.
David, we'll be closely watching Joe Biden's inauguration next week, which coincides with a meeting of China's top legislative body that may kick off on Wednesday. According to experts, it's unlikely trade tensions between D.C. and Beijing will ease with a change at the White House. Also on the agenda, Monday brings us China's GDP report. The economy may have expanded at the fastest pace in 2 years for 2020. We'll also be looking to the BOJ's policy meeting for a gauge of how Japan's virus emergency may impact growth. And central banks in Malaysia and Indonesia are seen standing pat at their first policy meetings of the year. Danny?
Thanks, Sophie. In Europe, the big story is political upheaval in Italy. Giuseppe Conte is trying to stay in power after junior ally abandoned him. He now faces a day of reckoning on Tuesday when the Senate votes as he tries to get a majority to stay in power. It comes at a bad time for the Prime Minister as cases continue to surge in Italy, as well as a government that's trying to push through more debt spending to try to help with the coronavirus outbreak. Romain?
Markets end, the federal government will be closed on Monday for the U.S. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. When everyone returns, though, all eyes will be on the inauguration of Joe Biden as president and the seating of a new Congress that is in the hands of his Democratic Party. The first order of business, that $1.9 trillion fiscal relief package, negotiations set to begin on that as soon as next week. And a key figure in that, former Fed Chair Janet Yellen, her Senate confirmation hearing to be Treasury Secretary, that also begins next week. Now, outside of Washington, investors will have an eye on the earnings season still underway. Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Netflix, and Microsoft, just a few of the names reporting next week. And on the economic front, we will be getting manufacturing PMI data, housing data as well, and Bloomberg Consumer Comfort Index. David?
Thanks to Sophie, Danny, and Romain. Coming up, we wrap up the week with our special contributor, Larry Summers of Harvard. This is Wall Street Week on Bloomberg.
It's a really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
China continues to be, recovering well. And with the opening up that was decided at the last 5-year plan, that is a golden opportunity for many international banks.
We hope to double our footprint across IB and also wealth management and asset management in the 3 to 5 year time frame.
Growth, although structurally is very strong, but it does need to consolidate and allow time to help the share price appreciation to move more in sync with the growth.
So China can avoid further decoupling if they stop these inappropriate actions.
But at the moment, we really want to see the dust settle first on international relationships, on China's role in the global economy.
I don't see a likelihood of a big change in the policy with the change of administration.
Week. I'm David Weston. We're going to conclude the week as we always do with our special contributor Larry Summers of Harvard. So Larry, I guess the really big issue this week for the economy was this $1.9 trillion stimulus package that was announced by President-elect Biden. You've been the Secretary of Treasury. You've been there when there was a huge package that you had to get out of Capitol Hill. Let me start with the most obvious question, perhaps. Where is the most bang for the buck? What is really going to make the most difference in the economy?
This is probably the boldest economic proposal since the Great Society, and perhaps the boldest economic proposal since the New Deal. One way to look at it is this. In 2009, the incoming Obama administration proposed a fiscal plan that represented, filled perhaps 40% of the output gap. This plan would be perhaps 3 times as large as the output gap. So relative to the size of the economic problem, we're talking about something more than 5 times as large. And that reflects a conviction that's surely right, that too little was done in 2008, but 2009, but 5 times is a lot. It also reflects a interesting and I think important desire to combine the macroeconomic element with the structural fairness element. And so these would be historic reductions in child poverty achieved through the child care credit. I think that the most important pieces of this package are the reinforcement of the vaccination effort and the support for state and local governments. I think the question about this package is going to be how the macroeconomics add up. And here I think it's important to understand that this was probably as much an attempt to frame a debate that's going to come as it was a proposal to be implemented in its literal form. And so I don't think the right question is whether this package would overheat the economy. I think if it were passed as written, it would overheat the economy. But will this shift the debate towards our doing more? Will this shift the debate towards doing more for those who've been left behind? And I think there, the answer is yes. But we are going to have to watch this economy very carefully, and I do think the conventional wisdom is underestimating the risks of hitting capacity. And if we do anything approaching this, we are going to be managing the economy with the accelerator more on the floor than at any time in peacetime history.
So Larry, you say it frames the debate. Do we have time for that debate? Does the economy have time for that debate? Because there's going to be, in all likelihood, a back and forth. It doesn't look like, as you suggest, the Republicans are just going to say yes. Some moderate Democrats might not say yes. If this takes 3 months or more, could there be longer-term structural damage to the economy? We need something done right now.
I think that 3 or 4 months would be a long time, but I think that's why it's so important that the incoming administration work with all the actors to get a $900 billion package passed.
This is the year of SJC.
That $900 billion package, in and of itself, given that it was all going to run over 3 to 6 months, is far larger than the fiscal stimulus we had in 2008. And so I think this does give us a little bit of time to work this out. The other concern I have is that I think the Vice President was right, the Vice President, President-elect, was right in his campaign to put so much emphasis on Build Back Better. And I'm worried that all the emphasis that's going to flow to this is going to take energy, both political and economic and fiscal space, away from the fundamental investments.
Larry, you mentioned the money going to be given to people. Part of this package is $1,400 more to individuals. That takes up that $2,000 magic number. We have talked about that before. You've expressed some skepticism whether it makes sense. We have various anecdotes, but some people do need that money. Some people, frankly, don't. They've kept their jobs. They've kept their employment. Do you believe that this may be a risk to this package? Ironically, one that may be more politically palatable, including to some Republicans.
Look, my mind lights the $1,400 that would go to my children is not an attractive use of public money. On the other hand, its universality serves to make it more attractive. And the authors of this package have put in a variety of other things that are tilted very much towards the poor. The refundable child tax credit, for example. But I think we're saying the same thing, David, which is the risks here are on the side of just doing so much on such a scale to give money to people in a way that isn't completely targeted, that may use up space that could have been used for much more fundamental and important investment.
Larry, we'll be talking about this for some time to come, no doubt about it. Let's move on to another subject very much in the news this week, which is social media. A lot of scrutiny for social media, particularly in light of that attack, the insurrection really, on Capitol Hill. What do you make of the various calls on social media to regulate itself and to exclude some of the entities that actually were communicating leading up to that attack?
We're going to have to work this through as a society, just as they had to work it through when the printing press was invented, just as at the eve of television there were a whole set of fairness doctrines and the like. My sense is that the standards of what can be communicated is not a question that can be left only to corporate leaders. And that corporate leaders are going to have to implement policies, but there's going to need to be a much clearer framework provided in law. And from my perspective, the more important question are these questions, the questions about privacy relative to the antitrust and anti-monopoly questions that have gotten so much attention. And indeed, I worry that if you multiply the number of networks, if you multiply the number of social media outlets, it might even make it harder to interfere with the organization of insurrection. So I think that issue is right there in focus, and issue more for constitutional scholars than it is for economists.
That law of unintended consequences. Let's conclude this week with a quick round of Summer Says. 3 quick questions. Number 1, we have an increasingly divided Republican Party. Is a divided Republican Party ultimately good or bad for the economy?
Probably bad. I think that in general, when parties are able to cohere better, deals can be struck better, and we can address problems more effectively.
We also have an impeached president now. It's the first time in history one president's been impeached a second time. The question is what happened in the Senate. Is a conviction of Donald J. Trump in the Senate, even after he's left office, is that good or bad for the economy?
I think it's probably good. I think it's probably good for the country because it will accelerate his leaving our national life as a highly visible figure. But whether it's good enough to be worth the various costs of the process is something I'll leave politicians to judge.
And finally, Bitcoin, very much in the news, now back up, pushing against $40,000. Is it a bubble or not?
I'm not going to predict its fluctuations over the next 6 months, but I think some institution like it is here to stay. I don't think the whole thing is going to collapse. I think that having run up and then run way down and then move back, it looks much more resilient, and therefore I think people are going to move towards it, and as people move towards it, given the finiteness of its supply, that's going to be a factor working to raise prices.
Okay, Larry, thank you so very much. That's special Wall Street Week contributor Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary, and of course of Harvard. Finally, one more thought. Making a fortune, but forgetting where you put it. The parabolic rise of Bitcoin once again has got everyone excited once again. The cryptocurrency shot up once before to $20,000, only to lose 2/3 of its value. This time, it's flirting with double that, up above $40,000. And smart investors like Scott Miners think it's only getting started.
Our fundamental work shows that Bitcoin should be worth about $400,000.
You can debate whether it's real or it's not, whether it's a currency or a commodity or just a fad, but you can't deny that it's getting broader acceptance, as PayPal now accepts it for payment. And successful investors like Kathy Wood of ARK put their money where their mouths are. But it turns out there's one little problem with Bitcoin. You have to remember your password. And if you don't, your Bitcoin fortune is as good as gone. There's no convenient little button asking whether you've forgotten your password and offering to reset it. And so, the New York Times reports on one German investor who loses sleep over $220 million worth of Bitcoin he cannot reach. And the Daily Mirror tells us of an IT worker who threw out a hard drive with £230 million worth on it. They are in good company. 20% of Bitcoin, worth around $140 billion, is lost or misplaced. So for all of us who are constantly frustrated with how many passwords we have to remember, and how much time we spend resetting them all, things could truly be worse. There could be millions of dollars at stake. That does it for this episode of Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston. This is Bloomberg. See you next week.
The trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility, so we have to switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. Our top stories this morning. President-elect Joe Biden unveils a $1.9 trillion relief package. And more than 150 million Americans will be eligible for $1,400 checks. Investors prepare for the impact on markets. Meanwhile, America is bracing itself for Biden's inauguration this week. Downtown Washington looks like a fortress. Authorities are trying to disrupt plots in what some say is the greatest security challenge since 9/11. Germany's dominant party votes for continuity by voting for Armin Laschet as leader, opting for the candidate who most resembles the outgoing Angela Merkel policy and style. And the head of Expo 2020 Dubai tells Bloomberg she's confident vaccination programs and rapid testing will be successful for the delayed event to go ahead later this year. We hear exclusively from Her Excellency Reem Al Hashim.
The UAE has been really at the forefront
lot of testing in general. We have a testing facility on-site. We're always and constantly trying to follow that scientific approach.
This is from 8 a.m. across the Emirates. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. Warm welcome to kicking off the trading week. I'm Manus Craney right here in Dubai. We need to ask ourselves some very pertinent questions. Are we at the beginning of a regime shift in the bond market, a reflationist narrative, or a reality check as we got from the US data on Friday on retail sales and confidence just wobbling? Here we are, the yields are consistently above 1%. Does that define a regime shift or a temporary spike, as is the narrative from the HSBC house, Stephen Major, who was with me, who said 0.75%. Do you believe in Goldman Sachs? They've repriced their bond target of 1.5%. Well, do you read Hoisington? They are doubling down. There is no sustainable spike in these yields. Economic harm will last for years. JP Morgan are shifting their bias. They move to commodities and they cut their bond exposure. But my favorite line goes to John Arthurs in the house. The bond vigilantes are giving Joe Biden a pass for now. And the number is the bid-to-cover ratio on the 30-year paper of 2.47. They are doubling up bonds. Is there a wad of money to come? I show you the equity market because the equity market is absolutely devouring the American rescue plan. Yes, it gave back over 1% on the close of business on Friday. Yes, most of that move was done on Friday. As you saw, there's wobble on retail sales, there's wobble on confidence. But what does $1,400 mean coming down the pipe into the investor's pocket? Because I tell you what, those people who qualify for it, they go trading. KKR, Henry McVeigh, says we are underestimating the savings rate. We're underestimating the personal income levels. Perhaps on this show I spend too much time talking about the left-hand tail risk, and I should talk about the right. We will debate. Let's get the first read headlines as we kick off Sunday. Simone Foxwell has that from Dubai.
Good morning, Manus. Global coronavirus cases are nearing 95 million and deaths have surpassed 2 million. Norway has expressed concern about the safety of the Pfizer vaccine on elderly people with serious underlying conditions. Authorities there now think 29 have died after getting the shots. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department says it has new information suggesting that researchers in Wuhan were infected with the virus in the fall of 2019 before the first official cases were even reported. Germany's Christian Democratic Union Party has elected Armin Laschet as its leader, opting for the candidate that most resembles outgoing Chancellor Angela Merkel in policy and in style. Laschet beats longtime Merkel critic Friedrich Merz in a runoff at the CDU's online convention yesterday. The German Chancellor is set to step down after elections in September.
There are many people who think Angela Merkel is good first and the CDU second. The Chancellor's reputation among people here and internationally can be summed up in one word: trust. We now need this trust as a party, but this trust is not a gift or an inheritance.
Washington, D.C. is bracing for President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration this week with more than 25,000 personnel deployed and huge swaths of the city core blocked off. Officials say they are racing to track and disrupt active plots as part of the security challenge not seen since 9/11. Meanwhile, Biden has picked Wendy Sherman, a former Undersecretary of State under Barack Obama, and Victoria Nuland for senior State Department roles. And 47 tennis players traveling to the Australian Open on 2 separate flights will be required to spend 14 days in hotel quarantine after other people aboard tested positive for COVID-19. Tournament organizers say one passenger on a charter flight from Abu Dhabi, who is not a player, tested positive after arriving Friday. An air crew member and another tournament participant also tested positive on a separate flight. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Simone Foxman. This is Bloomberg. Nice.
Thank you very much. President-elect Joe Biden is planning an early blitz of executive action to reverse some of Trump's most contentious policies and address the coronavirus pandemic in the first 10 days. That after he unveiled a $1.9 trillion relief plan on Thursday, which would give more than 150 million Americans a direct payment of $1,400.
The crisis of deep human suffering is in plain sight. And there's no time to waste. We have to act, and we have to act now.
The former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers says the economy is all but certain to overheat with the stimulus package.
I don't think the right question is whether this package will overheat the economy. I think if it were passed as written, it would overheat the economy. But will this shift the debate towards our doing more? Will this shift the debate towards doing more for those who've been left behind? And I think there, the answer is yes. But we are going to have to watch this economy very carefully, and I do think the conventional wisdom is underestimating the risks of hitting capacity.
Nasser Saidi is the chief economist and president of Nasser Saidi Associates. Nasser, thank you for joining us this morning. Therein lies the point. I sort of self-chastised myself. I spent too long talking about the left-hand tail risk. There's Larry Summers reminding us the right-hand tail risk is alive and well, and we could potentially be underestimating the risks of hitting capacity. Are we? Good morning.
Good morning to you. That's doubtful. I mean, if you look at any of the indicators, we're way far from hitting capacity. Even though over the past year there hasn't been any build-up of capacity, one of the points about COVID is that it's prevented investment. But are we at the point at which you're going to get accelerating inflation and hitting capacity? I don't think so. The White Plan is very welcome. That's why the market is welcoming it. It's focusing on health. I mean, remember that it's going to be in two parts. In February, you're going to have the so-called Build Back Better Recovery Plan. Now, the main focus is on health and trying to contain the second wave or third wave of COVID. This is very welcome. It does not mean it's going to pass through very quickly. Remember that Republicans in Congress are very much against giving $350 billion to state and local governments. They view that as putting money down the hole without any immediate effects. So, yes, very welcome, and the markets are happy. It does not mean that it's a shoot through that we can go through easily. We still have a very divided Congress.
So let's talk about what could come into the retail investors' hands. There's a lovely story that we had the froth, the $600 check was a froth that boiled, but $1,400 coming into the pockets of many people who, and we looked at some of the research, InvestNet, they talked about recipients that traded roughly 30% in the first 10 days. Those people that potentially received this payment, trading among those with annual incomes of less than $75,000 who received the payments, trading by this group of people in the market jumped by 53%. So this is the debate, isn't it? You send somebody a $1,400 check and they go to the market. Are we boiling frogs here?
I don't think so. Because remember, at the same time, unemployment has picked up. We haven't really created that many permanent, sustainable jobs. Most of the jobs that have been created are low-wage, low-income jobs. So people will save some.
But Nancy, the question that I'm asking you is this. The question I'm asking you is this. You're going to send retail investors in the United States of America $1,400 checks. Now, the people that received the $600 checks, they traded 30% more. Those people traded 30% more in the first 10 days of January than they did in December. These are people earning less than $75,000. These people, a great number of these people, are using the money in a completely different way, perhaps to the specific intent. This is the stuff of mania.
Right, but then your question really is, will they go into equities? And the answer is yes, they'll go into equities. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing in terms of the markets. The equity market will benefit, the bond market will not. And that's exactly what you're seeing. If you look at the projections in terms of growth, we're talking about, as a result of the stimulus, we're probably talking about 1%, 1.5% stimulus growth. That means that if the rate growth up to 5.5%, that is a large number. And that is really, I think, yes, you're right. You'll see them go into the equity market and that's supporting on more risk taking and moving on to the bond market. And that's exactly what we've seen. I think that will persist. The question really is whether or not that's going to be sustained. Whether or not we're going to get this other package in February. I think that's what we really need to focus on. True, the market is now looking at this immediate cash injection. But the really important one for return recovery is, are you going to be investing in infrastructure? This goes back to Obama days. I mean, we're talking about 12 years back when Obama wanted to invest in infrastructure. Congress didn't allow him to do that. Infrastructure in the U.S. is third world quality. I mean, you need massive investments in infrastructure. And at the same time, Biden is saying, I want to go green. And if he does, he's able to do that, then we're talking about sustained recovery in the United States. Otherwise, this is relatively short term. It increases consumption, but not necessarily investment. And that, I think, is the issue. What are you doing in terms of restructuring the economy? Because a lot of the focus is, do I want to go back to where I was? The answer is no, we cannot go back to where we were. COVID and pandemics creating structural change.
Okay, as you say, it is about the quality of the infrastructure investment to come, but therein lies the folly potential of what we are building, not perhaps some black swans in terms of that market, and that has a correlation to inflation. We'll talk about that in a moment. Now, so stay with me. Great to have you with me debating the pros and cons of stimulus. That's to say, my guest host this morning on Daybreak Middle East. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important businesses, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Edward, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decision. We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture. Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Are you worried that people won't take the vaccine?
You remain concerned about vaccine hesitancy. What is one word of advice you take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Okay, where do you go from here? It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
The resurging coronavirus outbreaks will vex central bankers on 5 continents this week as they weigh the threat of more economic damage against vaccination hope. We get decisions from the ECB, DOJ, South Africa, Turkey, and more. Policymakers are pondering the prospect of another loss quarter with most likely to maintain the current country settings without committing to more easing. We also get China's fourth quarter GDP print tomorrow. Nasa Saudi is the chief economist and president at Nasa Saudi Associates. Nasser, let's start with the ECB. Christine Lagarde, I think, raised the battle cry last week when she set the stage. She's extremely attentive to the FX impact on inflation. Let's start with the ECB. How critical is the strength of the euro to the ECB narrative this year?
Well, it's very clear that inflation expectations in the EU area are much lower than what they are in the US. We're seeing a pickup in the US. We're not seeing that in any large economies, Germany, Italy, France, the UK, with part of it. But we're not seeing inflation expectations rising. So she's right to be afraid that euro appreciation is really dampening inflation rates in the EU. So there's no way really that you're going to get towards a 2% inflation rate in the EU anytime soon. And that sets the EU very far apart from the US. What that means effectively is that you're going to continue having dollar weakness and euro potentially appreciation. And so Lagarde is worried that will dampen any recovery. Remember that recovery is really built on exports, particularly for the largest economy, which is Germany. And we don't want a large appreciation of the euro to hit that recovery. Second, you've got to Italy, Netherlands, and others.
It's interesting that you obviously flag up that dollar weakness. Still, Bank of America's most consensus trade is they still like to be short the dollar, favorite trade, and it's rising, NASA. Even though there was a spike in the dollar on Friday up by 0.7%, the biggest move since the behind the pandemic. So there was quite a virulent move in the dollar, which I think is very telling. But still, that narrative is there on the survey. 36% prefer short dollar trade. This is a big headwind for not just ECB, but a lot of the EM central banks as well.
Well, of course, I mean, let's remember that the large package that Biden is proposing is a large deficit. And you're going to be pumping a lot of cash into the market and a lot of borrowing in the market. So bond yields are down. Correct? I mean, bond yields are up quite correctly because of not only inflation expectation, but also you're pumping a lot of borrowing, a lot of debt into the market. And so the EU still doesn't have its package ready. We talked about 700 billion. It's not yet completely out in the market. So there's this disparity between macro policies in the EU versus the United States. And that's continuing. So Lagarde is right to be careful and to continue asset purchases. And we've seen that happen. We've seen spreads on periphery countries, Portugal, Spain, Italy, going down to very, very low levels that they haven't seen in years. And that shows that the market continues to expect continued asset purchases by the ECB. She doesn't have really much choice.
Okay, boxed in by the bond yields. Nasser Saidi, chief economist and president of Nasser Saidi Associates. Many more to come on the new Sunday edition of Daybreak News. Next to buy movement. Next to buy letter for disagreement.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
cents in a real-time match. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off field.
We'll go to a quick check on the latest business flash headlines. Canada's Scuffed and France's Carrey have abandoned talks on a proposed $20 billion merger, following stiff opposition from the French finance ministry. The two will now look at forming a looser alliance instead. In a joint statement yesterday, the company said they will look to work together on fuel purchases, branding, and distribution where their networks overlap. Apple has begun early work on an iPhone with a foldable screen, a potential rival to similar devices from Samsung, and other sources say that the development work hasn't expanded beyond the display, which means that Apple does not have a full handset prototype in the labs just yet. The company is still reportedly planning only minor changes for this year's iPhone line. And Benjamin Rothschild, chairman of Edmund Rothschild Holding, has died at 57. The Rothschild had helped take the Swiss branch of the sprawling Rothschild banking dynasty private in 2019. He had been head of the group created by his father since 1997 and worked simply to simplify its structure after delisting. And those are your Bloomberg Business Flash headlines this Sunday. The Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas has announced that parliamentary and presidential elections will take place this summer. It's the first time in 15 years. Simone Foxman, from watching the latest news flow from the Middle East, she joins me from Doha. So what will impact, Simone, good morning, do we think these elections will have?
Well, it could have a significant impact, Manis, but the question is really whether or not these elections will go forward. Now, remember the last time there were parliamentary elections in 2006, Hamas won a surprise victory. The last time there had been presidential elections was back in 2005, and since then, Fatah, which is Mahmoud Abbas's party, and Hamas have been in dispute. Hamas with control of Gaza, and Fatah with oversight of the rest of the Palestinian territories, including the West Bank. Those issues have not been resolved. And this is not the first time we have seen both of these groups call for new elections. Back in 2011, there was a similar call. But now the situation has changed. We have watched geopolitical relationships be rewritten across the Middle East, most importantly for this situation with the normalization of the UAE and Israel. There is a desire to present some sort of united popular front from the Palestinian side. We have 5 months. May 21st is the parliamentary elections, and then July 31st is the date for those presidential elections. So there certainly is some time to get this going and get this act together, but we'll see what happens here.
And to Israel, we saw a major move in shekel to close out the currency's trading week. Tell me the details through that. That's a sign.
Yeah, and quite a move here. So the Bank of Israel promised to buy $30 billion worth of foreign exchange in 2021. That is up from about $21 billion in 2020. And the initiative here has been to hold off gains in the shekel. So far, the markets like this move, or essentially believe in this move. Deputy Governor Andrew Obeer told us in an interview after this decision that the bank is not going to stand by and watch the continued appreciation of the shekel. They see that as an impediment to economic growth. However, it's unclear whether we are going to see a durable move here, because markets have hit record highs, the shekel has hit record highs against the U.S. dollar, even despite the purchases that we saw so far. David Reisnick at Bank Leumi says there's forces of appreciation continue, particularly because of the fast pace of vaccination that we're seeing in Israel, which is supportive to the ideas of economic growth.
Let's talk about Omani bonds. They're the first sovereign to tap the bond market so far this year. How did it go? I was hearing a bit of a conversation yesterday that there was quite a bit of rankling in the market over this. Not everybody got a piece of the pie they wanted.
Yeah, a very well received offering here, and well received. I say in the context of Oman is in a difficult fiscal position, and so this 10 and 30-year auction looks sort of similar to the prices that we were seeing for a 7 and 12-year auction back in both October and then a reopening of that auction in November. Investors here so convinced of the Oman story, whether they are convinced though of the prospect for both support for that country, or whether or not they believe that Oman can cover its debt obligations because of some of the economic reforms it's undertaking. That question has yet to be answered, and so that's what we're going to be looking for if we're talking about this ongoing confidence for the rest of the year, Max.
Thank you very much. Tracking all the big stories from Doha. Now, the dollar spiked and rolled over. The shock, but we did see a drop in the oil market on Friday as the fundamental premise of the market is that we're going to have a tough road ahead. And when you look at the market, a couple of lines coming through this morning. Libya's oil output drops to the lowest in 2 months. That's on maintenance. Let's see how that plays out for the week. That's Brent down 1.6% on the week. JP Morgan say there's a risk that a nasty deficit could emerge in these oil markets later this year. Now, from a technical point of view, oil way over the line, way over the RSIs. Rather say any dips in this market will be shallow. The other thing to notice as well is on the Brent position, 55.10. The net long positions are the most bullish in 11 months. We discuss. This is good.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solution.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment. The politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
Fight against climate change. Number 3, as you cover.
It's a really reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. Our top stories this morning. President-elect Joe Biden unveils a $1.9 trillion relief package. More than 150 million Americans will likely be eligible for $1,400 checks. Investors prepare for the impact on markets. Meanwhile, America is bracing itself for Biden's inauguration this week. Downtown Washington looks like a fortress. Authorities are trying to disrupt plots in what some say is the greatest security challenge since 9/11. And Germany's dominant party hopes for continuity by electing Armin Laschet as leader, opting for the candidate who most resembles the outgoing Chancellor Angela Merkel in policy and style. Dubai is sticking to schedule of hosting the delayed Expo 2020 this year, despite coronavirus having shut down travel. The government is confident that vaccination programs will be successful enough, I should say, to open the expo on October the 1st. and says it's still possible that 25 million people will visit the city for the 6-month event. In an exclusive conversation, I spoke to Her Excellency Wing Hoshimi, Director General of Expo 2020. I started by asking her about this week's plan to open the event's sustainability pavilion with her.
So the official opening is October 1st, and that's sort of the date we're sticking to. Opening up this pavilion is really a way to almost give a teaser to the domestic audience, frankly even international audience, to come and see what do we mean when we talk about sustainability. So we've intentionally designed the experience to be focused around what a child or a young adult would look like, or would look at, either under the ocean or under the forest, really giving them those two ecosystems to sit and reflect on as they move forward.
And I've been down and had the tour, and it is quite immersive. Realistically, Your Excellency, everybody's grappling with what COVID is. You say we're sticking to the target. Will we stick to the visitor numbers and site visits that you had, 25 million? Your Excellency, is that still a realistic target?
I think it's important to keep that target there because everything around you is incredibly uncertain. We never thought that we would have a vaccine rolled out before the end of 2020. The same year the pandemic hits is also the same year vaccines are being rolled out. The re-emergence of travel, especially with us here through Emirates Airlines, as well as other airlines also, has been an indication that there is a positive slope upward. You're smiling because I said positive. Nobody says positive anymore in a positive sense. But the idea is that it is still too early to change that target. As you know, we've rolled out vaccinations in the UAE very aggressively, but so have many other countries around the world. So we're hopeful that come October, things should be better than where we were when we had to postpone the event last April.
So let's talk about practicalities, because let's be optimistic. Let's hope we all get here and we get the international audience that you hope for. What additional measures do you envisage having to implement?
So we're already preparing and planning to execute on a COVID kind of environment. So we all have our masks with us. We all have social distancing. You've noticed sanitization. That's going to continue even during Expo, and it's going to continue even during, even if everybody's vaccinated, because 7 months or 8 months from now is still a tight rollout period for global vaccination, which is what you would need. You don't just want the UAE to be vaccinated. You want as many countries and as many populations to be vaccinated as well. So we're believers in, being optimistic, but being realistic as well. And it is just not realistic to change your target number yet because your factors are still super fluid. So what would you change them to if things are evolving and developing as things emerge?
Does that mean that you're going to have more conversations with the BIE, more regular discussions about where we are and sort of reality checks?
I think it's more kind of fact-based assessments. And it's not about changing the date, because as you know, the date was declared or was decided upon through an international voting system. So we're not there in the sense that that has already been accepted, agreed upon. It's still our target. We have constant contact with the BIE, a steering committee coming up next week. That's just sort of part and parcel with the relationship in general.
What about rapid testing? I speak to a lot of CEOs of the airlines. They're banging this drum. What do you think about rapid testing for Expo?
So we are very big on applying any and all kinds of technology that can help ensure a safe, a seamless, an exciting visitor experience. Depending on efficacy levels.
But it is something that you're looking at?
There are several companies that have already approached us. So we are absolutely looking at that. And the UAE has been really at the forefront of testing in general. We have a testing facility on site. We're always and constantly trying to follow that scientific approach.
So I'm going back to the optimistic view, but the reality is every leader, every CEO needs a backup plan. If you have to scale back for any reason, can you see, or what can you tell me about the blended experience that we might have, which is physical and virtual?
So I have like 4 backup plans. So for sure. No, I mean backup, it's been the name of the game for the last several years. So there's no issue there. But independent of how things pan out, I think there are a few truths. One truth is that you're going to have a virtual experience.
Yeah.
If everything goes exactly according to plan and COVID is completely controlled and eliminated and, there's still going to be a virtual, I wouldn't say need, but a virtual offering that's going to be out there. So that's what we're working on. And that virtual offering is going to have to be blended with the physical one, which is what they're, as you know, now calling digital. You see that in entertainment, you see that in overall programming. So that's something that we're anticipating more than before. So if you were to ask me, how have your plans changed since COVID? On an operational front, I just kind of explained the mask, etc. On an experiential front, really, the digital interface is coming on much more strongly.
The numbers that are bandied around, like 25 million visits, the $6 billion that this experience will deliver for Dubai. Are you and your fellow ministers still confident, to Bloomberg interview, that we can hit the $6 billion mark in terms of generation for the economy here?
I'm less interested in a number. And I know it's probably blasphemous to say that on a Bloomberg show, but the objective is, for us, are we creating a memorable experience? Are we seeding new industry and new growths? Because we've learned a lot given this COVID experience. Are we making sure that the international participants who've come and who have invested, because they didn't just come to invest because they thought they'd get 25 million visits. It's a much larger offering. The UAE is a gateway to an emerging region. If you look at our region, despite COVID, you have countries 3 or 4 hours from here who've experienced a 6.4% growth.
So it's still that window of global opportunity. Come here and have a look. Can we talk just briefly about legacy? Because that's incredibly important. And if anything, legacy will be more important in terms of jobs and revenue. For the site, are you still looking at a blended residential, commercial, legacy future? Has that altered at all?
We're revisiting that. I think one of the things that we've been really, one of our strengths is our agility. So we're not going to hop on something if it doesn't actually make sense anymore. And it's clear that the commercial and residential space is at an oversupply. However, having said that, the offering here is very distinctive in nature. As you can tell, it's an urban setting that's kind of unlike some of the other facilities that do exist, which means we're not completely ruling it out entirely. We're taking parts of it where it makes sense, but we're also redesigning what the overall programming of the legacy of the site would look like. One thing is for sure, it'll be seeped in technology because this is a 5G site. So whatever or however we design that future, it'll have technology at its very heart by virtue of the current infrastructure.
With that vision in mind about being pragmatic and revisiting, do you think the balance, the scales of what you would deliver in legacy will be perhaps a little bit less residential, less commercial, and more experiential?
I wouldn't go that far, Manus, because it's still unclear at the moment. We are exploring with new industries. There's a lot around biotech and agtech that's been incredibly exciting for us. We're complementing what others in the city of Dubai and in the UAE are also doing. As you know, there's several, there's a new Ministry of Economy plan in place, there's a new recovery task force put in place. So it's going to have to dovetail with some of those other things as well.
And Minister, what's been the tough, I mean, probably you've asked this many times, what's been the toughest part of the past couple of months for you?
Just waiting to have it done so that we can show everybody what we've been working on for the last 10 years, because it has been that long. But to do that in the year of our golden jubilee, with all this participation, and at a time when we talk about human solidarity and international cooperation where it resonates just a lot more
a lot more profoundly as a result of COVID is, I think, the single most difficult part.
Her Excellency, William Hashim, Director General there of Expo 2020. Great to be invited again to the side tour around. It really is quite phenomenal. So big thanks to Her Excellency and the team for welcoming Bloomberg, the Sustainability Pavilion. This is Bloomberg.
This is the 1980s all over again, to make sure that we keep our hands firmly on the driving wheel.
I don't see demand coming back to the pre-COVID level anywhere earlier than the end of 2022.
If that happens and we see a demand recovery, then I think the market can absorb it.
Let's get into the Middle East markets now. Felipe Pacheco joins me now, Resolute reporter. Felipe, Industries Qatar, one of the largest stocks trading in Doha, rose nearly 8% last week. So we put in quite a performance, I think the best since last November. Can that endure? Can that rally continue?
Good morning, and I think that fair to say that yes, it could continue. We saw this stock rising 4.3% just on Thursday, as you mentioned. It was the best weekly performance since the end of November last year. Shares ended slightly above 12 reals at the highest level since May 2019. What we heard from QNB Financial Services, a big broker in Doha, is that the company Q4 numbers should actually show benefit from a stake acquisition that they did in one of their units last year. Those numbers in Q4 should show already this impact. And apart from that, of course, industry sector is expected to deliver quite strong pricing across the board and for the quarter as a whole, for products going from steel to fertilizers.
EFG Hermes expects index review for FTSE Russell to trigger inflows. The magic word of 2020. It lives in 2021. What will we get?
Well, the inflows are always important for investors looking at stocks, especially here in the Gulf Mediterranean. And yet, we had this report by EFG late last week showing that Aramex is expected to get around $25 million in inflows from this FTSE review that is expected to be announced next month. After that, we have attention as well on Bin Dawood in Saudi Arabia, $22 million in potential inflows, and then two stocks in Kuwait. We're talking about Carrey, petrochemicals industry with $21 million, and Shamal Al-Azur Al-Ula with $16 million minutes. In Egypt, the broker said that there is low probability of addition for Saudi, the fintech company, but if it happens, inflows could be in the order of $17 million.
And let's just circle up with Israel, $2 billion to go into technology over the next couple of years. What are the details? Just briefly, Felipe.
That's right, man. We had a interesting interview with Migdal Insurance and Financial Holdings done by our bureau chief in Israel last week. They're basically saying that they're setting up this investment arm to find out tech, fintech companies, and also fund for this sector in Israel, North America, and Europe. And that's according to the Chief Investment Officer for the company. We are talking about a minimum of 10 million to 20 million in aggregate yields only, man. And they will also look to offer that to startups. Quite an interesting interview for our readers to check early today, guys.
Felipe, thank you very much. Resident equities reporter Felipe Pacheco there on the money. Now, you've been waiting for this. The MMA fighter Conor McGregor is currently in Dubai preparing for his sole rematch against lightweight rival Dustin Poirier next weekend. The UFC, or Ultimate Fighting Championship, was one of the only sports competitions that kept going through the pandemic. McGregor spoke to my colleague Yusuf about the challenges of training and fighting around COVID-19, the meteoric rise of UFC's popularity, and why business is booming here in the Middle East.
It's been interesting for sure. You know, I've gathered a team of people. I've kept us isolated. I've kept the crew tight. Even still, there's been slight infiltrations of the virus. It's, you know, it's an intense situation, but, you know, we've got it done. I've got my work in. I've stayed healthy, I've stayed safe, and we're here now. You know, we've got to improvise, we've got to adapt, and we've got to overcome. Life is about, you know, not what happens to you, it's how you handle what happens to you, and that's what we've done. I've the best I can. And I'm here now, I'm very excited that we're posted about.
What do you make of the UFC's ability and decision to push through the pandemic when a lot of the other leagues and a lot of the other tournaments sort of paused all the way back in the spring?
You know, I had my ups and downs on that. Early on, I was like, I wasn't sure. You know, obviously at the time, I felt, to be honest, I felt everything was done correctly. They pulled an event, you know, I believe the first event was cancelled and then another event and so on and so forth. But then they got a hold of it, and obviously, you know, it's proved a success. They proved they can handle it. The United Arab Emirates and Abu Dhabi in particular have been amazing with what they've done. You know, securing the island, blocking it away in the bubble, and securing the safety of all the workers and all the competitors. And you know, it's been a great success. I'm very, very, very proud of the UFC. I'm very, you know, in admiration of how they've gone about it. I'm very honoured to be associated with this company, and also I'm very excited to be back. You know, for us to get to compete still is, I'm forever thankful for that.
Conor, I mean, the audience of Bloomberg Television, a lot of them are leaders and decision makers, and want to use this opportunity to sort of get your insight into how you prep for this fight, for fights generally. Would you say that you have already beaten a lot of your opponents mentally before you even get to the pit?
You know, for sure. Most notably, you know, you conquer your own self. You conquer your own self-doubt. It is true commitment. It is true structure. It is true following your guidelines of what you have set out for yourself. You know, waking up at the times you set for yourself, training at the times, eating at the times, going to sleep at the time. You know, full structure, full commitment to the plan. And you know, difficult things are only difficult when you are not committed to them. You know, with full commitment, difficult things actually become easy, and that's what I feel has happened. I've been fully committed to the weight, fully committed to the preparation, enjoying the process, making sure to smile, making sure to laugh, making sure to spend time with my loved ones, and living life as best I can. You know, things will present themselves, challenges, roadblocks, these type of things. It's, like I said, it's not what happens to you, it's how you handle it. And you know, I felt I've handled it well. I've conquered my own self-doubts. I've conquered all of the conversations and, you know, the inner thoughts and the inner dialogues that you would have. And I'm ready. I'm ready to perform here. I'm excited to get back into the octagon. It's been a minute. I'm excited to get back in on 155 pounds again. And, you know, most importantly, I'm excited to get out and perform for the world. You know, to entertain the people of the world. Like I said, it's a trying time this year, the past couple of years, and possibly the year ahead. It is an honor for me to get in and entertain the people.
Speaking of opportunities, what do you see as the growth prospects for not just the UFC but your own brands in this part of the world?
Oh, the opportunities are endless. This is an amazing part of the world. It's does amazing business out here. It's a high level area out here. I'm very excited to come out here to this region. I've fought in this region before in Amman, Jordan. I'm excited to compete now in Abu Dhabi for the people here. I'm in Dubai currently, and they're treating me well, very hospitable towards me, and the sky's the limit regarding everything. I feel the UFC is at the pinnacle of sport. I believe it's the most valuable sport franchise on the planet. I believe I'm the most valuable asset in the most valuable sports franchise on the planet, and that's it. All my brands, all my businesses, everything is thriving. Life is going good.
What do you make of the recent trend of fights between celebrities and people of different fighting backgrounds? We had a YouTube Jake Paul beat former NBA player Nate Robinson that sold over 1 million buys on pay-per-view. A lot of people are criticizing it as maybe making a bit of a mockery of fighting. I want you to weigh in on that point.
If they are fighting, well, then it can't make a mockery of fighting, right? They're getting in and they're competing. I am not so much against it. What I would say is, though, the numbers that show calculated was a Mike Tyson fight. You had Tyson an icon in fighting, as well as Roy Jones Jr., two goats in the sport of combat. And then you have the YouTube kid, and then an NBA star competing underneath that. So they're doing good business. And I'm into those competitions myself. It's not the most high level, if any level at that stage. Obviously, the Tyson and Jones fight was very high level, and it was very interesting to see what they would be like in their older age, or I thought they both fought amazingly. And as they say, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. I know Dana and the UFC are not really into it, but I'm not so against it. I think if people are willing to get in and take the risk of making that work, I am certainly a viewer.
Conor, in the past you've spoken about some of the struggles you had as a kid. Looking back and looking at where you are today, to what extent did that help shape your thirst for achieving victories? And what would you tell kids growing up today who would be looking to you in this time?
What I would say is all our trials and tribulations and all the stuff we go through in our life shape us into who we will become. So I would simply say to stay positive, to listen to your elders, listen to your parents, listen to your grandparents, listen to your coaches. I would say enroll in sport. I would say listen to your teachers in school, stay focused, have fun, enjoy life, because everything that happens, good or bad, will shape you into who you will become, and will make you stronger. It's what has happened to me. I'm in a great place in my life right now. Currently, I'm fully invested into giving back to my community where I grew up. We've done some amazing things with the football ground, with the boxing ground, with some of the martial arts gyms also. And long may that continue. I will, as I get to this stage in my life, I'm all about giving back. I think it is our human duty to give back. Especially someone in my position, it is my duty to give back, and that's what I'm doing. The older I get, the more I realize, coaches, teachers, trainers, they give so much of their time to the youth to educate them and bring them up, and it's all volunteer work. And when you grow up, when I was growing up as a kid, I never really noticed that. I was kind of like, that's the coach, and then this is the training, and I never really had much. Not that I had any disrespect, but I just didn't really see it from what way I see it now. These are men and women with their own lives and their own families, and are giving time out of their day to train the coach, to train the youth, and with very little backing. So this part of my life, I'm going to give back to all of these sporting clubs to help the next generation come through. My competitor that I'm fighting against, Dustin Poirier, he also is of the same mindset. He has a foundation, the Good Fight Foundation, which I'm going to donate to. I'm going to donate to his charity, and after that donation, they're going to build a gym in his hometown. So I'm very excited about that, and I think this is what prize fighting should be about, and I'm very excited to
Conor McGregor there speaking to Yusuf Jamal Al-Din on UFC and his view on philanthropy as well. So from the fighting battleground of man-to-man combat let's talk about what's going on with markets. The dollar came roaring back. I mean, we thought it was on the floor, we thought it was knocked out. Not at all. We'll talk about that in a moment. This is the week ahead. So, what is on the agenda? Again, we're going to really focus on the bank earnings on Tuesday, Bank of America and Goldman Sachs. And Netflix, how many subscribers have we had? Think of what has happened in the banking arena. JP Morgan, Citigroup, Wells Fargo all cut their combined reserve losses. So the worst did not come true. The big banks unleashed $5 billion of reserves. We get to Thursday. It is your central bank decision day for the ECB and the BOJ. I mentioned we've got a pound rolling back, up 7/10 of 1% on the week, on the first back-to-back weekly gains on the dollar since September. So the question is, when the birds come roaring back, not according to the Bank of America, so they're not dead yet.
Up to 700,000 fibers come off our clothes.
Permet de collecter environ 3 à 5 tonnes de déchets de PET chaque mois. Donc une partie est utilisée pour faire des bateaux, une partie pour faire d'autres poubelles et l'autre partie, les bouteilles sont plutôt stockées pour une fourniture à certains partenaires.
Over the past few weeks, it's made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East on top stories this morning. President-elect Joe Biden unveils a $1.9 trillion relief package. More than 150 million Americans will likely be eligible for $1,400 checks. Investors prepare for the impact on markets. Meanwhile, America is bracing itself for Biden's inauguration this week. Downtown Washington looks like a fortress. Authorities are trying to disrupt plots in what some say is the greatest security challenge since 9/11. Reports in the UK say the government is preparing to require all international arrivals to quarantine in hotels. Is it too little too late? And the head of Expo 2020, Dubai, tells us she's confident vaccination programs and rapid testing will be successful enough for a delayed event to go ahead later this year. We hear exclusively from Her Excellency Reem Al-Hashim.
The UAE's been really at the forefront of testing in general. We have a testing facility on site. We're always and constantly trying to follow that scientific approach.
This is from 9 a.m. across the Emirates. It is the Sunday edition of Daybreak Middle East. I'm Manus Training in Dubai. Are we in, I've got 4 hours for you, a process of regime change in the bond market, a reflation narrative, or reality check? That the bond market prices rallied and the yields dropped, so there's a little bit of reality on the back of slightly shakier retail sales and consumer confidence. It's the virus risk, yes, the virus risk. What are the scars from the virus? This is the potential chart of regime shift and change. Are yields anchored, as Stephen Major said, at 0.75%? Or will we go to 1.5% as Goldman Sachs Real Note says? Is there a wall of money to come in and buy 10-year paper at around 1.3 to 1.5%? Of course, I'm drawn to Hoisington. I quite like this report. They are doubling down with no substantial spike in yields. I wonder if Stephen Major have a bit of lunch with them. Economic harm will take years to repair. There you go. JP Morgan are boosting their commodities, cutting their bond exposure, and they're cutting their bond exposure to negative 13% from negative 12%. A great debate on the regime shift. Now, there's going to be a lot of stimulus coming to bear in the equity market. One of my constant agitators on the IB says to me, well, the Bank of Japan buys equities. All that's going to happen is that this fiscal stimulus is the Treasury buying equities. S&P 500 down 1% because it is the virus check and the unemployment numbers that slightly split the market with retail sales and consumer confidence. What you've got here is just a moment of reappraisal of risk. But if people get $1,400 in their bank account, what are they going to do with it? If they qualify, a great many of them will go and trade equities. We'll talk about the tail risks in just a moment, whether it's reflationist or whether it's just alpha for the equity markets. Let's get your first word. Headlines from around the world. Some Fox News does that from Doha.
Good morning, Manus. Global coronavirus cases are nearing 95 million, and deaths have surpassed 2 million. Norway has expressed concern about the safety of the Pfizer vaccine on elderly people with serious underlying conditions. Authorities there now think 29 have died after getting the shot. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department says it has new information suggesting that researchers in Wuhan were infected with the virus in the fall of 2019 before the first official cases were ever reported. Germany's Christian Democratic Union Party has elected Armin Laschet as its leader, opting for the candidate that most resembles outgoing Chancellor Angela Merkel in policy and in style. Laschet beat longtime Merkel critic Friedrich Merz in a runoff at the CDU's online convention yesterday. The German Chancellor is set to step down after elections in September.
There are many people who think Angela Merkel is good first and the CDU second. The Chancellor's reputation among people here and internationally can be summed up in one word: trust. We now need this trust as a party, but this trust is not a gift or an inheritance.
Washington, D.C. is bracing for President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration this week with more than 25,000 personnel deployed and huge swaths of the city core blocked off. Officials say they are racing to track and disrupt active plots as part of the security challenge not seen since 9/11. Meanwhile, Biden has picked Wendy Sherman, a former Undersecretary of State under Barack Obama, and Victoria Nuland for senior State Department roles. And 47 tennis players traveling to the Australian Open on 2 separate flights will be required to spend 14 days in hotel quarantine after other people aboard tested positive for COVID-19. Tournament organizers say one passenger on a charter flight from Abu Dhabi, who is not a player, tested positive after arriving Friday. An aircrew member and another tournament participant also tested positive on a separate flight. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Simone Foxman. This is Bloomberg. Manus.
Thank you very much. Our top story, President-elect Joe Biden is planning an early blitz of executive actions to reverse some of Trump's most contentious policies and address the coronavirus pandemic in his first 10 days. That after he unveiled a $1.9 trillion relief plan on Thursday, which would give more than 150 million Americans a direct payment of $1,400.
The crisis of deep human suffering is in plain sight. There's no time to waste. We have to act, and we have to act now.
Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers says the economy is all but certain to overheat with the stimulus package.
I don't think the right question is whether this package will overheat the economy. I think if it were passed as written, it would overheat the economy. But will this shift the debate towards our doing more? Will this shift the debate towards doing more for those who've been left behind? And I think there, the answer is yes. But we are going to have to watch this economy very carefully, and I do think the conventional wisdom is underestimating the risks of hitting capacity.
Let's bring in another economist to the debate. It's James Root, Chief Economist over at Samba Financial. James, thank you so much for joining me. You are a little bit, I would say, more pragmatic in terms of the number. You think it could be 50% of the target number of $2 trillion. Tell me why and the consequence.
Well, I think it could be down 50% because the Senate may decide, or the Republican caucus may decide to dig in on it. Now, the president could get it through through this process called reconciliation, but he would have to shed quite a bit of its, what you might call blab, I suppose, a bit of the fat. And I think, you know, the president-elect has probably gone in with quite a high number, and knowing he's going to have to negotiate it down. Now, there is a slightly left-field possibility that President-elect may trade impeaching Trump in the Senate for full Republican support on his $1.9 billion trillion. So, I mean, that's still a little bit of an unlikely scenario, but it can't be totally dismissed, because I think the President-elect Biden would really like the whole Trump thing to go away. And he wants to focus on his own agenda, so he may possibly play that shift.
It'll be interesting to see whether the party, the faithful or the Democrats, would allow that change politically. To the markets, there's a great deal of discussion. I started the narrative this morning about, are we facing a regime change in bond yields? Now, I have read countless notes and had countless conversations. Goldman's at 1.5%, Wall of Money will buy paper at 1.3%, and Stephen Major yields are anchored at 0.75%, likewise at Hoisington. Where do you stand in the reflationist or reality check narrative?
I'm with Goldman. Yeah, I think there's a Wall of Money, and that would come in, you know, a lot of it from Asia. When yields get up to, say, 1.3, something like that, I think they're sort of fighting their time for that. So I don't see yields moving up dramatically for any length of time. And real bond yields are still, you know, pretty well anchored in negative territory. So yeah, that's where I am.
The debate that I've been having in the past hour is very much about the wall of money that may come into bank accounts in the form of stimulus checks, and where that money goes. It could go to trading, and indeed we've done some of the research. We've got some of the research from InvestNet. So they check the recipients of stimulus checks. They're trading 30% more in the first 10 days of January since December, and those with annual incomes of less than 75,000, their trading rose by 53%. So there's somebody who sends me lots of IBs, and he said, well, really, the Bank of Japan buys stocks directly. This is just the Treasury vicariously buying stock. What do you make of that proposition?
I think really, if that was made as a serious comment, well, I think it's probably not serious.
But of course, there is a good deal of, I would say, pent-up retail demand for stock. How much of that treasury check ends up in the stock market, I really don't know. But I think it was JP Morgan that said that in historical terms, retail investors are not very long equities at the moment compared to where we were certainly in the 90s. So I think they're saying that possibly another 25% growth in the S&P 500.
Do you think we're in a bubble? Do you think we're in any stretch mania bubble territory? Can you identify with any of that language?
I don't think so. Because you look at real yields on tips, as I say, and they're negative, and so the equity risk premium, I think there's still a lot of value in stocks, actually. I think the concern I have is more a medical one rather than a sort of a stock market per se. I do worry about the Brazilian news on the virus and the variants there, because I think the market has kind of created the usual narrative of things are going to get better in the spring. But if this Brazilian variant proves to be, resistant, then they may have to revise their views.
Okay, James, stay with me. Do not hang up the phone. James Reed, my guest host this morning, this Sunday morning. This is the resurgent coronavirus outbreaks will vex central bankers and flood confidence this week. They will weigh the threat of more economic damage against vaccination hope. The decisions come out of ECB, DOJ, South Africa's Turkey, and more. Policymakers are pondering the prospect of another lost quarter, with most likely to maintain the current controversial settings without committing to more easing. So we're also going to get China's fourth quarter GDP print tomorrow. James Reed is with me. He's the chief economist at Samba. James, as we look at 2021, yes, we have the ECB and we have the DOJ. They will be the bulwark. But let's just pivot to the EM space in the first instance. What do you think the actions would be of EM at the moment? Because the dollar's trajectory is still firmly to the downside according to the Bank of America survey.
Yeah, I think EM Bank would be, I think they're in a reasonable place factor and a reasonably comfortable position. There are obviously places where that's not the case, such as Turkey and Argentina, usual suspects if you like. But I think generally, low interest rates, weak dollar. I think they'll generally be keeping it out of dry, to be honest.
The ECB meets, and I said this at an hour ago, Christine Lagarde, I think, set the stage for me for central banks for 2021, which would be FX wars. I know I said it last year, but I get the sense that the ECB's tolerance for higher euro is running out. She's extremely attentive to FX impact on inflation. They just don't have any inflation, and that's our biggest risk, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I think, inflation is not, in my view, a serious problem now or in the next year, either in the Eurozone or the US. So I think you may get a short-term burst in inflation because of the hollowing out of a lot of SME, and because we have, households sitting on quite a lot of cash, middle-class households, should I say. So we may have a pent-up burst of inflation, but structurally you look at it and think, well, there's so much excess capacity in the economy at the moment. I can't see inflation making a serious appearance in either place.
Can we just circle back then to what happens with real yield? You mentioned it in the first part of the show. Citi have run the real yield narrative. I just wondered to what extent can real yields rise and equity markets continue to rise at the same time? Can we coexist, or is there a tipping point in this relationship?
Well, I think they can coexist. I mean, I don't think real yields are going to rise that much, to be frank with you. And I think most of the flow is going to be towards equities. Not to say people are going to abandon bonds, obviously, but I just think that what I mean by that is that there is a wall of money that will keep yields suppressed from institutional buyers and countries, central banks, and I really don't see why we can't have a reflation, which, as I say, that may involve inflation in the short run, but I don't think it's going to stay with us. So, I don't see why we can't coexist. If you say, okay, there's going to be a massive spurt in inflation, it's going to stay with us, then you've got a problem. But as it stands, I think it's okay.
As we set up the risk for the year, James, obviously I can't find out from you what black swans you are, but what is it that concerns you the most? I was listening to Jochen Fels, and he was talking about, he was talking about the possibility, James, of when bubbles burst or when big markets reprice, you look at deflation risk. What is the biggest risk that you think could sneak up on us?
Did you say deflation? I don't...
Yeah, well, I mean, it says there's two-way risk in inflation, that when bubbles, that if markets burst, we price Bitcoin, equities, whatever else, what you run then is a risk of perhaps, when you get a pop in a bubble, is that you perhaps get a deflation shock.
It's possible, but I think with the amount of accommodation, both fiscal and monetary, that seems unlikely to me. You may have localized distress, but I don't think that would turn into generalized deflation. Again, as I said earlier, I think my main risk is, my main sort of preoccupation would be on the medical side, and whether the virus necessitates further and prolonged lockdowns, and perhaps going back to the drawing board on vaccines. That would be the big downer from my point of view. I think many people's point of view.
James, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Reality check on the risks from the virus, and indeed, if you look at what Norway is saying this morning in terms of the deaths in the older population, that is a very prescient risk as other nations seek to grab that information. My guest host this morning, the Chief Economist at Standard Financial Group. Much more to come on the Sunday edition of Daybreak Middle East. It's Bloomberg.
cents of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off field.
Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas has announced that parliamentary and presidential elections will take place this summer. They will be the first in 15 years. Simone Foxman has been tracking the news from Doha. Simone, the impact of these elections?
Well, it could be significant, Manus, but the question is really whether these elections will happen at all. This is not the first time we have seen Abbas, who is the leader of Fatah, or Hamas even, the other main party, call for elections, but they haven't happened because of the unresolved issues that remain between those two groups. Remember, the last time we saw parliamentary elections, Hamas won a surprise victory in 2006. Since then, we haven't gotten any sort of elections here. But the changing dynamic in this could be a desire to present at least the semblance of a united front from the Palestinian side. Now that we have a new occupant in the White House, Joe Biden, perhaps more willing to work with the Palestinians than his predecessor. But again, the question remains is, are these things going to happen? If they do, the dates set out are in May and July for the parliamentary and presidential elections respectively, Manus.
And we saw a bit of a shift in the shekel. So what goes the spike? Will it spike and roll, Simone? Get out your crystal ball.
Well, no crystal ball needed. The Bank of Israel is saying that it would buy $30 billion worth of foreign currency this year, up from $21 billion of foreign currency last year. That was already sort of a record amount. This move to try and stem the dramatically appreciating shekel, which has been near a 25-year record against the U.S. dollar. Deputy Governor Andrew Abeer speaking to Bloomberg after that decision, saying that the bank is not going to sit by and watch the shekel appreciate further, and in fact, even opening up the possibility that the bank could act even beyond $30 billion if it's necessary. The problem with this is that we have seen these foreign currency purchases all year, and it really hasn't stopped the shekel from hitting these record highs after record highs, and that's why analysts from Bank Leumi saying all the indicators driving appreciation are still there. So it's unclear whether the move that we saw on Thursday, Friday, dramatically weakening the shekel against the U.S. dollar, whether that is going to last any longer than a short period of time is.
And you're watching the reception of the Omani bond sale. They're the first to tap up the markets from the GCC in 2021. How did it go?
Extremely well, Manus. A lot of demand for these 10 and 30-year bonds, as well as a retap of bonds due in 2025, but very well in the context of what we have seen. Oman saw really strong bond sales in October and in November, so more or less in line here. 10-year 6.25% as investors continue to clamor for this debt. Oman under a lot of fiscal pressure, but investors don't seem super concerned right now. Is it the impact of a potential bailout from its Gulf partners? Is it the impact of economic reforms? That's still unclear, but for now, Omani bonds a favored asset to own.
Simone, thank you very much. Simone Foxman at the Capital Financial Centre in Doha. Now, you thought it was a one-way trade on the dollar. You're wrong. It rolled back to life on Friday as we dealt with low retail sales. Those job numbers, the unemployment numbers, the additional sign-ons on Thursday certainly spooked the market over 960,000. Now, we rallied by nearly 0.7% at one juncture. It's the first back-to-back weekly gains in the dollar since September. So what really is going on here? Is it a reality check? Is it just a moment of where you have a reality check, or where the markets, equity markets, gave back 1.5%? The dollar went in the form of haven trade. Now, the Bank of America survey, we watched that quite closely, still Still, 36% want to be short the dollar versus 30% in December. To put that in context for you, over 30% of the survey still think it's way too early to call time on the dollar. The near-term outlook is going to be tough. That's Wells Fargo's first take on the market. Quick check on oil, because as the dollar spiked, she rolled over. She gave a little bit back on the oil market. Still, the positioning on Brent down 1.5% on the week. Net longs are the most bullish in 11 months. This is good.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the future. That is now being reversed.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East. Our top stories this morning: President-elect Joe Biden unveils a $1.9 trillion relief package. More than 150 million Americans will be eligible for $1,400 checks. What is the impact on markets? Meanwhile, America is bracing itself for Biden's inauguration this week. Downtown Washington looks like a fortress. Authorities are trying to disrupt plots in what some say is the greatest security challenge since 9/11. And reports from the UK say the government is preparing to require all international arrivals to quarantine in hotels. Is it too little, too late? So here in Dubai, they're sticking to the schedule, hosting the delayed Expo 2020 this year, despite the coronavirus having shut down global travel. The government is confident that vaccination programs will be successful enough to open the Expo on time on October the 1st, and say it's still possible that 25 million people will visit the city for the 6-month event. It's an exclusive conversation I spoke with Her Excellency Reem Al Hashimi, Director General of Expo 2020 Dubai. I started by asking her about this week's plan to open the event's sustainability pavilion to the public.
So the official opening is October 1st, and that's sort of the date we're sticking to. Opening up this pavilion is really a way to almost give a teaser to the domestic audience, frankly even international audience, to come and see what do we mean when we talk about sustainability. So we've intentionally designed the experience to be focused around what a child or a young adult would look like or would look at, either under the ocean or under the forest, really giving them those two ecosystems to sit and reflect on as they move forward.
And I've been down and had the tour, and it is quite immersive. Realistically, Your Excellency, everybody's grappling with what COVID is. You say we're sticking to the target. Will we stick to the visitor numbers and site visits that you have 25 million. Your Excellency, is that still a realistic target?
I think it's important to keep that target there because everything around you is incredibly uncertain. We never thought that we would have a vaccine rolled out before the end of 2020. The same year the pandemic hits is also the same year vaccines are being rolled out. The re-emergence of travel, especially with us here through Emirates Airlines, as well as other airlines also, has been an indication that there is a positive slope upward. You're smiling because I said positive. Nobody says positive anymore in a positive sense. But the idea is that it is still too early to change that target. As you know, we've rolled out vaccinations in the UAE very aggressively, but so have many other countries around the world. So we're hopeful that come October, things should be better than where we were when we had to postpone the event last April.
So let's talk about practicalities, because let's be optimistic. Let's hope we all get here and we get the international audience that you vote for. What additional measures do you envisage having to implement?
So we're already preparing and planning to execute on a COVID kind of environment. So we all have our masks with us. We all have social distancing. You've noticed sanitization. That's going to continue even during Expo, and it's going to continue even during, even if everybody's vaccinated, because 7 months or 8 months from now is still a tight rollout period for global vaccination, which is what you would need. You don't just want the UAE to be vaccinated. You want as many countries and as many populations to be vaccinated as well. So we're believers in, being optimistic, but being realistic as well. And it is just not realistic to change your target number yet because your factors are still super fluid. So what would you change them to if things are evolving and developing as things emerge?
Does that mean that you're going to have more conversations with the BIE, more regular discussions about where we are and sort of reality checks?
I think it's more kind of fact-based assessments. And it's not about changing the date, because as you know, the date was declared or was decided upon through an international voting system. So we're not there in the sense that that has already been accepted, agreed upon. It's still our target. We have constant contact with the BIE, a steering committee coming up next week. That's just sort of part and parcel with the relationship in general.
What about rapid testing? I speak to a lot of CEOs of the airlines. They're banging this drum. What do you think about rapid testing for Expo?
So we are very big on applying any and all kinds of technology that can help ensure a safe, a seamless, an exciting visitor experience. Depending on accuracy levels, efficacy levels.
But it is something that you're looking at and studying?
There are several companies that have already approached us. So we are absolutely looking at that, and the UAE has been really at the forefront of testing in general. We have a testing facility on site. We're always and constantly trying to follow that scientific approach.
So I'm going back to the optimistic view, but the reality is every leader, every CEO needs a backup plan. If you have to scale back for any reason, can you see, or what can you tell me about the blended experience that we might have, which is physical and virtual?
So I have like 4 backup plans. So for sure, backup, it's been the name of the game for the last several years. So there's no issue there. But independent of how things pan out, I think there are a few truths. One truth is that you're going to have a virtual experience. If everything goes exactly according to plan and COVID is completely controlled and eliminated there's still going to be a virtual, I wouldn't say need, but a virtual offering that's going to be out there. So that's what we're working on. And that virtual offering is going to have to be blended with the physical one, which is what they're, as you know, now calling digital. You see that in entertainment, you see that in overall programming. So that's something that we're anticipating more than before. So if you were to ask me, how have your plans changed since COVID? On an operational front, I just kind of explained the mask, etc. On on an experiential front, really, the digital interface is coming on much more strongly.
The numbers that are bandied around, like 25 million visits, the $6 billion that this experience will deliver for Dubai, are you and your fellow ministers still confident, as a Bloomberg interview, that we can hit the $6 billion mark in terms of generation for the economy here?
I'm less interested in the number. And I know it's probably blasphemous to say that on a Bloomberg show, but the objective is, for us, are we creating a memorable experience? Are we seeding new industry and new growths? Because we've learned a lot given this COVID experience. Are we making sure that the international participants who've come and who have invested, because they didn't just come to invest because they thought they'd get 25 million visits, it's a much larger offering. The UAE is a gateway to an emerging region. If you look at our region, despite COVID, you have countries 3 or 4 hours from here who've experienced a 6.4% growth.
So it's still that window of global opportunity. Come here and have a look. Can we talk just briefly about legacy? Because that's incredibly important. And if anything, legacy will be more important in terms of jobs and revenue. For the site, are you still looking at a blended residential, commercial, legacy future? Has that altered at all?
We're revisiting that. I think one of the things that we've been really, one of our strengths is our agility. So we're not going to hop on something if it doesn't actually make sense anymore. And it's clear that the commercial and residential space is at an oversupply. However, having said that, the offering here is very distinctive in nature. As you can tell, it's an urban setting that's kind of unlike some of the other facilities that do exist, which means we're not completely ruling it out entirely. We're taking parts of it where it makes sense, but we're also redesigning what the overall programming of the legacy of the site would look like. One thing is for sure, it will be seeped in technology because this is a 5G site. So whatever or however we design that future, it'll have technology at its very heart by virtue of the current infrastructure.
With that vision in mind about being pragmatic and revisiting, do you think the balance, the scales of what you will deliver in legacy will be perhaps a little bit less residential, less commercial, and more experiential?
I wouldn't go that far, Manus, because it's still unclear at the moment. We are exploring with new industries. There's a lot around biotech and ag-tech that's been incredibly exciting for us. We're complementing what others in the city of Dubai and in the UAE are also doing. As you know, there's several there's a new Ministry of Economy plan in place. There's a new recovery task force put in place. So it's going to have to dovetail with some of those other things as well.
And Minister, what's been the tough, I mean, probably you've been asked this many times, what's been the toughest part of the past couple of months for you?
Just waiting to have it done so that we can show everybody what we've been working on for the last 10 years, because it has been that long. But to do that in the year of our golden jubilee, with all this participation, and at a time when we talk about human solidarity and international cooperation, where it resonates just a lot more profoundly as a result of COVID, is, I think, the single most difficult part.
Lady with the plan, Her Excellency Wim Al-Hashimi, Director General of Expo 2020. Truly an incredible sight. This has been Let's get into the Middle East markets now. Felipe Pacheco, our resident equities reporter, is tracking industries. Qatar flew by 8% last week. Can that endure? Felipe, good day to you. So, can this rally continue?
Good morning, Manas. I think yes. The answer is yes. Pretty much because we are just about to hear more about the analyst perspective for the earnings for the fourth quarter for the company, and the estimates are quite good at this point, Manas. The stock rose 4.3% just on Thursday last week. It ended just above 12 reals, which is the highest level since May 2019. We heard from QNB Financial Services, a broker based in Doha, that they are expecting the fourth quarter numbers to actually show the benefits from a stake acquisition that happened last year. And apart from that, the company is also expected to deliver strong pricing across the board. Those are words from the report, coming from different products, including steel and fertilizer. So that's definitely a name to watch in the upcoming session.
And it's all about the flow. EFG Hermes expects the index review of the FTSE Russell. That's going to trigger inflows of what? $80 million into stocks here in the Middle East. So break that number down for me, Felipe.
That's correct, and we know how important those inflows are for trading across the region, and we had an interesting report by EFG Hermes last week saying that the FTSE Russell review that's expected to be announced next month should bring an addition on Aramex, the Dubai-based logistics company, that could lead to flows of about $25 million. That would be the biggest ticket by an individual next year in the region. And after that, we have being downloaded in Saudi Arabia, $22 million. Two names from Kuwait, Korean petrochemicals industry with $21 million, and Shamal Azur Al-Ula with $16 million. Looking at the Egyptian market, they mentioned the low probability addition of Saudi, the fintech company that we talked about a few times last year. If this addition happens, inflows would be in the order of around $70 million.
And one last one, Felipe. Israel's biggest money manager is planning to invest $2 billion in tech over the next 3 years. Just briefly, the details.
That's correct, Manas. We had a very interesting interview published earlier this weekend with Migdal Insurance and Financial Holdings. They are, as you said, it's one of the biggest managers in Israel. They have around $97 billion worth in assets, and they are setting up an investment arm to find out fintech companies and also funds in Israel, North America, and Europe that invest in that sector. And that is according to the Chief Investment Officer who gave us an interview to our bureau chief in Tel Aviv. They will invest a bit more, $10 to $20 million just in equity deals, and they will also offer debt to startups.
Felipe Pacheco, our resident equities reporter here in Dubai. Now, MMA fighter Conor McGregor currently in Dubai, preparing for his sold-out rematch against the lightweight rival Dustin Poirier. That's next weekend. UFC, or Ultimate Fighting Championship, was one of the only sports competitions that kept going through the pandemic. McGregor spoke to my co-host, Yusuf Al-Din, about the challenges of training and fighting around COVID-19, meteoric rise of UFC's popularity, and why business is booming in the Middle East.
It's been interesting for sure. You know, I've gathered a team of people. I've kept us isolated. I've kept the crew tight. Even still, there's been slight infiltrations of the virus. It's, you know, it's an intense situation, but, you know, we've got it done. I've got my work in. I've stayed healthy. I've stayed safe, and we're here now. You know, we've got to improvise. We've got to adapt, and we've got to overcome. Life is about, you know, not what happens to you. It's how you handle what happens to you, and that's what we've done. I'm doing the best I can. I'm here now, very excited that we're posted about.
What do you make of the UFC's ability and decision to push through the pandemic when a lot of the other leagues and a lot of the other tournaments sort of paused on the way back in the spring?
You know, I've had my ups and downs on that. Early on, I was like, I wasn't sure. You know, obviously at the time, I felt, to be honest, I felt everything was done correctly. They pulled an event, you know, I believe the first event was cancelled and then another event and so on and so forth. But then they got a hold of it, and obviously, you know, it's proved the success. They proved they can handle it. The United Arab Emirates and Abu Dhabi in particular have been amazing with what they've done, you know, securing the island, blocking it away in the bubble, and securing the safety of all the workers and all the competitors. And you know, it's been a great success. I'm very, very, very proud of the UFC and very, you know, in admiration of how they've done about it. And I'm very honoured to be associated with this company. And also I'm very excited to be back. You know, for us to get to compete still is, I'm forever thankful for that.
Connor, I mean, the audience of Bloomberg Television, a lot of them are leaders and decision makers, and I want to use this opportunity to sort of get your insight into how you prep for this fight, for fights generally. Would you say that you have already beaten a lot of your opponents mentally before you even get to the cage?
You know, for sure. Most notably, you know, you conquer your own self. You conquer your own self-doubt. It is true commitment. It is true structure. It is true following your guidelines of what you have set out for yourself. You know, waking up at the times you set for yourself, training at the times, eating at the times, going to sleep at the time. You know, full structure, full commitment to the plan. And you know, difficult things are only difficult when you are not committed to them. You know, with full commitment, difficult things actually become easy, and that's what I feel has happened. I've been fully committed to the weight, fully committed to the preparation, enjoying the process, making sure to smile, making sure to laugh, making sure to spend time with my loved ones, and living life as best I can. You know, things will present themselves, challenges, roadblocks, these type of things. It's like I said, it's not what happens to you, it's how you handle it. I felt I've handled it well. I've conquered my own self-doubts. I've conquered all of the conversations and, you know, the inner thoughts and the inner dialogues that you would have. And I'm ready. I'm ready to perform here. I'm excited to get back into the octagon. It's been a minute. I'm excited to get back in at 155 pounds again. And, you know, most importantly, I'm excited to get out and perform for the world. You know, to entertain the people of the world. Like I said, it's a trying time this year, the past couple of years, and quite possibly the year ahead. And it is an honor for me to get in and entertain the people.
Speaking of opportunities, what do you see as the growth prospects for not just the UFC, but your own brands in this part of the world?
Oh, the opportunities are endless. This is an amazing part of the world. It does amazing business out here. It's a high level area out here. I'm very excited to come out here to this region. I've fought in this region before in Amman, Jordan. I'm excited to compete now in Abu Dhabi for the people here. I'm in Dubai currently. They're treating me well, very hospitable towards me, and you know, the sky's the limit regarding everything. I feel the UFC is at the pinnacle of sport. I believe it's the most valuable sports franchise on the planet. I believe I'm the most valuable asset in the most valuable sports franchise on the planet, and that's it. You know, all my brands, all my businesses, everything is thriving. Life is not good. Long day.
What do you make of the recent trends of fights between celebrities and people of different fighting backgrounds? We had a YouTube Jake Paul beat former NBA player Nate Robinson that sold over 1 million buys on pay-per-view. A lot of people are criticizing it as maybe making a bit of a mockery of fighting. I want you to weigh in on that point.
You know, if they are fighting, well then it can't make a mockery of fighting, right? They're getting in and they're competing. You know, I am not so much against it. What I would say is though the numbers that show calculated was there was a Mike Tyson fight. You know, you had Tyson and Icon in fighting, as well as Roy Jones Jr. Two goats in the sport of combat. And you know, and then you have the YouTube kid and then an NBA star competing underneath that. So they're doing good business. Into those competitions myself, you know, it's not the most high level, if any level at that stage. Obviously the Tyson and Jones fight was very high level, and it was very interesting to see what they would be like in their older age, or you know, I thought they both fought amazingly. And you know, if it, as they say, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. And Dana and the UFC are not really into it, but you know, I'm not so against it. I think you know, people are willing to get in and take the risk of making that work. You know, I am certainly a viewer.
Looking at where we are today, to what extent did that help shape your thirst for achieving victories? And what would you tell kids growing up today who'd be looking to you in this time?
You know, what I would say is all our trials and tribulations and all the stuff we go through in our life shape us into who we will become. So I would simply say to stay positive, to listen to your elders, listen to your parents, listen to your grandparents, listen to your coaches. You know, I would say enroll in sport. I would say listen to your teachers in school. Stay focused, have fun, enjoy life, because you know everything that happens, good or bad, will shape you into who you will become and will make you stronger. It's what has happened to me. I'm in a great place in my life right now. Currently, I'm fully invested into giving back to my community where I grew up. We've done some amazing things with the football ground, with the boxing ground, with some of the martial arts gyms also. And long may that continue. I will, you know, as I get to this stage in my life, I'm all about giving back. I think it is our human duty to give back. You know, especially someone in my position, it is my duty to give back, and that's what I'm doing. The older I get, the more I realise, you know, coaches, teachers, you know, trainers, they give so much of their time to the youth to educate them and bring them up, and it's all volunteer work. And I'm, you know, when you grow up, when I was growing up as a kid, I never really noticed that. I was kind of like, that's the coach, and then you know, this is the training, and I never really had much. Not that I had any disrespect, but I just didn't really see it from what way I see it now. These are men and women with their own lives and their own families that are giving time out of their day to train the coach, to train the youth, and with very little backing. So you know, with this part of my life, I want to give back to all of these sporting clubs to help the next generation come through. My competitor that I'm fighting against, Justin Carrey, he also is of the same mindset. You know, the foundation, the Good Fight Foundation, which I'm going to donate to. I'm going to donate to his charity, and off of that donation, they're going to build a gym in his hometown. So I'm very excited about that, and I think this is what prize fighting should be about, and I'm very excited to be here in this space.
Conor McGregor there talking to Yusuf Jamal, my co-host on Philanthropy and Friday. I want to take you to Washington. It's a live shot of the Capitol. Yes, it's still very late in the night. We're preparing for the inauguration of Joe Biden, president-elect. He has a Twitter account, and if we go to that, he's talking about 14 million Americans having fallen behind on their rent, and many soon risk eviction. We understand as we go into the first 10 days of the Biden administration, it will be all about the 100-day mass challenge. It will be about the extension of student loan forbearance. 35,000 National Guards are present in the Capitol. That's a stronger military footprint than the US has in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria combined. A capital embattled, or a political narrative that needs to be changed. Wednesday will tell the truth. This is Bloomberg.
is unique because we can create physical sensation. This is known in stomachal stimulation.
Y lo más increíble es eso, no solo estás sintiendo frontalmente, sino que en la espalda también, entonces a lo mejor estás jugando y sientes que por detrás te pasa algo, entonces...
Y ve cómo te tiran algún objeto, o cómo notas la sensación, ¿no? O que te golpean a ti. Yo creo que hace que empatice mucho con los personajes y que sea todo mucho más real.
I am David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
This is a market that, for the past few weeks, has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
Welcome to Bloomberg ETF right here in Europe. I'm Francine Lacroix, and over the next 30 minutes will be your guide to the region's thriving market in exchange-traded funds. Everything you need to know about the funds and the flows. Best month on record, European ETFs taking 21 billion euros, bringing total inflows for the year close to the 100 billion mark. We ask if investors can keep up the pace in 2021. Demanding diversity, State Street becomes the latest money manager to vow to use its voting power to make company boards more representative. And making the switch, technology hedge fund has turned itself into an ETF. We'll ask if the start of something big. Well, first off, let's get a look at which countries and sectors have been tracking the money. Our Danny Berger has all of the details. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Francine. Well, we saw net outflows from European tracking ETFs, 73 million to be exact. But leading the inflows this week was Germany with over $200 million worth of inflows. Most of that, if not all of that, was going to a climate change ETF in Germany. So not necessarily just German tracking, but rather a very specific ESG strategy. And we continue to see inflows into the UK. They've ebbed a bit, but we have seen some heavy inflows after the transition period ended, starting in the new year. Now, when it comes to outflows, Switzerland and Italy are two of the big ones, both about $150 million flowing out. Italy, of course, has some political drama. Perhaps that's driving some of those flows there, Francine.
Danny, another volatile week for Bitcoin. What do the flows look like?
So the flows there actually were a pretty good indicator of things to come. You'll recall last week on the 7th, we had a record high in Bitcoin. At the same time, this Switzerland-based Bitcoin ETF saw its biggest outflow on record, and the outflows have continued in the day since. So this was probably a good one to track. If you wanted to get a sense of sentiment, perhaps it was a bit foreshadowing, and it could have been the same folks sending the price of Bitcoin lower as well. Of course, a few days after that record outflow, we also heard a warning from the FCA for people who are invested in Bitcoin products, Francine.
Thank you so much, Danny Berger, with the very latest funds and flows. Now, joining us is Peter Thompson, who's Goldman Sachs Asset Management Head of European ETFs. Peter, there's certainly no shortage of news since 2021 started. How has that played out in ETFs?
I think, Francine, it's just a continuation of a very busy cycle last year, given everything that's taking place. So whether it's thematics, whether it's ESG, whether it's actively managed ETFs, it's just a continuation of growth in the market and multiple themes driving that growth.
I mean, what's the theme of 2021? If you look at ESG, and I know we'll come back to it later, How much does that have to do with actually what we're seeing in treasuries and how much that's driving ETF markets?
Yeah, I think here in Europe, Francine, it is ESG. It is now front and center. I think we hit an inflection point last year where this just matters in a very meaningful way with investors. And so those of us that are managing money and putting funds in the market are reacting to that and talking about it every single day. It's a really big deal.
Peter, is there a way of looking at COVID, through ETFs that you can't do in just buying general stocks?
I think, specifically into COVID, it's tough, Francine. I mean, you could look obviously into the healthcare sector, and there's, plenty of ETFs that look in that area. So once again, you kind of go towards a sector or a theme. But I think it's not so much COVID, it's the forward, right, on how that's going to impact the market. And so far as we've seen in the markets, they're resilient and they're strong, and inflows in the fourth quarter, particularly into the equity markets and ETFs, were very healthy.
Peter, I know we started actually last year talking about how much this ETF space can grow in Europe compared to the US. Given where we are, given some of the investing out there, but also some of the actively managed ETFs. What's 2021 going to bring?
I think, another year of strong growth. So, the global market added over $500 billion in assets. So we're at about $5 trillion. Europe was about 20% of that. Francine, over $100 billion again. So, we expect that to continue and to grow, from that base. I think Europe is still developing. Fixed income is still developing in Europe. Another great year in the fixed income ETF markets. So, a continuation with just, kind of an overlay of ESG on almost everything.
Peter, what's the one thing, apart from ESG, that you think will really dominate the European ETF market?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a big year for what the market describes as thematics, and you can look at AI or clean energy or the future of healthcare. Lots of just fascinating themes in there that are beginning to change, and I think people are starting to get a handle on what I describe as the forward, Francine, where these trends are going, and I think you're going to see a lot more money, millennials, moving into those kind of things in 2021.
Thank you so much. Peter Thompson of Goldman Sachs Asset Management stays with us. Now, coming up, a technology hedge fund has transformed into an ETF, opening itself to a wider market. Could 2021 be the year of more opportunities for small investors? We'll discuss that next. This is Bloomberg.
This is the 1980s all over again, to make sure that we keep our hands firmly on the driving wheel.
I don't see demand coming back to the pre-COVID level anywhere earlier than the end of 2022.
If that happens and we see a demand recovery, then I think the market can absorb it.
And I continue to be, recovery now. And with the opening up of what's decided as the last 5-year plan, that is a golden opportunity for many international banks.
We hope to double our footprint across IB and also wealth management and asset management in a 3 to 5 year time frame.
Growth outlook structurally is very strong, but it does need to consolidate and allow time to help the share price appreciation to move more in sync with the growth.
So China can avoid further decoupling if they stop these inappropriate actions.
But at the moment, we really want to see the dust settle first on international relationships, on China's role in the global economy.
I don't see a likelihood of a big change in policy with the change in administration.
valuations, particularly sort of the technology landscape, gotten to some extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end. I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
This is Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe, everything you need to know about the funds and the flows, and I'm Foxing that one. Now, a small hedge fund specializing in tech investments has just made ETF history. It's become the first in the world to convert itself into an exchange-traded fund. Now, the asset management industry had been watching out for a mutual fund to make the switch, but instead, the hedge fund Upholdings Group got there first. Let's get more with our Ksenia Gluchko, who heads up our EMEA equities team. Ksenia, why did Upholdings decide to convert their hedge fund into an ETF?
Hi, Francine. So Upholdings Funds, which was running a tiny $3 million hedge fund, wanted to expand their investor base, and in particular to include retail investors. So they began exploring the process of converting their hedge fund into an ETF last March before formally making a filing with the SEC in October. They actively managed Upholdings Compound King ETF, began trading at the very end of last year. The founder and CEO of Capital explained their logic by saying that investors shouldn't have to be rich and invest privately to beat the market. So their move to convert the hedge fund into an ETF was about expanding access to high-quality growth investing to non-professional investors.
Ksenia, are we likely to see more conversions into ETFs going forward?
I think that's highly probable, Francine. This is part of a bigger trend where we're seeing ETFs continue to take away market share and look more attractive than mutual funds and hedge funds. The main reasons are the ETF's ease of access and their cheapness, and that's really appealing to retail investors who are increasingly playing a more important role in the U.S. stock market. In contrast, mutual funds, for example, have been losing assets on a net basis for 6 years in a row now, and more hedge funds are closing than opening these days, and their fees remain under pressure. So now with the Upholdings Compound King ETF, we have the first conversion of a hedge fund into an ETF, and the market is now waiting for the first mutual fund conversion, which issuers including Guinness Atkinson Funds and Dimensional Fund Advisors have filed plans for.
All right, Ksenia, thanks so much. Ksenia Gluchko there, who heads up our EMEA equities team. Now let's get back to Peter Thompson of Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Peter, what's the read across to your world?
Yeah, I think this is another kind of legitimization of the wrapper, Francine, in terms of what it can do and how adaptable it is. And I think you've got a lot of organizations out there, asset managers, hedge funds, alternative managers that are thinking about their client bases, and in particular kind of the future client base, the millennials, the younger folks. How are they going to want to consume investment content and investments? And I think a lot of that is looking at the ETF market. And so, the hedge funds, the mutual funds that are looking at the conversion of some large funds, the names you mentioned, in particular Dimensional, I think a lot of folks are out there looking at that and thinking, how do we have to tailor our fund range for future demand? Not just today's demand, but the demand that's coming in a digital mobile world. And I think this is another indication of that trend becoming real.
Peter, talking a little bit about regulation trends in Europe. I know in the U.S. there's huge tax incentives to own ETFs. How do you expect regulation to change it?
Yeah, I think, obviously we don't have the tax angle here that they have in the U.S. that provides that further incentive. But you've seen the regulators reaching out in terms of looking, for example, Francine, at non-transparent active, wanting to have and publicly stating, wanting to have discussions with the asset management industry about how they think and look at actively managed ETFs or non-transparent active ETFs. So I think this is firmly on the regulators' radar, and we're going to have more of those conversations. We're going to see more of those resulting in new products coming to market. I'd say as soon as this year.
Peter, is it difficult actually to see how much bigger the market will become in the next 12 and then 18 months?
Well, I would think, with 2 years running now of over $100 billion in growth in Europe, Francine, I I don't think many would estimate that that's going to go down. And I think once again, we're kind of, I hope, coming into a sweet spot here. Most in the industry would say in Europe we're 5 to 10 years behind the U.S. And you think of that kind of hockey stick graph, we've clearly passed that inflection point, and it's now, how fast does the slope of that line increase? But I think most of us are betting that that this year will be a bigger year than last.
And Peter, how much does the ETF fixed income space actually grow?
Yeah, I think it had a big year last year in 2019, Francine, the first time we had greater inflows in fixed income than in equity ETFs. This year we were on track to do that again until an equity rally, in November and December, so equities finished a bit higher. But I think you're going to continue to see a lot of growth in the fixed income market. That's something at GSAM, very big part of our business that we're very much focused on. Some other big players in that space, and I think more room in that space for development, with a history less of indexing and indexation, and I think the active side will be very prominent in fixed income.
Peter, thanks so much. Peter Thompson there of Goldman Sachs Asset Management stays with us. Now, coming up, one of the world's biggest ETF operators is stepping up pressure on companies to do more to improve diversity. We'll discuss that next, plus your smart beta scorecard. This is Bloomberg. Your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Edward, welcome to the Big Decision. We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture. Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Are you worried that people won't take the vaccine?
We remain concerned about vaccine hesitancy.
What is one really good advice you take?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Okay, where do you go from here? It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart for any show.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is a market that, over the past few weeks, has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
These challenges, I believe strongly, have to be talked about as investments. They're not just nice things to do or socially nice things to do. They're investments.
If you want the field of economics to be growing and to be taking on new challenges and innovating and using new methods and interested in new questions, you need to have diversity in it, or else it's going to become a stagnant field.
We need it funded in a way that is not so dependent on vocational choice.
So if we choose to locate in where our houses are segmented by income and by race, then our education is similarly going to be different by race and by income.
Enshrining the priority of education in our legal system is a way of sustaining change over the course of many, many years.
I think Ed can do a lot, but the private sector has got to be mobilized.
Fed officials are reiterating the call for more diversity. Now let's stay with the subject, and one of the world's biggest ETF operators stepping up pressure on companies to do more to improve diversity. While State Street Global Advisors says it will vote against corporate directors in the US and the UK who don't disclose the racial and ethnic makeup of their boards. The money manager also warned for next year it will vote against boards that don't have at least one director from an underrepresented community. Let's get back to Peter Thompson of Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Peter, are we going to see more asset managers do the same?
I think so, Francine. I mean, this is just an absolute sign of the times. That board diversity is becoming so prominent. It's something here at Goldman. Our CEO David Solomon last year at Davos made an announcement about promoting more diversity in our IPO and banking process. So we're on the record on this one, and I think many other voices will join that call. It's just becoming more and more important. And we're listening to our clients, and they're telling us that this is something that's important to them. So I think you're just seeing the beginnings of quite a wave coming.
How does that will it be enough to actually have a sizable change?
Well, I think it's just raising the profile of the topic, Francine, right? And as it filters its way into the dialogues with the investors, institutional or retail, and then through to the products and the investment process, it's going to drive this change, right? And it's going to be demanded, I think, increasingly. And here in Europe, especially in the ETF market, I think we're leading in this space. You're seeing so much activity in ESG, in the different categories, and this is just a manifestation of that. I think just a brilliant wave and move that's taking place, and we're right in the middle of it.
Peter, how do you make sure that you play diversity through ETFs? Is it under ESG, or should it have its own category?
I think you really have to ask, because you're seeing that ESG, SRI, sustainability kind of label across both ETFs and other kinds of funds. Investors need to drill down into that, Francine, and get answers in terms of the E, the S, the G, right? Is board diversity a component of how your money managers are thinking about this? They have to ask those questions. There's a lot of information out there, and all of us are ramping up in terms of the resources and the people we have involved in ESG. So there's so much more information out there, but I really encourage people to ask the questions, right? Put your money managers on the spot and see what they're doing in this space.
Peter, thanks so much. More from Peter in a minute, but now let's take a look at the smart beta strategies, which have been gaining ground this week. Here's our Danny Berger with this week's smart beta scorecard. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Francine. The smart beta ETFs that are listed in Europe had a massive week, and that was really all dominated by flows into value ETFs. So you have to remember the week we're looking at is from January 5th to January 11th. So that captures this period when you had in the U.S. the Georgia election flipping the Senate to blue. So here is where we get that reflation trade played through ETFs. And that, of course, benefits some of these more higher beta types of factors, not just value, but size as well. That means smart beta ETFs saw their flow more than triple, led by those two strategies. Dividend comes in a distant third, bringing in $83 million worth of flows. Now, on the flip side, we actually didn't see any outflows this week, at least net outflows. We did see some strategies that were just flat on the week. For example, ESG was flat on the week. That, of course, doesn't really speak to the strategy's popularity because it's just 1 week. 1 week does not a trend week, and that has seen record inflows in 2020, so perhaps just a slight pause. One interesting thing to note with smart beta ETFs right now is that according to Bernstein Research, factor correlations are at the highest in at least 2 decades. That scares a lot of folks, makes things like multi-factor strategies not work as well. But for the moment, value still garnering a lot of interest, Francine.
Denny, thanks so much. Our Denny Berger there was the very latest on the scorecard. Now let's get final thoughts from our guest this morning, Peter Thompson of Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Peter, if you were to look at some things and actually look at the state of the market, it could be treasuries, it could be also piling up into Bitcoin and what it tells us about the state of what investors are looking at. Are we missing anything?
I don't think so. You're seeing some pretty significant volatility, right? Danny mentioned in the factor space, obviously in the Bitcoin space, with this last week or two. So volatility's out there. I think that's here to stay. We're in that kind of macro environment, Francine. But I think with ETFs in particular, you've got the ways to invest in these themes, to take views in these themes efficiently. And I'd come back to that point of when you think about the kind of new investors and the millennials and others, how they're going to access the market, the ways they want to do it, and the structures they want to use. ETFs are just very prominent in that space. So I think we're going to continue to see this movement of funds, and kind of be ETFs being kind of a lead indicator of where market sentiment is, and where we see volatility increasing and decreasing.
How do you look at liquidity, Peter?
I think once again, 2021 was a great year in terms of kind of proving that case again, particularly in the spring, particularly in the fixed income markets where we had such great stress in the credit markets. But ETFs came through, with flying colors in terms of liquidity, accessing the market, and being kind of a point of price discovery, Francine, for a lot of the less liquid parts of the market, particularly credit. So I think we're in a good spot there, and and it is it's made people more confident in the way the market operates.
Is there anything that you would look at as stress points? You feel more confident about the way the market operates, but if there were stress points, where would you see it first?
I think maybe in the credit space, right? But that's more kind of translating, liquidity into, bid offer, and then, the supply and the underlying trading of the securities. But, that's worked before and been tested. I think in ETF space, what people are looking at now is this, the active part of that. And how does that work? How transparent is that? Does that translate into liquidity, Francine? So far so good with it, but it's a new part of the market, that we're all working on. And I think, this will be a year where we got to get a lot more information on that, around liquidity, trading volumes, et cetera, and what some of these big names are going to do, with active strategies.
Peter, when you look at volatility, is there, there will be probably not, each asset class is created equal, so where do you see the most volatility?
Well, I still think maybe, some of the themes, we mentioned some of the factors have been volatile, with the evolving political situations, around the world, Francine. I think, we're going to see, I would imagine we'll see more of that on the equity side, and through ETFs, maybe in the next 3 to 6 months here. But, in these kind of, macro conditions, it's really hard to tell.
Thank you so much for joining us. Peter Thompson there, Goldman Sachs Asset Management, Head of European ETF. Now, that's it for this week's Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe. We'll be back next week.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things
everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming,
We can and we will deal with climate change.
and fight against climate change. We'll go green and recover.
She joined IBM as a systems engineer in Detroit in 1981 and stayed on for 4 decades. Ginny Rometty rose through the ranks in technical, sales, and then management jobs. In 2012, she became IBM's CEO, president, and chair, the first woman to hold the job in history. After steering the company through major technological transformations and ups and downs, from the rise of mobile to AI and the cloud, Ginny Rometty bids a fond farewell to one of the great loves of her life. This is her exit interview. Joining me on this edition of Bloomberg Studio 1.0, former IBM CEO and chair, Ginny Rometty. You are leaving IBM after an 8-year tenure as CEO and nearly 40 years at the company. How does that feel?
It's almost surreal in some ways. Obviously, it's a company I loved, or I wouldn't have stayed here for 40 years. So it feels like it's a great moment because we've just really been through quite a transformation. So on one hand, it's bittersweet. On another hand, I leave with really great confidence in the company.
What are you most nostalgic about, and what are you most excited about?
Well, I'm certainly most nostalgic about the people and the platform of the company. I mean, I really do believe IBM stands for the gold standard of good tech. And what we do, most systems in the world wouldn't run without us. So it's the people that do that work I'll be most nostalgic about, and the clients who have been decades of relationships. But as well, what I'm going to look forward to, because I think it's been one of the great things I've had a chance to work on, is a lot about making an inclusive workforce. So one of the things I'm going to do in my retirement is to lead up with Ken Frazier from Merck an initiative called 110 to place 1 million Black employees over the next 10 years into our companies.
With 110, this organization of 3 dozen or so companies is pledging to hire, train, and promote 1 million Black workers over the course of 10 years. How did your company involved in this initiative?
As I worked on the digital economy and saw digital transformation that was happening, to me it was really clear a large segment of the population would be left behind. So we had started some work, which we can talk about, on bridging this education gap. Because we needed the employees too, but they couldn't get college degrees fast enough. So was there another way to hire a whole swath of of people out there that could be prepared with a high school degree and maybe an associate degree. So pause there. But then as the pandemic happened, and then obviously with the killing of George Floyd, and really coming back to the surface around systemic racism, Ken Chenault from American Express, Ken Frazier of Growth, as well as Charles Phillips and Kevin Shiro from Amgen, came together and we all started saying, what do we do best? Because companies, what we can do is hire people. And economic opportunity is the best equalizer. That's just the beginning, because then it's the supply chains, and very simply, it's just putting supply and demand together, and all of the supply is subscale for Black employees, and we're going to help.
What do you think is broken about the way companies hire, promote, and train their workers?
On one hand, we have an education system that we may have gotten a lot of debt from education, yet we really don't have employable skills yet. So one is to work with the schools, and then on the employee side, it's really breaking down a barrier of a perception that, gee, if I bring people into my company that don't have a college degree, I'm in some form dumbing down the workforce. It's not true. And now that I've been at it 8, 9, 10 years, what we've learned is that great aptitude just didn't have the same access as everyone else at the same time. These are our best employees. And by the way, as they've been around lots of other people, the 75% now have college degrees, and we just had our first PhD. So the biggest thing we're going to work with all the employers on is you've got to change your job recs. It is a systemic barrier, meaning if every job you offer out there lists a whole set of college degrees required, you have completely blocked out large segments of the United States population. 60% of Americans do not have a college degree. 80% of Black Americans do not have a college degree. So you've just completely taken them off your radar screen. Now, if you would change that and say, hire skills first, a different paradigm, well then you're going to open your aperture to some great employees. And so when you say, what is growth, I think it's this view that it's a degree only versus skills first, not just a degree.
Do you think that companies, and the tech industry in particular, do they value differences in race, differences in gender, differences in age as much as they should?
The numbers don't lie about that. So it'd be hard to answer that the system works right. But look, I do come from a company, I feel like I stand on the shoulders of giants on this topic, right? It is 1899, one of our predecessor companies had the first woman and first Black, right? So it was 1935, equal pay, 1953, equal opportunity. So I am used to that. All that said, all of us have to do better. I mean, I'm so proud. You know, when we had record diversity and inclusion numbers in my last year, and this year again at IBM. And so that takes, though, not one deed. To me, it is like a million things that you need to be so consistent. And the word is authentic. You have to authentically believe that this will make you a better company. It will make you better innovation, better products. And in my heart, I believe that. And I think as a company, in its DNA, it believes that.
And how much do you think it matters that the CEO, the leadership, makes this a number one priority?
I think it's a point blank. And in fact, actually, the 110 initiative I'm working on, it is only CEOs allowed. And so, and I don't mean that in an exclusionary sense. We mean it as, if you're going to actually change paradigms, remove barriers, you've got to have someone at the top say, no, this will be important. Diversity is a number, inclusion is a choice. And you have to show people who make that choice over and over.
Absolutely. You joined IBM in 1981 when Apple was in its infancy. Facebook, Google, Amazon didn't even exist yet. You have seen so many technological shifts, whether it was the rise of the PC or smartphones, or more recently the cloud, AI, quantum computing. Which of these shifts has surprised you most? Or does anything even surprise you anymore?
I'm not sure anything surprises me anymore, but I do think more current and in this sort of last era, not a surprise, but it is absolutely the speed at which things have happened, and that there's been multiple shifts at one time. Because you could say you saw cloud, you saw mobility, you see AI data, all this at one time, and I think that's actually been what's made this digital transformation era the one that has had the most impact, and most impact on IBM. I mean, clearly when I took over, I had to refocus the company to cloud and data. And it's the speed at which those were moving, and for us, that's been a journey, right? It's clearly been our most historic transformation, where we've had to divest businesses, almost over $10 billion of businesses to give you fuel, and then we did, in my time, $45 billion of R&D, and then another 65 acquisitions.
IBM reacted very quickly when the pandemic arrived in early March. How unexpected and unprecedented was that for you as a leader? Did that surprise you?
You know, I have to say, at a personal level, to some degree, yes. Intellectually, no. And I'll give you this example. So here, because we're global, 170 countries, we were obviously participating with this with our Chinese workforce, our Japanese workforce, we see Italy, we're everywhere. And I am proud, by the way, every country, we were able, in days, 95% of our workers were working remotely. So I'm very proud of what that says about the infrastructure, how we do our work, our customers. That said, I can remember it was the middle of March, I done some TV interviews, and that it was my 40th wedding anniversary, and I was going to fly to meet my husband for a weekend, and as I left, I only packed for 4 days to go down to that house to see him, and never did I really sort of realize, nope, I might not actually come back after this, and stay at home, right? And so that's why I mean, so intellectually, I think we all saw it. Everyone I know, right, that I've talked to sort of has a similar story about the speed at which it then moved, that we really did need to stay in place. First thing is, okay, how do you help people, right? So of course you're on employees. Obviously, we all worked on that first. So put that as job number one. We do own the Weather Channel, and we had a site immediately put up that you can see in your zip code, you know, what were the cases, how many deaths the cases were, check on your parents, your kids, whatever it was, but one source of truth for data that was out there. We did that. The second, immediately in parallel, and this is still going now, was work on the cure. What could we do that's us, you know, authentically us? And it was, we sponsored for the government and put together a high-performance computing consortium, which now has 40 people who donated their high-performance computing. We do have the top supercomputers in the world. Think of it as if you could overnight buy $1 billion computer. That's what it is that we put together. 600 petaflops, and there's 100 world-class scientific teams that are running all of their analysis on this. So they've contributed to the cure. We took Watson and AI, 25 countries, asking questions, everything. You can remember those days, like how much misinformation was out there about COVID. And so all that got underway. Then we had to quickly move to another phase. Not quickly, it took months, but how do you return to work safely?
Other CEOs have used the words terror and fear and felt like we got hit by a torpedo. Was there any amount of fear for you as a leader, as somebody who's in charge of these tens of thousands of people?
And, you know, no, those are not words in my vocabulary, basically, and I think because we do mission critical work, I've always felt that when things got the most tense, I become the most calm. And it is in those moments that people look to you to steer them through something. So it is a determined calm is how I would describe it.
Where does that come from in you?
You know, I guess I've often thought about that, and I think it comes from my early time. I talked with you about this before about my mother, and single mom, found herself raising 4 children suddenly. She didn't have an education. She spent time on food stamps. My mother was determined to get to the end of the story. Found her way out with an education out of that. The rest of us turned out well by watching her. And in that moment, it taught us, you know, never let something define you. Only you define who you are. So you need to take control of that. And I think that is what has stayed with me through all this time. Whether it's a crisis or whether it is actually the reinvention of the company or myself, the idea that only you define who you are, not someone else.
You've said you've never thought about yourself as being a woman CEO, but that is how others have often thought of you. Did you find that frustrating over the years?
I've said to other women as they've taken on their CEO roles, I said, get ready, because everything you do is magnified, everything you do is personal. I can't tell you that that's fair, but it's what happens.
And I continue to be recovering well. And with the opening up that was decided at the last 5-year plan, that is a golden opportunity for many international banks.
We look to double our footprint across IB and also wealth management and asset management in the 3 to 5 year time frame.
Growth, well, structurally is very strong, but it does need to consolidate and allow time to help the share price appreciation to move more in sync with the growth.
So China can avoid further decoupling if they stop these inappropriate actions.
But at the moment, we really want to see the dust settle first on international relationships, on China's role in the global economy.
I don't see a likelihood of a big change in the policy with the change of administration.
So much innovation, so much evolution in your time at IBM. How do you think IBM is a different company today than when you took over as CEO?
We now have our next generation technology platform. That's what the team is built. With cloud and AI, IBM does its best when it has a physical technology platform. So things like the mainframe was there for decades, still will be there for decades. Modernized, it's on 15, 16. And to me, hybrid cloud AI is this company's next platform. And because there's a very serious set of work we do that requires the ability to run work wherever you need to run it, whether it's a private cloud, multiple public clouds, build something once, run it anywhere, get a scale advantage from that, not be locked in, get open innovation. This was all behind our open hybrid cloud.
I would love it if you would humor us and go back a bit more in time and paint the picture for us of a young Ginny Rometty walking through the doors of IBM as a systems engineer in Detroit in 1980.
I came from a single mom who, to get us off the food stamps, found her way back to get an associate degree so she could get a job so we could all go to school. So I started there. I had a scholarship from General Motors, Western University, so I first did work there. So before that, then I went to IBM. I worked there a year, but as electrical Bob, I love what she does and she is passionate about cars. I wanted to apply technology in other things. So went to IBM, and here's what I remember that first day. Of course I did not have a blue suit, all right? I had not had one. I'm not sure I had any suits actually. But this is back in time, right? So this is 1981. Out of blue suit, I can remember coming home from work, taking my jacket off, putting it on the couch, and my husband saying, "Do you realize the price tags are still on your suit?" And that's how I remember my first day. And I thought, how gracious. There wasn't a single person who said anything about that.
Your mom, how influential was she over the years?
She showed us that nobody defines your future, you do it. And we watched that and learned that by just looking at what she did.
I remember when you took this job in 2011, the New York Times wrote this big piece about your husband and how he was the support system, and as all husbands should be. And it had a big impact on you because I think we often think our support systems should be invisible. But then we don't learn how other people do it. And I'd love to know more about how that partnership evolved over the years, especially as you were CEO.
I just had my 40th wedding anniversary, and so 40 years, and you know what I say about Mark, he's my biggest fan. And that, I think that makes all the difference in the world. And so that it's a partnership. And I know not everyone has been blessed like I have to have that kind of relationship, where not only, I say when you become CEO, it's a family job. It isn't as if it's just one person. So it's impact on time. My whole life I traveled from my position as an example. We always had a rule that never be more than 2 weeks apart from each other. And we never broke that rule. And 40 years of my travel. And so those are the kinds of things that I think, they keep you together, build it stronger, and I have been really blessed and lucky to have someone like that by my side, who took as much pride and was tried to learn as much about IBM and be its ambassador, right? I feel he was IBM's ambassador and took as much interest in my clients as I did. So it was a real partnership, and clearly I did nothing else but work. So I have such great empathy for women that, you know, have children and all these other responsibilities. I worked, and Mark really did take care of everything else while I did work. So I was lucky in that sense.
Well, I'm sure you're selling yourself a little bit short, and he's very lucky to have you as well. I will just say that. You said you never thought about yourself as being a woman CEO, but that is how others have often thought of you. Did you find that frustrating over the years or unfair in any way?
That's an interesting question from two perspectives, because I've often felt when I first became CEO, I really did not want to be labeled that. I wanted to be recognized for what I could accomplish. I think many women feel that way. I think many people feel that way. But I will tell you a different side of that story, that as time went on, I did begin to realize this obligation to be a role model. And you could see so many people that would react to not just what I did or what I said, but that it was, you were a role model for their children, their daughter, someone, themselves. And this idea that you cannot be what you cannot see. I began to internalize that and did feel it was an obligation. And I changed my view about that. And as my tenure went on, you saw me become, you know, more vocal about that and more involved in things, because I realized, and whether it's a woman or any group, people's got to have role models to see what's possible. And that is, in a positive way, an obligation there. Now, with it becomes, I've said to other women as they've taken on their CEO roles, I said, get ready, because everything you do is magnified, everything you do is personalized. I can't tell you that that's fair, but it's what happens. And so just power through and do what it is you think must be done.
So what is your advice to young women out there who want to be you, who want to be leaders?
It's probably the one piece of advice I am best known for around the world, and it is my husband who taught me the lesson. It was early in my career. I had interviewed for a job, was offered it, and I was very nervous about taking it. I didn't think I was ready. I thought I needed 2 years. And Marcus said to me when I came home, he said, because I told the person, let me think about it. And I come home and Mark said to me, do you think a man would go through this? And in those moments, what I remember is that growth and comfort will never coexist. And so everyone I talk to say, look, you just get really comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that when you're uncomfortable, that means you're learning and growing. And so to your earlier question about fear, I view those moments as like wonderful learning opportunities. And that's my biggest advice.
So have you replayed that story to yourself over the years, like, as you've had moments where you're saying, a man would not do this?
Well, what I've replayed to myself more is, go put yourself at risk. Don't worry. If you're nervous about something, fantastic. Or if you're not nervous, equally a concern. Be sure you take on something different and go into something new.
IBM's shares declined during your tenure as CEO, and I wonder if there's something you think investors just didn't get.
Obviously, you want your share price to grow, so of course to that.
Sense of real-time action, the 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decision. We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture. Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Are you worried that people won't take the vaccine?
We remain concerned about vaccine hesitancy.
That is one really good advice I'll take with you. Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Okay, where do you go from here? It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
IBM's shares declined during your tenure as CEO, and I wonder if that was frustrating to watch. I know CEOs always tell us they don't pay attention to the share price, but it has to be distracting. And I wonder if there's something you think investors just didn't get.
Look, we did return $43 billion to shareholders during the time with dividend and actually the dividend grew by 100%. But clearly, obviously, we want your share price to grow. So of course, and I think the piece in what we had to undertake was the hard work to reinvent IBM for the long term. And that's what we learned about the growth. We had a tall order to address, we did it. And so I'm really looking forward to now this next chapter for the company.
IBM is hanging a lot of its future on that. How will the company, and how should the company differentiate itself from rivals in hybrid like Microsoft?
We're clearly the one that defined hybrid. And we are clearly the ones, I would say the others have joined us now in this conversation. And so how we're clearly distinguished, we are the only one with an open hybrid cloud. So think of it real simple for a client. This means if it's open technologies, open source, open technologies, you can get access to innovation anywhere. Oh, so A, I get more innovation. B, I can write something once and it can run anywhere. It can run on another cloud as long as you have that hybrid open layer there. And that means it can run on any number of public clouds, it can run on your own cloud, it can run on your private cloud, your on-premise. Okay, perfect. So when the pandemic hits and I worry about where things are operating and need to move them, I am fit for purpose ready. And then once I do that, there's a skills battle out there. Well, all better that I can only have one set of skills no matter what I do. And then of course, you could guess it's 2.5 times its operating cost. So we are the only short answer. We are the true open hybrid cloud.
The tech industry more broadly is under fire for stifling innovation. Apple, Google, Amazon, Facebook. Having seen so many generations of technology, do you believe we're in a different phase? Do you believe these companies are stifling innovation? Do you believe that legislation or a breakup is involved?
Well, I don't think it's that simple of a question, and I don't know about stifling innovation. It's because I take it back a few layers from that. I can remember early on defining, we don't believe we own a customer's data broker. We will only use it with their permission. Data belongs to the creator. We, in fact, even the algorithms, the AI that comes and drives out of it, it belongs to that. So you make your choices, and then you hold yourself to be audited against it. I think this is more about companies being clear where they believe, and then standing up to those things.
That said, your competition and IBM's competition is formidable. What do you think are the biggest challenges that your successor, Arvind Krishna, will have to do?
Well, I have extreme confidence in Arvind. He's exactly the man. He's a brilliant technologist, architect, sees exactly what this means to be an open hybrid cloud. And so now Arvind's transition will be as we first spin off the knowledge infrastructure business, and then reposition IBM into growth. I mean, we're positioned, and now, as he said to everyone, this is about a growth mindset and a culture of radical candor, and because he now takes it to that step of growth.
When you look back, is there anything that you would have done differently?
I don't think so. Because I always believe in that moment we make the very best decisions we can with everything that's happened.
IBM has invented so many futuristic technologies, whether it is quantum computing or AI. It's often so hard to imagine how these technologies are going to actually change our lives in concrete ways. And given what you've seen over the last 4 years, I'm wondering if you would take us 40 years ahead. How will our lives be different in 2060 because of technology?
Well, first off, there'll be lots of technologies you won't even know yet. They have not yet been invented. So I will tell you that. All right. So on one hand, you should expect a lot of things you didn't know today. But I do believe that we're going to solve some really tough problems for humanity over these next decades. Look, AI is in its really early stages still of deployment. And so you've yet to see the real benefits of AI to come in front of us. And in that time frame, quantum will be flourishing. And so, quantum, the great sense of quantum are things like drug discovery, materials discovery that will be out there, the speed of how it's done. And so you will see, technologies you never saw before. You'll actually see AI used to reinvent businesses, and you'll see quantum come into real commercialization in that time.
It's a really reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the nickel. That is now being reversed.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility, so we have to switch there, and really we're going to step-by-step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
I'm Eric Schatzker, and welcome to Bloomberg's Front Row. Today I'm talking to Cliff Asmus, the charismatic quant and managing partner of AQR Capital. Cliff is one of the giants of systematic investing, but AQR has struggled lately, and assets have dropped by close to $100 billion. Cliff has spent 2 years looking for flaws in his models, and he believes they're as valid as ever.
I don't think we're wrong. I think we're very high probability we're right. It's not 100%. So we're going to stick with what we think is a great bet, particularly in a world that, again, doesn't offer a lot of attractive bets at this point.
In addition to that, Cliff and I talk about the reasons value investing has been so tough, having to fight his emotions, why some theories about AQR are total crap, new frontiers for factors. Here's my conversation with Cliff Asmus. I will start by saying it's great to see you.
It's great to see you. It would be great to see anyone, but it's great to see you.
Quantitative strategies, as a group, had a miserable 2020. It was even tougher for AQR.
What happened? The simple answer is really systematic value investing. And you were too kind saying 2020. They had a bad 2018 and 19 also. That's the simple answer. It was a disastrous year for value. That is not a full answer.
No, there was more going on.
No. Well, for us, I'm just talking about the geeky side. 2010 to 2017 was fairly terrible for most traditional members of value. People have been talking about a 10+ year drawdown for value. For us, and I think most multi-factor quants, so I think this is more general than discussed. But I know for us, we had a very, very good 2010 to 2017. So clearly, while there's a lot of accuracy there, and it was the cause of the last few years, just saying systematic value get lousy is not enough. I think the last couple of years have been an irrational bubble response to value, where we have seen the value start to blow out. So There hasn't been the fundamentals needed enough to justify the prices. And in that environment, other variables that look for good fundamentals, all of them, the inherent fundamentals, don't really help them much because that's not what's being rewarded. It's not a value. Now, you might ask, well, why don't you come up with some stuff that does great to irrational bubble of cost for value? I will admit that's kind of a holy grail. That would make our or any investment process, doesn't have to be quantitative, a fair amount better. The only ones I have found are basically short ups, which, for the record, I believe losing money long term is not a good idea. I failed to find that thing that you can easily find things that go up in the bubble, but finding things that go up in the bubble that you're either trying to be in them or that make money over the long haul, that can be fun.
Is there a structural flaw to the systematic approach to investing that explains why so many quants so badly lag the market in 2020?
The question of whether there's some systematic problem with systematic strategy, it is the $1 trillion question. Because, put differently, it's, do you think you say there, almost a cliche in saying that the world has been permanently broken, or do you think this is just a quite meaningful period for a good process? I will tell you this. I hope that our clients, that you guys, that everyone else, you judge us on this, you don't have to believe me. We try very hard to approach that question with a very open mind. My mother-in-law is always saying, you want to have an open mind, and not so open to brainstorm. She's not the best, really cool things like that. But, every once in a while, someone will be like, you guys blindly believe this. I've spent a lot of the last, certainly 2 years, it's trying to explore every hypothesis. It's very hard to explore in generality, in general sense. Is the world different? Does it work? That's not a deep sleep testable hypothesis. But we can go through them. But there are all kinds of specific hypotheses. If at the end of the day, we look through them really hard with that open mind and don't find anything, yes, we do fall back on saying what's worked for us live for 26 years back to Goldman Sachs, for hundreds of years, the most extreme backtest. We don't think human nature has changed to that degree unless we find the evidence which we fail to find.
There are signs the policy shift under the Biden administration, now that the Democrats have control of Congress, will trigger the long-awaited value rotation. Do you believe that?
I'm old enough to remember the tech bubble, which was kind of I think episode 1 of 3 I've gone through kind of the same value periods. And even after it burst, which was when a high, it was somewhere in the middle of March of 2000. I look back, I don't really know what the catalyst was. But people have theories, famously there was a business periodical that had a cover story on the burn rate at .com. It was very dramatic cover with flames going up. But I've never liked that explanation because that burn rate was high for 3 years. They were always able to refinance it. So why couldn't they do it the next time? I don't think you have to call turning points. I think you take bets that you think work on average and you stick with them with maybe the sinning of a drop. But I am very cynical that people can. Though I will say, if the Biden administration with the Senate does create a multi-year resurgence in value investing, I'm there.
Even if it isn't a policy shift, even if it has nothing to do with the change of administration per se, does the mere fact that the value spread has widened this far suggest that the day it narrows must, by definition, be that much sooner?
Sometimes I defend value so much, even I don't really give a darn about value. I give a darn about making clients money. It's correlated, but I wasn't upset 2010 to 2017 because of value. I was just a happy man. Some people listening to Carrey like stupid, like a happy man too. So, again, I do think the odds are much better, particularly over modest holding periods. Anything north of a year. I almost said I would bet a lot of money on value. I believe I am. So it's not just hypothetical. But the short answer is the question I'm going to give the short answer is yes. I think the odds are much better. They never get to an arbitrage. This is investment.
Are they better enough that you would tilt more to value?
It is a tough call.
People tend to think of quants as cold, unemotional beings, focused, as your client said, who robotically rationalize the way that is. You're no vulgar. So if you're not a cold, unemotional being, a vulgar, do you struggle with underperformance, with losing clients, with having to fire colleagues?
Yeah. I don't, first of all, I don't speak to this. There are two levels of non-vulgarism. There's the good part and the bad part. The good part is, it's funny, every once in a while you have clients that will get paid X amount of dollars, why do you care? Because I believe this, because I care about the people who invested with us and believe in us. I care about our people, desperately. So if anyone's revolting about that stuff, I don't want to know that person. I also get short-term emotion. I've written a lot about this. I haven't done this in quite a few years, but there were rumors that I've been doing this in my life. There is a difference between feeling emotion, acting emotion, and actually letting it affect me. I am very proud of the fact that as much as I can hate losing people money to the point that in my distant past I would call them electronics. I don't think anyone at HBO will tell you meeting one day and maybe because he was angry or in a bad mood. If anything, quant doesn't mean you're a vulgar. Quant does mean you run the process like you're a vulgar.
So at an intellectual level, you're still certain that the models work. Certainly not.
Certainly not. I was going to correct you. We are never certain. It's intellectually dishonest to say we're certain. In fact, statisticians of a characteristic that they make fun of occasionally, they never say that we're certain. They say the probability we're wrong is X. So they're right to say it that way, but it does come off the other end.
The translated is certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, not for blind safety or critical self-examination.
I know you realize that doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results, is one definition of insanity. And I'm not accusing you of being insane, but at what point, there has to be a point somewhere, if it's not today, in the future, that you conclude something's broken, or at the very least not working.
I want to scare it. The amount of returns that it would take to take the very long-term evidence that these factors work on average and wipe them out is way worse than you say. But it's not a prediction that we're going to see way worse. But no, when you have 50 to 200 years of data, even if in the prior years were much better than normal. So it can't be just data, and data is often somewhat backwards. Again, because of the 3 to 5 year horizon. But I'm absolutely wide open to stopping doing some things or everything if I see a different kind of evidence. If suddenly I saw these things I love to look at, the value stories, it's cheap versus expensive will average anywhere between 3 and 12 times more. The expensive guys are 3 to 12 times more. Forget the scale, forget how I'm doing it. If suddenly they were 1 1/4 times more expensive. That was the whole gap between cheap and expensive. We've never seen that before in this data. And then I think it's time to go, look, there was an inefficiency here. People figured it out. It's gone. If our trading costs quadrupled, because markets got very thin or way too many people were doing it and trying to trade at the same time, and that would seriously erode our edge. Strategies that depend on acting quickly are the ones that are being most effective. get on the way. You know, buying equity, announcing, you have to be the most open market on those. Value is a much slower strategy. But bottom line is, it would take way too many returns to be value. I don't think this will happen. I think we're going to have a grand comeback. But if we need enough returns to show us that the last 50 to 200 years are not true, I'll be running only on it. And maybe you'll work. I mean, maybe I'll work.
In theory, the best time to invest in a factor, or for that matter, in just about anything else, is the moment of peak capitulation. But it has been 3 long years for AQR. It has been much longer for the traditional equity. What if peak capitulation is still 3 more years ago? It's going to suck for me. It's going to suck for the people who believe in it. I think you talked about it. I think the odds of that get lower and lower. When you're presented, the crazier prices get. Obviously, never tell you it's tomorrow. It's next month. But I think we don't ever try to sell a short thing. And we're not asking, and I would recommend, or probably would even accept, someone to put 100% of their money, their whole nest egg in value investing. Because I don't think we're right. I think it's very high probability we're right. It's not 100%. So we're going to stick with what we think is a great bet, particularly in a world that, again, doesn't offer a lot of attractive bets at this point. Is this the most irrational market we've ever seen?
You know, I default to my it's a little different. Every episode is different. In the tech bubble, it was everything again. A lot of stocks are expensive, but it was more of an industry. There's a reason we call it the tech bubble. Tech was not the only thing. The value was crushed within almost every industry we looked at back then. But tech was certainly reserved and close to that. And the value spread between cheap and expensive was considerably wider when you allowed an industry than when you constrained it. Value is doing its additional fighting. You can find plenty of companies that are $2 that are well over. It's not something that I'm trying for. But you don't have that level of irrationality. But you do have the fact that you don't have to go to today at all to get kind of, at least compared to history, maximum value space. It is a trend everywhere. So in that sense, you can take a more diversified bet, which should be more powerful and start to come back. So I think it's kind of a push. I call it 5 to 1.
You're not the only person trying to understand why AQR performance and discovery. Many of your competitors and your clients have developed theories of their own. Here's one. Cliff is a victim of his own evangelical success. A decade ago, nobody was talking about that. Now every investor, every serious investor, knows exactly what prisoner per factor exposure is. And it's the ubiquity of factors that is making them unstable, and it's why correlations are breaking down. What do you say?
I say that is possible crazy. I've gotten in the groups. This isn't about factors. It's about factors for me, but it's about value investing getting killed and people not caring about quality. To attribute that to factor investing is putting us in too much power and influence. Do you think if there weren't a lot of quants, we would not have had, expensive beating cheap for the last few years? I don't buy it at all. Frankly, though I appreciate the compliment about my investments.
Here's another one of those theories that's been going on. This time really proves it. Because every theory starts because of macro factors, such as structural disinflation and the paradigm shift in monetary policy. What do you say?
Here's the plausible part of the argument. Low interest rate means distant cash flow to value more. Therefore, it is plausible that if value companies are the classic cash cow now, but limited growth opportunities, it's in the name, growth stocks. So, if those are more about the future, lower interest rates could rationally raise their value. You might be surprised at this, but we have a number of reports to that argument. One, when you look at the theoretical numbers, it's not close to that. If it's a rational interest rate effect, it's not close. People hate those interest rates. answers that are both directionally possible, but it's not close enough. People like either it's impossible or it explains all of it. This, it might explain a little bit, but it's not what's going on. I run my favorite thing, the value spread. It's a left, it's what's called a level on level regression. It's notoriously flighty. It's just statistically hard to estimate. But yeah, there's certainly at least anecdotal evidence that when interest rates are very low, value spreads are wide, which is what we see today. And
the willingness of policymakers to correct the depressive forces on the economy of financial markets, forestall.
Yeah.
Is that what's happening now?
I don't. Anyone who says they really know doesn't. But it is plausible. Yeah, they'll forestall is not correct. Deliberately, it's not correct. We have seen it. I absolutely admitted that this is a longer cycle than I would have guessed was a high probability. Again, I'm not sure possible. So I'm willing to entertain any proposal for it. That's certainly plausible. Why exactly cheap money has to go into growth stocks, not into people value stocks? I don't think they've linked those stories fully, so I won't say I'm a believer, but it's certainly plausible. But again, those are stories for how we got here. Think about the expected long term. Might change the time, might make a hard mistake. I think those of us who can speculate will be well rewarded for it, but we would not be so rewarded or not given such an opportunity long term if it wasn't a true creation. It is a paradox between something. Creating a strategy that doesn't, send us up a wall for a few years at a time is inconsistent with a strategy that lasts over the long term.
Here's a theory that you might listen to.
Because the other ones are really talking.
AQR became too big, unwieldy, not nimble enough to access with writing academic papers, because eye off the ball didn't innovate enough, couldn't provide. What do you say?
I say that was overcraft, and I would like to name it. But it is overcraft. First of all, we're completely honest that a fair amount of what we do in fact is that not just we publish, not like people act like we can move the whole world. We've written a lot, and maybe more than our share. We are far from the majority of things written on us. We, as I mentioned before, simple price to book kind of value has done a fair amount better for things we think are better, and things we think are better for the long term. Adjusting to the industry then, not taking the industry down. Helped a lot for the first several years of value program, hurt a lot over 3 years. We have tons of other things. One of the problems that we can tell you don't innovate is the thing, obviously I'll talk about a lot of it, but I will not talk about anything that I think we're a relatively unique or relatively. I am maybe too open about what we do, but I'm not crazy. And we spend our lives trying to make these models better. The only truth behind that relevant answer to the question still not is a big part of what we do are the simple, straightforward, we believe these things will work over the long term. I'm not a fan of using simple price to work. But if you told me that all I'm allowed to do, I put less money, and I would put in more, what I hope is more sophisticated, but I put some money in every single version of everything knows that. So I both dispute that we haven't innovated, but also dispute the premise that there are many things, it's not what we do to arbitrage away, what we do is huge right now. Innovation is great, we pursue it all the time, but that is simply not the case. Because I spend a fair amount of my time, I think accurately, but still evenly, defending the basic strategies that aren't what we're talking about. And I do that honestly because I believe in them, and I have my own money in them. People who think basic value is not going to work, and it's super cheap, and it works long term, and no story holds up for why it's not going to work, are just fitting the recent past. So I'll spend most of my time defending that, and it has been very, I can use it both, but there are two ends of the quantitative spectrum. Factorless, You know, those are often again based on access to data. People don't have higher frequency, certain strategies, they're lower capacity, much lower capacity. Value can be done on hundreds, more than this as a group, can be done on billions of dollars. And if the edge is there, which I firmly believe it is, small edge, but long-term accumulates for a lot, being able to move the dial for investors, pension plans, foundations, endowments, on a lot of money. You know, people overdo the competition for stock. Your contribution to your investor is some kind of idea of risk-adjusted return times capacity. You know, a super high risk-adjusted return, again, they could string and keep to yourself. You think it's a monthly times. No. A super high stock ratio that you can do in a row with tiny amounts of dollars. That's a monthly times. So I unapologetically say this is more. That's a common one. That's a contributor.
AQR was fabulously profitable. In 2017, it generated $800 million of earnings on $1.3 billion of revenue. And I know underperformance hasn't been good for business. You've lost 40% thereabouts of your assets, equivalent to some $100 billion. How are you managing that as a manager?
We try to do it with humanity. We also have to do other things to do with fine. Some of the wire is a huge humanity. Even if you think it's short term, you think the war back. It's not easy, but it's a job.
We've talked a lot about things that aren't working. Something that is working.
A few years ago, we began an effort to apply quantitative factor investing to the fixed income world. Particularly in credit, which is a huge part of fixed income. That's been actually one of the very bright spots for us. Now, what's intellectually interesting is philosophically. What we do there is not dramatically technical, deep, high-quality things. Even when these things get correlated around the world, they don't get perfectly correlated. So I think it would be untrue of me to say actual discovery is great at fixed income. Maybe not as great. I think that's just what happened. But it is more diversification. To any client, instead of all of it in one, to spread it out across the add value. We're big cynics about active fixed income in general. There's this general accepted wisdom that equities are really hard to add alpha, and fixed income is easy. We think when it comes to fixed income selection, in particular, which corporate names, where to be on the yield curve, even what country bonds to be in. Not surprisingly, the same basic forces of cheaper, higher quality, better momentum, improving fundamentals. The credit is improving fundamentals.
I know you're restricting business.
I'm not a cynic. I've managed to learn regularly like this. You know it goes up and down.
The reason I introduce it is that I know quants who say Bitcoin is just simply impossible to ignore now. It's too big. And they're actively trying to build models that work in the quickest.
Good luck. You know, you can trade anything for trend following. And we have not done this. I suppose it would have been great if we would have been wrong it. But you could just, trend following in its simplest form is just bucks. So if you can't mix that with other things, there's a limited amount of risk. Trend following alone is not a super high chart strategy, particularly for one aspect. But that is certainly open. Quantity focus on trend following is different than Bitcoin. That's what you're doing. You're never trying to figure out your distance on the trend. Again, I don't even know enough to say this with confidence, but I will still say I'm somewhat cynical with some of the good valuation for the right price of Bitcoin. Certainly not how it's traded. The trading is technical. To overuse the word, I think quants doing that are a little trickier than I know.
On that note, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
large firm such as Boeing with such technologies, you can see that.
Trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
After more than a decade in charge of the Hong Kong Exchange, Charles Lee is one of the longest-serving leaders in the global financial industry. He's pioneered key market reforms and acquisitions that help transform Hong Kong into the world's top fundraising venue. These include a deal to buy the London Metal Exchange in 2012 and to stop the next, tying the Hong Kong Exchange to its counterparts in Shanghai and Shenzhen, earning him the nickname Mr. China. Charles Lee's departure comes at a time when the ties between the mainland and Hong Kong are in sharper focus than ever. I sat down with him in one of his final interviews as chief executive of the Hong Kong Exchange. We talked about his legacy, the challenges he dealt with, and what's next. I'm Sophie Comrie. Here's my conversation with Charles Lee. Your announcement to leave early came as a surprise, but the environment has allowed for an opportunity for a smooth transition. But nonetheless, how can you leave? Why can you leave before your checklist is really finished?
Well, actually, the checklist is just keep growing, and so it will never get finished. So I think there's always going to be a point where somebody else has to carry on with the list and adding more things onto the list or changing the list. And so I don't think that's something that we can avoid. But the key is that it's time to potentially take a pause and have somebody else who hopefully with a renewed energy to do so. I still have a lot of energy left, but I think doing something for this long in one stretch is probably, I think we both can take a break.
Have you seen that energy at work? The bourse, under your charge, 11 years, so much was achieved, which had people asking why so much so fast. Can the exchange continue that momentum going forward?
Well, I don't really think necessarily we made a decision to say that we have to really go very fast, that we have to get X, Y, Z done. But I do think when you keep asking questions about how can we do this better, why we are not doing that, why are we still doing this way? So if you keep asking questions, then the challenge is that things start to get onto the list. I think it's just lucky that during this 11 years, that China is going through a major transformation. And when China is such a big economy with its own financial system, making that sort of a move, being able to anticipate that, being able to find a way to work with it, it just creates a lot of momentum for you. But obviously, if you miss it, if you're distant, or if you're counterproductive with it, then obviously it can be also quite miserable.
You've helped push Hong Kong to be a bourse among the top leagues, raise its global profile. You've managed to push through reforms like the dual listing in Hong Kong. How tough a battle was it to get regulators on side?
Well, I think our regulator, people sometimes make a big deal about our differences with the regulator. So I personally think that our regulator and ourselves sometimes have slightly different perspectives. And you sometimes lose patience, and they sometimes lose patience. But in the end, I actually consider that the relationship between Hong Kong Exchange and our regulators have been a very constructive one.
You've been willing to go on adventures, as it were, to take a leap 2012, the acquisition of the LME. Unfortunately, not a follow-up goal with the proposed merger with the LSE.
Yes.
With that episode, what are your biggest takeaways? Do you think you have the support?
We do have the support. We were very clear at the very beginning that there are 4 things we didn't want to do. When we started. 1, we want to connect the water. 2, we want to change the fish. 3, we want to expand outside compound and outside equity. And lastly, we want to modernize our platform. So the acquisition is really our number 3 strategy, which is to expand beyond equity and expand beyond compound. And we took the first step, which is really LME, which is beyond equity to commodities and beyond compound to London. So that's a great venture that gives us the confidence, to give us the perspective, and give us the experience to think bigger. But the LSE, we probably were a little bit late because we were trying to see whether Brexit was going to make a big difference on valuation, big difference on risk, on everything. And so we were left with either just sit tight, as if it never happened, even though we fundamentally, decided to do it, with very broad support at the board and also other stakeholders. Or we do something. So I decided, okay, let's go and shake the tree. Maybe the apple will fall. If it does fall, it's our luck. It didn't. Then we walk home.
What more could be done on the data and innovation front, upgrading legacy infrastructure and monetizing data, for example, at this stage?
Yeah, I think the changes are all, looking into the future and increasingly are looking at data as an alternative, both as an alternative to leverage how to do trading better, but even over the longer period and horizon, potentially trading data itself as an asset class. I think we are still long distance from that second vision, but on the first vision, you see global exchanges really going out of the way and build their data capabilities so that they are able to trade in its current financial system logic, but trade more effectively because they have more greater access to data. So in that regard, the Hong Kong Exchange itself is probably not yet as advanced. But we probably are going to go through a slightly different direction.
Charles, as you said in the past, a house is not built overnight. Renovations take time when it comes to the mission to upgrade the exchange. Is the house on solid ground? Are you satisfied with the foundation that you've put in place?
We got a big house, and we added big wings, and big yard, and everything is big. But inside the core house, it's an older house. And it's built on a very solid foundation. It's built on very solid but older technology. And we've been working at the technology at the house in so many ways that the house works like a clock. But it doesn't mean the house is going to be able to do more things. I think into the future we need to modularize it. It just means that every time we launch a new product, it takes a little longer than the next guy. Every time we do something, we change the risk management, it takes longer than the next guy. But in terms of reliability and stability, we are number 1, globally number 1. Everybody's system seems to have been something was done here, some outage over there. We have none of that for the last 11 years in touch wood, but we never have that.
Coming up, Charles Lee on how he found the magic sauce to connect China and Hong Kong's markets.
Hong Kong is now permanently on the irreversible track of connecting its market with China. And we just have to find new ways to move up.
push hard to great effect. Linking exchange with Shanghai and Shenzhen was, as you called it, a mission impossible. What kind of convincing did it take to get those programs off the ground? Did you at any point think it would be too difficult to open up the mainland market?
So what has given us confidence is the fact that we believe that we found the magic sauce. The magic sauce is that you have two systems. The reason people think it's mission impossible is because two propositions can't coexist in the same sentence. Opening up the market and maintaining capital control. So you can either open up without capital control, or you can have capital control but without a free open market. How can you find a way to make the two coexist? That really is what connects, because we can't ask China to completely forego capital control, but we can't ask the international market to go into China to trade in the Chinese way, because they can't. So the magic sauce is net settlement, local net settlement. That is, all international investors are settling and clearing with Hong Kong clear every day. And all the international and the Chinese investors investing into Hong Kong are settling clear with China Clear. So every day, only me and China Clear are changing a bag of money on the Shenzhen Bridge. Only one amount each day. That's really the key magic sauce.
What's the pathway to a southbound bond connect?
I think southbound is pretty much a consensus that it's going to happen. The actual permanence of it is just now being worked out. The most important thing about Connect is that Hong Kong is now put permanently on the irreversible track of connecting its market with China. And we just have to find new ways to move up.
You also have, so when you say when it comes to fixed income and currencies, the progress that could be made there. Internationalization of yuan, that is a potential driver for that. What's the biggest hurdle in making progress on this?
Yeah, I think for fixed income, we either find a way to become relevant in the global scene first, in dollar, yen, euro, or sterling. That's what LME is all about, and that is what LSE is all about. So you get into the business first, and then you wait for the R&D to become relevant and become prevalent, and then you start to capture the opportunities there, because you're already an incumbent fixed income bond market. Since we're not there yet, so we need to be looking at that and see whether we can continue.
Shanghai and Shenzhen, they're being nurtured as financial hubs. So what challenges does that pose to Hong Kong going forward? What's the outlook?
I don't really think it's really that relevant, because that market is going to be continue to expand, continue to develop. Think of the international market as a big circle. China market is a big circle. In the past, the two circles doesn't not even touch, and then they gradually touches, and then gradually kind of cross over.
But is Hong Kong's role as part of either circle in jeopardy?
No, I mean, obviously, when they want to go to separate moves, yes, Hong Kong will find either you become, you become part of China. Your international roles get disconnected. But that's not the case. This two circle has always been getting closer and closer, and then eventually overlap, and eventually more and more of them are overlapping. The Chinese market will never be like the international market in its entirely. The international market will never be able to suit into a Chinese market, but there will be enough, middle ground where they do intersect. It is in that intersection that Hong Kong has to find the most relevant role to play.
Amid tightness, speaking of Chinese companies in the U.S., more listings have come to this side of the world. How can Hong Kong deepen the capital markets and really champion more homegrown IPOs?
The great thing about Hong Kong is that fundamentally it's an international market, but has a very deep Chinese DNA and roots. So it's naturally going to be a place where international capital finding the best the Chinese company, and the Chinese capital finding the best Hong Kong listed entity. So we have four customers. We have Chinese money, Chinese underlying, international money, international underlying. I think historically we are a market of Chinese underlying international money. With Connect, international money is going into China as well, but the Chinese underlying, the Chinese capital coming to Hong Kong in a big way. So our missing customer is international underlying. So international underlying today has no fundamental interest in listing in Hong Kong yet, because it's just like any other place. However, if one day Connect and moving into primary Connect, that you're able to do a big deal here for the Chinese investors to buy you, then a lot of big companies will naturally come to Hong Kong for listing. Because Hong Kong could be a great place for China to do some very big mega swaps.
There was momentum towards embracing Chinese assets using index compilers, for example, including those equities, indices that has stalled somewhat given the U.S. sanction imposed by the Trump administration. What are the implications of that on China's attempts to integrate with the global markets and its legalization on the mainland, as well as Hong Kong's role in this?
Well, I think there are only just really three big markets left: U.S., China, Europe. With the pandemic exposing the fundamental flaws of almost everybody's weaknesses has been exposed through this pandemic. But if you look at that global map, invariably you will walk away with the conclusion that China is the place where yield is where it's going to be, because fundamental economic development is stronger there, the consumer class is growing there, the people are getting more wealthy, the currency is becoming stronger, and their supply chain is as resilient, as strong as ever. While this decoupling will continue to put stress on the respective economies of each other, I think relatively speaking, the Chinese market will become increasingly more important for global investors. So, yeah, government, policy makers, individual political figures can always do whatever they wanted to do that could potentially create short-term temporary impact on the more localized target. But as I said, finance, money is like the water. You can't block water.
There was a hiccup to that flow at Financial's IPO getting postponed. How did you feel about that?
Obviously, everybody was anticipating, looking forward to the biggest IPO in human history. That always carries with a lot of fanfare, a lot of profile. There's clearly a disappointment when that did not happen. But in the end, it's probably the right decision, because they do need to sort out fundamentally what's the relationship between the kind of financing activities that are driven largely by, alternative means, through data or others, vis-a-vis, financial regulation, and how the two sometimes really are not really conflicting each other, but sometimes they potentially could become issues.
Coming up, Charles reading on the future of Hong Kong and what could be next for Mr. China.
All my life I've been a water engineer because I've been dealing with finance, and I think finance in many ways has the same characteristic of water.
Charles, as you stated in the past, the rule of law, having a talented financial services community, those are paramount in securing the future of divorce and Hong Kong. Given the dramatic changes to the city's political climate, what kind of impact has it had on the exchange?
Well, I think everybody is finding ways to adjusting to the changing landscape. Our society clearly has changed. The last 2 years has not been easy for Hong Kong. And but the globe is changing. The kind of underlying conflict, the kind of underlying social inequalities, the kind of underlying populist discontent against the elite is a global phenomenon. It's not a Hong Kong unique phenomenon. I think in the end, for financial markets to truly thrive and succeed, you need stability, you need predictability, and all of that can only be guaranteed under the rule of law. And obviously when we talk about rule of law, it means a lot of things. It could mean a common law tradition. It could mean liberty. It could mean, a complete due process. It could also mean, a high level of security, national security. Every country also worry about national security. Today, the good thing is that Hong Kong is back to normal. Hong Kong is back to stable. Hong Kong is back to rule of law. People may not necessarily like the different kind of practices, but it is reflective of the unique reality of Hong Kong today, which came from the last couple of years, which came from the last decade of various challenges and conflict. We just have to find a way to adapt to it. I personally still feel that this place is as resilient as ever, is as strong as ever, and whatever happens in Hong Kong that some people may not like, doesn't bother me. Life goes on.
I have to ask, would a stint as chief executive of Hong Kong entice you in any way?
Politics is not something that you wanted to openly discuss, because it's very difficult to talk about it, whether you want to do a certain job or not. Because even if you want to, you shouldn't be talking about it. And if you don't want to, you shouldn't be talking about it. Because people say, who asked you? Why you said you're not interested in becoming chief executive of Hong Kong? Who asked you? How presumptuous you think that you'll be asked? So I don't get involved. It is not a particular area of interest that I discuss. It is something that whoever chooses to do it, I look at it in admiration.
The makeup of Hong Kong's financial markets has transformed under your leadership at the exchange, with new economy players more prominently in the mix. How should the city's economy and growth drivers better reflect that kind of change when it comes to its policies, job creation perhaps?
Yeah, I think the financial market in Hong Kong and the underlying economy are related, but in many ways they're not related us closely, because after all we are a small place. We are only 7 million people, 1,000 square kilometers. We don't produce anything, we don't manufacture anything. So by and large, we need to be part of something bigger. But our economy needs outside forces to make it work. We either have tourists coming in, or we export our labor, or we become a high-tech hub, or whatever it is, it can be alone, because 7 million people can't feed each other in a small little place.
What's next for you? You've indicated that you're keen to strike out on your own, become a water engineer perhaps, while you're being a metaphor for money.
All my life I've been a water engineer because I've been dealing with finance, and I think finance in many ways has the same characteristic of water. And so I will continue to be in finance. So that's what I said, that I want to continue to be a water engineer. So I want to find some different directions to work the water. Small medium enterprises, for example, in China are massive. They play a huge role. There's no reason why they're not being properly financed. And also China is so digitalized that its small and medium enterprises actually probably are the easiest financeable, only if we can find a more creative way of doing it. So that's the kind of area I want to begin to devote my attention to, and hopefully from a massive water project kind of a guy, maybe into a small Israeli dripping navigation kind of a possibility. So I'm thinking through it.
That's my conversation with Charles Lee. I'm Sophie Convery. This is Bloomberg.
Is synonymous with beauty. The world's biggest cosmetics company has been fronted by some of the planet's most famous faces, including Nelly, Jennifer Aniston, and Beyonce. It caters to people in more than 150 countries, with brands including household names like Lancôme, Maybelline, and Garnier. And behind it all is Jean-Paul Agon. His mission: to bring beauty to everyone. Right after graduating with a business degree, he joined L'Oréal at the age of 22, and he's been there ever since. He climbed the ranks from positions in sales and marketing to president of L'Oréal USA in 2001. He would become chief executive of the whole company just 5 years later. Under his tenure, L'Oréal has nearly doubled its global revenue and expanded its footprint in Asia. We spoke to Jean-Paul Agon on Leaders back in 2017. But how has being a leader changed since then, and what lessons has he learned? Jean-Paul Agon, the chief executive of L'Oréal, joins us on Leaders with Agon. Jean-Paul Agon of L'Oréal, thank you so much for joining us on Leaders with BlackRock. When you look at the numbers, and the number of mascaras that you sell a week or a year is absolutely astonishing. Did you ever think that L'Oréal would become so big?
I don't know. I joined L'Oréal 2 years ago. And it's true, you're right. It's a good question because at that time it was much more. Now we sell 7 billion products a year. We have more than 1.3 billion consumers. I don't remember exactly where we were 20 years ago, but probably a much smaller company. But still, we have room to grow. You know, we have only the 30% market share in the world, so the best is yet to come.
I mean, as you said, you've been in charge for 40 years. How have you changed as a leader?
No, I've been in charge for 14 years, but I've been
But you've been at the company, yeah, 40, yes.
Yeah, I didn't change many things. You know, I'm proud of all the changes that we did at L'Oréal. Even the revolution that we made. We made the digital revolution. L'Oréal is now clearly the head of the pack in terms of digital and e-commerce. Because we were the first to take the move. We are ahead in terms of sustainability. We are ahead in terms of ethics. So I think that on the most important transformation of the world, we were able to transform the company to make sure that we are always leader in the field.
What's the hardest thing about your job? When you talk about the digital revolution, I mean, that must be online sales, but also advertising spend.
Yeah.
Because I guess you spend less with magazines and more with influencers.
Oh yes, now we spend more than 60% of our media on digital. So there's been a real big change in the past 5 to 10 years. So everything is changing. You know, what's fascinating in the world of today is that you cannot just rest 1 minute or 1 day. You know, it's a permanent evolution. And if you want, like us, to be ahead in the curve, you have always to try to anticipate what's going to happen and be the first to take new initiative, new direction. And that's the most fascinating part.
So what's the trend or direction that you're looking at now? What's the next big thing?
You know, there are several, but one thing that's very important for me is that I believe that beauty is going to become very much tech. You know, like medicine is becoming medtech or finance is becoming food tech. So I want L'Oréal to be the champion of the food tech. I think that beauty will be beauty tech tomorrow, and I want L'Oréal to be the pioneer, the champion, and the leader of the beauty tech. I'm very excited.
So give me a bit of an idea of exactly what this will entail. I know you have a laboratory where you make skin. Is it the kind of thing where you go to a computer and they tell you if you've aged prematurely and so you have to get this cream? Or is it something even more sophisticated?
More sophisticated. It's big and more sophisticated. So it's in a way it's the alliance of a very top-performing digital ecosystem and transforming your company into an intelligent company where data circulates consistently across the company, where artificial intelligence is used in every department, and where in fact everything is completely connected. And so this combination of external relationships with digital and internal transformation and using data, I think it's really crucial.
So how will the relation with the customer change? Is it, will beauty become much more about healthcare or health?
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to change, but the relation to the internet is going to change. And eventually, this system, this digital system, could also lead to a kind of individual relationship in every consumer that we have. It's probably in the next 5 years, we will have a direct connection with each of the 1.2 billion consumers that we have on the planet. And so that's going to be very interesting.
How much is social media changing? So how much do you now prefer TikTok, for example, to Instacart?
It changes every day, so you have always to adapt. And also at L'Oréal, we let our brands do this initiative, adapting it to different social media. Some of our brands are more related to Facebook, some others are more related to TikTok. But for example, on TikTok, it's true that it's still very recent, and the collaboration that we have with them is still very small, $50 million. But for example, they were very instrumental in the huge success of our brand CeraVe. CeraVe is a new health skincare brand, and that is super successful in the US, and TikTok was part of that. And now it's the same for $11 per day. So we try to manage things across brands and with different partners.
What has surprised you the most within your time as chief executive of Royal?
The speed of change. The speed of change has really accelerated. And I think that the world, the speed of change of the world is really amazing. And for example, the digital tsunami that happened, we never even anticipated it. I didn't even think that it would come so quickly. The rise of e-commerce, as we discussed, is very quick. The transformation of China is something amazing. So the speed of change now is really something that's fascinating.
Coming up, beauty in the age of coronavirus. We talk how the industry has been managing through the pandemic.
What we saw right after the reopening of the salon is that there was a rush to go to hairdressers and that everybody was very happy to do that.
beholder, but these days, the eye beholds freezing. The COVID pandemic has shut down hospitality, retail, workplaces, and salons, forcing the beauty industry to embrace do it at home like never before. People have been forced to become their own hairstylists, and this season's Holly Smooth lipstick will get covered up by a mask. So, how is all this chaos affecting the beauty industry? L'Oréal is the biggest beauty company in the world, and the chief executive, Jean-Paul Agon, has had to get creative. The company has rolled out digital color matching and ramped up its online presence to keep consumers shopping. The company's e-commerce platform has almost doubled during the pandemic, and its share price under 2020 high. You don't think people will buy less lipstick because, frankly, we're wearing a mask, we don't go out as much, so actually maybe some of our tastes can change over time?
No, I don't think so. On the contrary, I think that there is a frustration today by women being able to use cosmetics or makeup. Exactly like there was a big frustration during the period when people go to hairdressers. And what we saw right after the reopening of the salon is that there was a rush to go to hairdressers and that everybody was very happy to do that. So I think that the same will happen with makeup. With lipstick, I think that when the COVID will be gone, this will be the lipstick tag, and it's a great time for lipstick and makeup.
do we shop differently? So are you going to have more of a push of online, and how much has that increased compared to pre-pandemic levels?
Yeah, that's for sure. The real fundamental change to the market is the way we shop. Before the pandemic, e-commerce for global products was already growing fast, 50%, but 15%, grew very quickly during the crisis, and now we're at 30%. So there has been a big change of behavior during the crisis, and I think that this definitely will stay.
You adapt. So if I'm looking for a color, either a foundation, lipstick, or something else, it's so much harder to actually choose it on the internet.
No, not at all. Especially thanks to all the technology that we have. Thanks to the modern acquisition that we made 2 or 3 years ago, if you shop on e-commerce, on internet, you can simulate on Excel with the virtual reality system, simulate the color that you have on your lips or color on your eyes. You can try all the colors. So in fact, thanks to technology today, trying products on internet is as good as trying in stores.
How different will the beauty market be in 2-3 years? So let's say that the pandemic has a minimal effect, which you seem to be saying. What will be different in 2-3 years?
You see, it's too early to tell. So you will see at the end of the crisis, behavior will change. But well, I'm bet that it won't change fundamentally. I've been in many crises, and every time people will say, after it will be different, and finally it was not. So I think that beside what we discussed before, the fact that people will shop much more on e-commerce, I think in terms of categories, in terms of appetite for beauty, and consumption, it will be very different. Or at least the differences will be more or less different things that would have happened anyway. More appetite for natural products, for cheap, for natural ingredients, and that is before. So the crisis is more, I'd say, the right trend than a descriptor.
How much of your sales are you expecting to actually do online in 3-4 years from now?
We're going to be very good at 30%. Maybe one day, the next 10 years, there is going to be 50%. It's possible. That's already what we are doing in China. In China, we started from almost scratch 5 years ago, from zero, and we'll be at 50% this year. And it's phenomenal. For a brand like Maybelline, the number one makeup brand in the world, we do 70% of our sales for makeup in China on e-commerce. So it's a real complete transformation.
Do Chinese consumers buy beauty products differently to Europe? I know there's a number of questions also about testing on animals and things like that. But fundamentally, is China a template of what you want to replicate around the world, or is it just also a different, bigger market?
No, it's not a template that you want to replicate. It's just ahead. It's just ahead with the game, because China today is probably the most advanced country in the world in terms of digitalization, e-commerce, etc. And consumption in China is very much ahead of what we see in the world because of the young Chinese. They adapt very quickly to the change of technology. So it's fun. When we discuss with young Chinese consumers, young ladies, and we discuss with them whether you shop your products, they say online, oh. And if you tell them, do you know that if you go to buy them in the store, they say, I didn't know. Some of them at least. So it's a real change of mindset that is happening at the next time.
Jean-Paul, if we look at the various segments of beauty products that you have and also hair products, what will accelerate the most in the next 3 to 4 years? Is it skincare? Is it something that you want to be a real leader on?
Yes, skincare is definitely booming. Because skincare is a very important category all over the world. Very important in Asia, it's very important. was not that important, for example, in North America, and now it's growing very fast, it's growing also in Western Europe, everywhere. So skincare, and also with this all this new concern about health, it's also about the health of the skin. So the good skincare, quality skincare is super important, and this is growing very fast. It's our number one category now at L'Oréal. We are the number one manufacturer of skincare, and I expect that that will continue to grow.
What does it mean for a possible M&A acquisition? Is there anything that you'd be looking to buy because valuations are quite cheap because of the pandemic?
Nothing is cheap because of the pandemic. Oh, it's much cheaper, but it's not the issue. The issue is to find something that is strategic and interesting for the future. You know, we did an exhibition during the crisis. You know, it was not very visible, but we bought an American skincare brand called Sayers, very nice brand in America. We got it in May, in the middle of the lockdown, and so we keep doing our M&A activity, and it's for people this brand, so it's a very interesting brand. So we are always looking for new opportunities.
Up next, green beauty. We talk L'Oréal's sustainability push and why it matters to shoppers.
Consumers want to make sure that the products they are buying come from a very serious and responsible company. That's a very important element for them. So that's why we are communicating more and more. It's not at all greenwashing.
Over the past 2 weeks, it's made it clear it wants to go higher. If that were spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising,
Continue to be, recovering well, and with the opening up that was decided at the last 5-year plan, that is a golden opportunity for many international banks.
So we're looking to double our footprint across IB and also wealth management and asset management in 3 to 5 year time frame.
Growth, well, structurally is very strong, but it does need to consolidate and allow time to help the share price appreciation to move more in sync with the growth.
So China can avoid further decoupling if they stop these inappropriate actions.
But at the moment, we really want to see the dust settle first on international relationships, on China's role in the global economy.
I don't see a likelihood of a big change in policy with the change of administration. Their CPG history, their experience, really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. So we kind of got into this back in 54 because they had such a hot method of going public.
Whatever shade of lipstick is in the season, one thing is for sure, it will be good. Sustainability was one of the key buzzwords of 2020, and L'Oréal Chief Executive Jean-Pierre Adrien promises his company's commitment to the environment is real. He says we're in a climate emergency and have 1 decade to act. L'Oréal says it will help its 1.5 billion consumers make sustainable choices and limit the impact of its cosmetics products. But can makeup and packaging ever truly be green if so much of it may end up in landfills? Jean-Pierre hedges on a beautiful future for us. In the past, when you used to speak about sustainability, you always told me that this was a cause that was important to you, but you couldn't translate it or you couldn't really see it in consumer sales. Has that changed?
Yeah, slowly. You know, the fact is that we are doing the same. You know, we announced recently our new plan, North for the Future, which is a very important and ambitious plan for the next 10 years. And so we are very committed. As you know, we were the most recognized by the CCP with 4 years in a row, with AAA, and all that sort of sustainability. So we keep pushing for it. And it's true that now we are more and more communicating it on our brands. Each of our brands is also communicating with the consumers about what they do, what the group does, in terms of sustainability. It becomes more and more an important factor for consumers too.
So what's important for the consumer? Is it the recycling? Is it where you go and get the products? Is it the supply chain? Is it animal testing?
It's a bit everything. You know, animal testing is over now, and it's been over for many years. But now it's about, you're right, it's about plastic, it's about the quality of the ingredients, how we store them. It's also how the company behaves. The consumers want to make sure that the product they are buying comes from a very serious and responsible company. That's a very important element for them. So that's why we are communicating more and more. It's not at all greenwashing or it's not a commercial intention. It's more a question to inform the consumers.
And this translates into sales?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. For the moment, it's not, we don't do it for that. We do it effort of transparency, communication, but ultimately, I think that the sustainability of the behavior of the company will translate into sustainability of the sales.
How much more work, Jean-Pierre, do you need to do on diversity and inclusion to be on a place where you're happy where your hand is?
Well, you know, we are pretty good already. You know, we were recognized as one of the top 10 companies in terms of diversity and inclusion worldwide recently, and we got a recognition for that. We started on diversity many years ago. I remember that when I was in the States in 2004, I created the first Chief Diversity Officer. It has always been a top priority on our ethics in the company. We did training for all our managers, 20,000 people already 15 years ago. So this is super important. It has to be a permanent effort because you have permanently to treat it and make sure that it's a priority for the company. But it's very much at the top of our priorities.
But I guess, you need to work on two fronts, right? So part of it is what you're saying is that culture is indeed at L'Oréal just to keep it going amongst your staff to make sure that there's gender and diversity inclusion and everything like that. But also I get what the beauty industry portrays in campaigns and things like that.
Absolutely, but that I think that has been really put in charge by our brands. You see our different brands, they are really now mirroring the society. And the beauty they express is a real beauty dialogue and inclusive beauty. So it's, you're right, it's very important problem, but this has been really taken in charge by the brand.
Do you think 2020 was a turning point? Because we talk a lot more about diversity and race?
I think in general it was a turning point, but honestly not really for us, because it has been an effort to started 20 years ago. But it has been a reminder that we have to push forward. I think it was in a way it was a positive reminder that we never do enough. So
I mean, L'Oréal is so big, and you have so many brands and all over the world. How difficult is it to get a very firm handle on the supply chain, a very firm handle on diversity and inclusion efforts?
Oh no, it's very simple. It's very simple because even if we have many brands, the backstage is common. It's the same factory, it's the same team, it's the operation team, the sourcing team. We have one sourcing team for all brands of the company. So when they have clear instruction, clear direction, they apply them very strictly for any brand that part of the portfolio can be a very big brand or a small one. So that's why also the makers are taking are always very cheap to apply, and there is no room for doing different things.
How much are you spending actually on research to make sure that some of your packaging is sustainable, is recyclable?
Oh, we do a lot, and we try our best. For example, also we are doing partnership with companies because of course we are more a beauty industry. We are not a plastic industry. So for us, packaging are things that we buy. So, but we help our suppliers to develop new technologies. For example, we developed recently, we had to see a small French company based in New York, in Carrey, who invented a completely revolutionary way to solve plastic and pneumatic systems that makes plastic completely recyclable. So that's the way to participate in the ecosystem to the change packaging in general.
Monsieur Albon, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for this.
Sense of the real-time action, the 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in it this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials, find people, analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
And welcome to Bloomberg's Front Row. Today I'm talking to Ken Moelis, the legendary M&A banker. From the ashes of Drexel, where he worked for Mike Noken, to DLJ, to UBS, and finally to Moelis & Company, the firm he founded in 2007, Ken has seen the best and the worst of Wall Street. Now, thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic, he says it's changing like never before. The Zoom revolution means rainmakers can be productive anywhere, not just New York.
We are a talent business. I have to, and I want to attract, I want to motivate, and I want to retain the greatest talent in the world. And if that talent wants to do it in Florida, that's where we'll support them.
Ken is a straight talker, and he shares his unfiltered point of view on the following: when to put his bankers back on planes, what the COVID crisis means for big banks, the frenzy for SPACs, finessing CEO succession at a founder-led firm. Here's my conversation with Ken Moelis. Ken, there's a quote of yours that has stuck with me. COVID changes everything. What do you mean by everything?
Well, I can't believe I'm the first one to say that, but, I think it really did change everything. It accelerated trends. I've heard, people talk about accelerating trends from anywhere from 3 to 10 years. They're already in cycle. But we're seeing that across the spectrum of businesses. including our own. The energy and the intellectual capacity was put out, and really what now is happening in business, that almost every single enterprise, no matter what you're doing, I don't care if you're a stay-at-home, whatever you want to call it, Zoom economy, or your travel economy directly affected in a negative way, every single boardroom, every single executive is rethinking their business model and is trying to change and adapt rather quickly to survive what is a rapidly changing world.
Take me back to mid-March, Ken. The reality of the pandemic is just setting in. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Cities are locking down. The stock market is cratering. What's going through your mind?
I really had a moment where I was wondering, how are we ever going to do another transaction from our couches? Who's going to want to do a transaction? And I can almost picture where I was. I was in my backyard pacing on my cell phone and talking to our executive committee. And we were literally trying to figure out what happens if, the world comes to a standstill. And when I say the world, the deal market. But it wasn't clear what was going to happen. That was a full lockdown. I think the March 15th was the full lockdown about when it started. You had truly no understanding of the virus, if you think about it. So the real question was, how could things get back to work? People were really leaving their mail outside for 2 or 3 days. People were scared to deliver pizza. I remember how truly what shutdown meant in that day was shut down. And it was because people didn't understand what was going to happen, so we didn't understand what's going to happen.
Most of your business these days is on Zoom. I'm guessing you never imagined that your bankers could be this productive, not getting on a plane multiple times a week.
I didn't even know Zoom existed until March 15th. And I don't think I'm overstating that. I think my first reaction on March 15th was, what's Zoom? So, yes, I've never would have thought this. Again, when I said COVID changes everything, that's one of the things that changes. I think we all woke up. A lot of people woke up and said, wow, we could have done this without flying 20 hours and drafting a document in a room together. We always could have done it this way. I really think this is a moment of enlightenment on certain parts of travel. It's also a moment where we remember that other parts of travel are fantastic. Having dinner with a client or your partner or your family is not replaceable. I think we'll go back to that. But I think some parts of this, I'm stunned at how, I have a meeting that I was supposed to be at this week in the Middle East. I'm on the West Coast. That's a full week for me. It's sort of 20 hours, give or take, to get over. You need to go to sleep once before you have a meeting. And then you need to come back. That's a week. And Eric, I would have described that to you as a great week if the meeting was good. I would have said, what'd you do last week? I had a great week. I feel all that we had a great meeting. Well, that meeting will be over in 1 hour, and I'll be back right here in my chair ready for the next meeting. So, yeah, I've never seen anything that's increased the efficiency more, and I would never would have guessed it. 100% right.
Can those efficiencies last beyond the pandemic?
Yeah, I think they will. I think we've all realized some parts of what we did are just not efficient, and they're expensive. And so I think we'll cut out, not all of them. 1 out of 3 meetings will get cut out. Maybe 1 out of 2 reasons for travel. But then again, maybe you'll fill those in by traveling and having more relationship-based meetings or family opportunities. I'm not saying travel might be for different reasons, because I really do miss having a meal and having a relationship-based eye-to-eye meeting with the client. I miss it as much with my family, but we are talking business, so I'm focusing on that. That's a real missing element, and I know a lot of my fellow partners and everybody in the firm's missing human contact. But there's a lot that can be done without.
I wondered to myself if it doesn't very quickly become a slippery slope. If everybody's doing business on Zoom, doesn't the face-to-face meeting halfway around the world become the killer app?
Yeah, well, that's what's going to happen. It's nuclear disarmament works if everybody puts their arms down. The minute somebody picks up the travel armament, which they will, that's life. There's going to be somebody who says, you know, I think Ken's going to stay home and Zoom this meeting. I'm going to go visit, and that will be a difference. And we'll say, and all of a sudden it will return. So again, I think travel comes back. It's a competitive benefit. You know, if my doctor said to me, look, Ken, I really don't want to see you anymore. Let's just Zoom, and another doctor want to see me. I think I know who would be my doctor. So I do think that that's an important element of it. I just think that commodity meeting, where we all know each other, and we're going to do some commodity style work. Maybe it's draft a document or prepare due diligence notes. You know, I think that might go on Zoom forever, but I do think I think that it's a competitive role. There's some young person who's trying to take my job, and they will get on an airplane, and it'll motivate me. Or maybe I'll get on an airplane and I'll motivate them.
And back in 2018, you were worried about eliminating the so-called self-deduction, right? The state and local tax deduction and the impact eliminating it would have on cities like New York and Los Angeles. If SALT was a punch in the gut, is COVID the knockout blow?
Well, I love New York City. I love New York City, and I want it to survive this. But it needs to be a place where people will return their capital over the long haul. I know New York City will survive. I just want it to be not another decade before it comes back. And I think the more you send the signal that we're capital and tax unfriendly, just the longer it'll take for somebody to come back and restore New York City to where it was.
Do you care where your people work anymore?
Not as much. I'm not sure I ever cared. You know, we always spent a lot of time out of the office. I'd walk the offices, and bankers in their office were kind of, that's not where you do your work anyway. So I think I'll be much more forgiving about where people live, you might say. And I think we're going to be much more flexible, not forgiving, flexible about where people live. And, but I do want to have an office, and I want to have, we will have an office, and we will have a central point. Because there is, one of the things that we did do was develop a great culture before the pandemic hit. And so when we all went to Zoom, we knew each other. We knew who we were, and we knew what we wanted to do. I don't think that lasts 10 years. I think you want to have a central point where you glue that down, and especially your young people who just come in. How are they going to understand your culture without physically feeling it? So I am going to have we are going to have an office, and we are going to try to make it a central point.
Where will that office be? Your headquarters are in New York City. You have a big office in Los Angeles. Is that going to change?
New York City, as I said, will always be New York City, so I think it'll be our center. Will we think about moving to environments that are more tax-friendly and where our executives want to work from? Yes, we will think about that. We've made no decisions, but I think it'll be demand-driven. I think our executives will want to work in places that are lower tax rate, corporate-friendly, and maybe warmer.
So if one of your bankers were to say, Ken, I want to move to and work in Palm Beach, that's okay?
Well, I've had more than one say it, Eric, so it better be okay. And yes, the answer, I'm making a joke of it because I think I've had 20 say it. And the answer is we are a talent business. I have to, and I want to attract, I want to motivate, and I want to retain the greatest talent in the world. And if that talent wants to do it in Florida, that's where we'll support them.
Now, is that likely, if you're going to open up a new location, will it be Florida? Lots of people are going to Florida. You know them better than I do. They've also gone to Texas. They're thinking about Arizona, Nevada. What appeals to you?
I'm actually going to facilitate where the people want. It's funny, the Northeast sort of likes Florida. California has chosen Texas, it seems, as its destination. But we have so many more people. New York is where, there's 8 to 10 times more people than we play in New York. It just seems like New York has a destination. New York and Chicago, by the way, tend to look to Florida. Look, Texas is fine. We have an office in Dallas because we had a very smart employee who told me, I think 3 to 5 years ago, I love you, but I love zero taxation better, and Dallas has a great airport, and why not move there? So we already have a satellite in Dallas, so I wouldn't say we're against that either.
And what about you personally, sitting in Los Angeles, ever so in love with that 14% state tax? What does Ken Mullis do?
I'm just hoping they raise it so I can contribute more to society.
Ken, how about managing the workspace? Will you require employees to be vaccinated?
I won't. No, we won't require that. Look, subject to what the government does. I'm very much a proponent of trusting your people. So the answer is I won't require it. But the government, I don't know what the government will do.
How about the rest of Wall Street? We saw what happened after the financial crisis. Big changes. A new pecking order. How does the pandemic change Wall Street for good?
Look, I think any time you've had a crisis, having a portfolio of assets is a liability, because no matter what happens, COVID has changed the direction of the world. And that's what happened in 08, 09. Certain companies that had a large portfolio of assets didn't even make it out of that crisis, if you remember.
I do.
Yeah, and that happened in 1990, it happened in 98. It happens every time a crisis hit. Large banks are, I call them, they're a library of your past mistakes. Usually the assets are a library of things you might not want when the world changes. So I do think there'll be change. Wall Street will change as a result of this. We are undergoing the same change as everybody else is. And that's why I love where we are, by the way. I think asset light, high intellectual talent, and low asset is going to be where you want to be, just like every other company. I mean, you look at what's going on in Silicon Valley, having a bunch of legacy assets is not what anybody wants.
Hang on a second. JP Morgan is the largest, most powerful bank in the world by virtue of the fact, or at least in part by virtue of the fact, that it has a balance sheet bigger than $2 trillion. You're telling me that's a liability?
Could be. It depends what the assets are.
You're very proud that Mullis has been able to raise money for clients without a trading floor, without a research department. What does that disintermediation, as you call it, can say about the legacy businesses of the JP Morgans, of the Goldman Sachses, of the Morgan Stanleys?
Maybe 30, 40 years ago, when I started on Wall Street, you did these little roadshows and you went to retail offices because you sold your investments retail, literally office by office. Today, the asset amalgamations and concentrations are significant. It's an institutional base. And so sitting at home in front of my computer, I probably can reach 90% of the asset base that a large trading floor can do. Why not do it that way? And why not have a much more highly intellectually delivered opportunities, and why not disintermediate the markets? I think it's happening, and I think that's going to be a big story over the next 3 to 5 years as people realize the same thing Uber and Lyft did to owning a car. We might be able to do that. I think we can do it to the big trading floors. Look, there are no trading floors right now, right? Nobody has a trading floor.
SPACs couldn't be hotter right now. Where do they fit into this equation?
Interestingly, I became much more to SPACs 5-6 months ago. When I realized what they are, they're really misnomered special purpose acquisition groups. They're really not acquisition groups. They're special purpose IPO vehicles. And what they are is a regulatory arbitrage. There's been almost no innovation in the IPO system except the direct listing. But not everybody can direct list. Direct lists are for, brands that are well known and marketed by themselves. The SPAC market has allowed people to cut 7, 8, 9 months off of an IPO process, number one. When I went public, like 6 years ago, it took me almost a year from the time I said, let's go, to the night I priced. And Eric, I didn't know the outcome until that night. You don't actually know what's going to happen to you. You have some view within 48 hours, but really anything can happen, as we have all learned in markets, and you don't know anything until the final night. So now you cut 7 or 8 months off of that. I'll tell you, any entrepreneur, and at the time, I consider myself a bit of an entrepreneur when we were in public, holding your company together and going through the 12-month period and getting everybody revved up and not knowing is a very, let's put it this way, it's not a great feeling to have everybody on hold or waiting in a van. So if you can cut 7 or 8 months off, you're doing people a real favor. And they'll pay for that. And secondly, because of the IPO regulations, SPACs are mergers. So high-growth companies especially, that's why you're seeing such an amount of high-growth, hyper-growth companies, I would say, using the SPAC as an IPO vehicle, you get to use projections. Whereas in an IPO, you don't, because of the underwriting laws and litigation risk. But in a SPAC, you're merging, and mergers use projections. So a company that's growing 50 or 100% a year can tell their story much more effectively. And then lastly, they have certainty. Once you enter into a deal and you enter into your PIPE transaction, you pretty much have certainty going into the final 2 or 3 months that your deal's done and you have a price, and it's not all riding in the last evening. So I think the SPAC market has much more grounded, real benefits than I really thought of a year ago, and I think that it's going to continue to be a preferred vehicle for going public.
And there's a view among investment bankers that fundamentally they're immune to the forces reshaping the economy: automation, machine learning, artificial intelligence. What do you believe? Are they immune?
I think about it every day. I worry about that. I try to stay ahead of it. And yes, I think that we're just as susceptible to everything you've seen. I do think someday in the future, you will say, Alexa, tell me what I should bid for this company. What are my comparables? Alexa, investment banker, or Siri, investment banker. I don't want to pick on anyone. And you might have a better banker in an AI machine. I don't think that's in the next 5 or 10 years, but I've always underestimated how rapidly transformation comes.
Ken, in 2019, you kept compensation levels at Moelis up at a time when revenue was soft. And in retrospect, the decision looks awfully smart because you have the people you needed for all the business that showed up when the pandemic stabilized. What does that say, Ken, about your philosophy of how much to pay people and when?
You're right. At the end of last year, I thought it was an easy decision in my mind. Some of my investors didn't like it. Some of the
you were criticized, yes.
The shorter term people, I had some long term ones. Maybe they were just being nice to me, but they called me up and said they made the right decision. They probably told me something different. But look, people make investments all the time. I'm amazed at how many. If you buy a third party investment and you sort of pay too much, you're right. Nobody seems to care. But here I probably took. It was only an extra couple of percentage points of revenue. It might have been $15 million on what was a $2 or $3 billion market cap company. And I decided to invest it in my own. I decided to make sure, I almost call it, rebuy my own franchise. And reinvest in it and make sure we have happy, motivated, committed bankers. And I knew it, and by the way, it didn't hurt Eric that I'm the largest, or maybe now I'm the second largest, but I'm one of the 2 largest accounting institutions. I'm a very large shareholder of Moelis & Company. To think that I'd be thinking of some short term, I am thinking of long term. I'm thinking like a stockholder. And I knew the idea was to keep the franchise, that there would be tremendous opportunities on the other side of this. So it was a fairly easy decision.
I'm going to ask you a question I know you hate answering. The Ken Moelis I'm talking to right now is inextricable from Moelis & Company. You're the CEO, you're the chairman, you're the controlling shareholder, you also happen to be one of, if not the biggest rainmaker at your firm. If your firm is worth $3 billion, Ken, how much of that is you?
Yeah, Eric, it's funny. The board asked me about succession, and I said, what happens if you get hit by a bus?
That's a good way of putting it.
Well, I said, if I'm up there, I hope I'm up there. I'm assuming that. Let's just take that for a given. I said, I hope the stock goes down. It would be really, I said, I always feel bad for the people who get fired. Something happens to them and the stock goes up. I hope somebody thinks it was negative that I'm not here anymore and mad at the bus driver.
Most founders want their companies to outlast them. Is that your plan for Moelis? Or will you sell to somebody?
No, I'd like this to continue. I've worked for, I have no desire to sell. Let's leave it that way. I really don't. I don't even think the people who would be interested are the long-term winners, as we've talked about. I think we could be a long-term winner. I think we could grow this in several different directions. And I have no desire to sell it. I think it's a great vehicle. Again, it is public. It is debt-free. It's got a culture you can't replace. Do you know how hard it is to start an independent investment bank without getting everybody in a commission structure and fighting with each other over the commissions? It's very hard because of just the nature of starting from scratch. Nobody wants to pay for the other guy's losses. It's just the way it works. It's the way bankers think. We did. So we have a very unique culture, unique franchise, and I think unique opportunity. And no, I have no desire to sell.
So let's talk about what's next for you. The last time we talked about succession, you said you'd name somebody to be your successor as CEO well before you turn 65. You're going to be 63 in, I think, July.
So, very good. How do you know that?
So what happened?
Last I looked at, it gives me 2.5 years. And as I said, I still want to do it. I think we're on track to do that. I think it'd be good for the firm. I think it'd be good for me. By the way, I'm not leaving. I just want to be clear, Eric. People say that just gets rid of some of the... I love being with clients. I wouldn't mind getting rid of some of the operational stuff that drives you crazy. There's a lot of things that happen day to day that don't have to do with the act of being with clients.
So I'll just be the provocateur. Why not do it now? If you're already thinking how much better life would be without those encumbrances, without those annoying responsibilities.
Do you accept? Did you accept the job offer? Is that what you're saying?
Some of the potential successors are known, perhaps some aren't. You once told me your successor definitely could be a woman, not necessarily. What's your latest thinking on all of that?
I think we have phenomenal people, and so I think it's opened a lot. By the way, we have a woman who's the COO of the company who's driven us to this place. She was, I really believe, my first or second co-founder, and she's driven the success of the firm to this place. Elizabeth Crane is fantastic, and we have lots of great bankers. And so it's not the exact right time. By the way, COVID didn't help. It's hard to, I'm not saying I would have done it, but this has been kind of a lost year of integration of people. I mean, we're booming in terms of deals, but again, not everybody's in the same room. And so I do want to do it, and I'm committed to doing it. I'm still pretty youthful, I hope. I hope I feel that way, 62. And I'm not going anywhere. I think it would free me up to spend more time with clients, more time in boardrooms, and more time thinking of innovative things like this capital markets approach we're doing, this SPAC market. But things that could grow the company multiples rather than, incrementally.
Ken, on that note, I want to say thank you very much. It's been great having you.
Eric, I always enjoy talking to you. Did you accept the job offer?
I'm going to have to think about it.
Okay. You got 2.5 years. I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Hear from leading economists, policymakers, industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed. Another week for the history books. What really changed anything at all? This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
This week, contributors Larry Summers of Harvard.
I don't think the right question is whether this package will overheat the economy heading into the past as written. It would.
Jillian Tech of the Financial Times, and of Sonny Bechelis of Rock Creek. Former Secretary of Homeland Security Jay Johnson.
The action on President Trump's accounts was extraordinary, but probably overdue, frankly.
David Rubenstein of the Carlyle Group.
They are all worried now that getting too close to politicians is a problem. And I think many of them are going to relook at their political donations, and they want to avoid being criticized for things that they can't control.
And Larry Tribe of Harvard.
This week, for the first time in history, a U.S. president was impeached for a second time, a measure supported by 10 House Republicans.
Today, in a bipartisan way, the House that no one is above the law, not even the President of the United States.
As the Capitol struggled to deal with the aftermath of a mob attack inspired by President Trump, ordering in troops to keep the peace during next week's inauguration, but leaving even members of Congress too concerned with their safety to attend.
I wanted to attend the inauguration. I will not be attending the inauguration now because I am concerned about copycats and concerned about the rhetoric.
But despite the continuing drama, we began the turn to the future as President-elect Biden announced an ambitious program for more stimulus.
You need more action, more bipartisanship.
You know, I know what I just described does not come cheaply. Failure to do so will cost us dearly.
And got continuing support from a willing Fed.
We're strongly committed to a framework and to using our monetary policy tools until the job is well and truly done.
While some investors say the Fed is part of the problem.
The Fed and Treasury actions, and specifically the reduction of the Fed funds rate to zero, has had a very coercive effect on the market.
What did the markets make of all this? Well, like the news more or less, they sent some mixed signals. The major averages were all down, with the S&P 500 having its worst performance since October, but semiconductors, transportation, and small caps were all up. The reflation trade went sideways, with 10-year yields falling a bit, but staying above 100 basis points, and the dollar climbed for the second week in a row. Travelers make some sense of a busy and I might say somewhat confusing week. We welcome now Asani Beshwas, founder and CEO. Asani, great to have you back with us as our contributor. Give us some sense, marry up the news of the week with what happened in the markets. If anything, I think what we heard on both the monetary and the fiscal side, we're going to keep the accelerator going in this economy, and yet the markets, by and large, sold off.
You're absolutely right, David. What happened is that you had the really negative news of COVID that President-elect Biden has been talking about over the last many months really hit people finally. People are seeing that the vaccine rollouts are much slower, and the impact of the vaccine will take a little longer, if not much longer, to really get the economy back to working properly. On the other side, we had the huge impact of the Biden announcement last night on the $1.9 trillion. And I think by and large, if we go through to next week and beyond that, I think this, what I call a social infrastructure program, is going to be very, very positive for the markets, because you do need to have the poorest, population and the lowest income populations in the U.S. be taken care of sooner than later in order for the economy to prosper. You need to make sure women can go back to work, and you can see as part of the Biden plan, you have childcare, for example. You have maybe some elements of wage increase. You have some elements of making sure the vaccines get distributed properly. And more importantly, you have a very strong group of economists, I think, that will be taken over, with people like Janet Yellen, with people like Jeff Steins, who will be as the czar for COVID, at least now, and also Gary Gensler and others. So I think what we will see is the economy getting, stronger as we go through the rest of the year. Expectations are closer to 3.5% growth in the U.S., and that will be a very different market probably as we get into some of the trades that we're starting to see.
Well, you mentioned the right word, trades. You're not a trader, you're an investor, and you take a longer-term view. And I wonder, for an investor, getting past the phenomenon of just, I'm going to say, throwing money at the economy, justifiably so, on the monetary and the fiscal side, at some point this has to start coming off. Are investors prepared for that eventuality?
You're so right, David. I think, as you just said earlier, the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, said that he will continue with the programs that he's had. We know that there will be more programs beyond the program that President Biden announced last night. There will be probably 1 or 2 or 3 more trillion when we come to infrastructure. And also the private sector really starting to come back to work with the vaccines. So you're starting to hopefully see by the second quarter or third quarter of the economy, natural forces getting markets to go up, and at that point, the Fed might be able to start taking its foot off the pedal and the impact of some of the social part of the infrastructure that we talked about earlier might not be so necessary. The investors are looking long term. They're starting to maybe worry about inflation. I think that is still a little bit ahead of us, but there's no question that there are certain sectors such as semiconductors, such as food, such as areas where we're seeing shortages or problems with distribution because of COVID getting impacted price-wise already.
Just briefly, China is doing apparently a pretty good job. Their growth is really picking up. They actually didn't have that much stimulus release that we're aware of. Does that suggest that places like Asia might be a place for longer-term investors to be thinking about more seriously?
So David, at the end of last year, we started seeing a major flow into North Asia, China, and the rest of sort of neighboring countries, and that flow continued the last couple of weeks. I think the interesting thing will be that obviously will continue. China has about a 7% growth rate expectation for this year, and the rest of Asia has something like a 5% rate. So what you'll see is definitely domestic-oriented growth in these regions. At the same time as what will happen, what we'll see is with the Biden plan, if we're successful, some of those flows will come back into the U.S. as well. So you're going to have sort of a bifurcation. In the meantime, emerging markets very broadly will probably see some flows too, because you have very low prices. You will have slowly the vaccines come in, and also there's so much liquidity sitting there looking for a little bit more risky assets.
But just to wrap this up briefly, but what about some of those emerging markets? Are they getting left behind, including in the vaccine?
You're so right again. You're seeing that sort of an uneven growth in emerging markets, all the way from more fragile states, low-income countries, who have very difficult access as we speak to the vaccines. As you can see, COVAX and Gavi are working very hard in getting vaccines for the lower-income countries. At the same time, as you have these Northern Asian countries really taking off in a very different way. So that is definitely the case. But again, I think we will see some flows coming back into the U.S. from North Asia.
Okay, I'm sorry, Bachelor. You can see why we come here as a Wall Street Week contributor, a really shrewd investor. And she is, of course, the founder and the CEO of Rock Creek. Coming up, the markets may not have cared too much about impeachment, but are they starting to think about inflation? Julian Tett of Financial Times think it's time at least to start that discussion.
It's not quite a black swan because people are talking about it, but it's a greyish swan if you like.
This is Wall Street Week on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to the Big Decision.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture. Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Are you worried that people won't take the vaccine?
We remain concerned about vaccine hesitancy. What is one word of advice that you give you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
I'm thinking, where do you go from here? It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
since the 1980s all over again, to make sure that we keep our hands firmly on the driving wheel.
I don't see demand coming back to the pre-COVID level anywhere earlier than the end of 2022.
If that happens and we see a demand recovery, then I think the market can absorb it.
It's no secret to anybody that I hope that this relationship will never become public. When I was alone with Miss Lynn on certain occasions in early 1996 and once in early 1997, I engaged in conduct that was wrong.
That was President Bill Clinton testifying before a grand jury about the events leading up to his impeachment back in 1998. But despite the history being made back then, the S&P rose almost 12% from then until he left office in early 2001. Markets similarly looked past President Trump's second impeachment this week, focusing instead on things like interest rates and proposed fiscal stimulus, things that Gillian Tett, chair of the Financial Times editorial board, says investors should be considering. That is, the possibility of a return of inflation.
It's important to realize that there is quite a big zeitgeist shift underway right now. You can see that perhaps most clearly, not just in terms of the behavior of bond yields, nominal bond yields, but if you look at inflation-linked bonds in particular, they have been performing very well because investors have been buying them to hedge their portfolio. Now, on the face of it, that might seem absolutely peculiar because we've just had the consumer price data come out this week, which shows that inflation pressure in December were incredibly muted, and there's very little wage growth. The level of economic growth is pretty weak too because of the pandemic. But there are really three key factors which are causing investors right now to think about inflation. The first is a chance that if you do have a big fiscal stimulus package from Joe Biden's incoming administration, and if that coincides with the pandemic vaccine gradually spreading across the country and reducing the pandemic fears, you could have those two factors coming together and create quite a big upsurge in growth later this year, which could coincide with supply chain bottlenecks because so much capacity has been knocked out by the pandemic. So what you could see is that prices, say for hotels or travel or leisure, suddenly jump up in a way that will skew the inflation data. Esther George, head of the Kansas Fed, spoke about this just this week. The second issue, which is equally important, is that many of the structural factors which have kept prices low in recent decades, most notably globalization and digitization, might be, if not reversed, but become less forceful in the decades ahead because, say, the demographics in China are changing. That's a much bigger debate, but it's very important to take note of that. The third issue, though, the really important issue, is the Fed. And investors' assumptions of ultra-low inflation in recent years have been partly based on this idea that the Fed's 2% price target meant it would jump in and nip inflation pressures in the bud if they started to emerge. What's changed, though, are two things. Firstly, Fed officials are saying that 2% is now an average target, not a ceiling, which means that they might be willing to let inflation rise above 2% for quite a long time. Secondly, there's an appreciation that the political economy pressures in the years ahead could make it incredibly hard for the Fed to act preemptively. In particular, as the debt burden explodes, it's going to be so hard for the Fed to do something which is going to raise the debt servicing costs in the future. So that, in plain English, means the Fed may sit on its hands, which also means inflation could well be more of a risk than investors realize.
And in part, could it be that the Fed wants to sit on its hands in this sense? Inflation, as you say, is relatively modest. At the same time, negative real yield, that is to say, the difference between the inflation rate and the effectively zero interest rates, really have record negative real yield. Might that be actually a strategy to actually inflate our way in part out of that debt problem you just talked about?
There's certainly a temptation for the Fed to sit on its hands in terms of running the economy hot and helping growth. Helping, it should also be said, in the eyes of some Fed officials, low-income communities as well. You know, the idea is you have a large amount of growth, then that will gently trickle down to poor people. For what it's worth, I personally think that's a huge mistake, because I think what the Fed's doing is raising, inflating the value of the assets that the rich hold and increasing income inequality. But in terms of trying to inflate yourself way out of debt burden, yes, absolutely, there's a school of thinking in the investment community, amongst the community, that says that's probably the only way they're going to get out of a debt burden. The danger, though, is if you do have inflation starting to come back as a significant threat and a perception that the Fed is not willing to act, you may then also see overseas investors start to become more nervous about holding US treasuries. And the problem with America is that at the end of the day, it is dependent on the kindness of strangers or the willingness of foreign investors to keep funding this exploding debt burden that the incoming administration is going to face.
Julian, I think there are a lot of investors right now, even as we speak, who are asking themselves, okay, what do I do about this? How do I protect myself against the possibility of inflation kicking in a way that's unexpected? In a world where basically the risk premium is almost zero, basically I'm getting no return at all. What does that mean as a practical matter? Historically, does that mean you go into real estate? Does it mean you're better off in commodities? What does that say to your investment strategy?
Well, I'm not going to sit there and make detailed indications about what exactly investors can do to construct their portfolio, but perhaps what they really need to do is recognize that although significant inflation, in my view, is probably still a pretty low risk probability or low probability event, if it does come back, it becomes a high impact. It's not quite a black swan because people are talking about it, to use Nassim Taleb's metaphor, but it's a greyish swan, if you like, something which we can imagine and will be high impact even with low probability. And buying inflation-linked bonds is certainly one route that you can use to try and protect against that, and it's exactly what people have been doing. Inflation-linked bonds, by the way, on a risk-adjusted basis, were arguably the best-performing asset class of 2020.
That was Wall Street Week contributor Julian Tett of the Financial Times. Coming up, whether or not markets cared about the impeachment, a lot of big corporations did, distancing themselves from the Trump brand and reining in their political contributions as fast as they could. Something David Woodenstein of the Carlyle Group says may be here to stay.
The business community has been scared a bit about where the country's going, and I think they're now trying to say, well, we want to be on the side of what's right for the country.
This is Wall Street Week on Bloomberg.
The trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
Our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
brand was at the heart of the president's business empire long before he turned to politics. And that brand is in crisis after the riot at the U.S. Capitol. He is being shunned by political donors, by tech companies, banks handling his finances, and even by Shopify, the company behind his online stores.
I think his brand is toxic, and I think that will have real consequences for his businesses, even as perhaps he continues to have support from some in the Republican Party and some in the nation.
Deutsche Bank reportedly decided not to conduct more business with President Trump or his family company, and Signature Bank announced it's closing 2 personal Trump accounts holding about $5 million. Even the game of golf, so dear to President Trump, has turned it back on him, with the PGA canceling plans to have its championship at his Bedminster Club in 2022, something Mr. Trump had long coveted.
It's become clear that conducting the PGA Championship at Trump Bedminster would be detrimental to the PGA of America brand, and would put at risk the PGA's ability to deliver on many programs and sustain the longevity of our mission.
The fallout goes beyond President Trump and his company. Other companies like Amazon, American Express, Disney, and Walmart are withholding political contributions to lawmakers who voted last week to oppose the Electoral College results.
Silence is assent, and I think that's why you see so many corporations stepping out, either in word or in deed, as you mentioned, in terms of cutting off PAC checks.
In a recent Yale survey of 40 CEOs, 42% of them said businesses should halt all political donations. And several corporations have said they'll suspend all political contributions, at least for the time being.
We have supported policymakers from both sides on important policy issues for our industry. At this point, we have decided to pause on political contributions.
David Rubenstein has worked at the highest levels of corporate America for years now, as co-founder and now co-executive chairman of the Carlyle Group. He explains what motivates corporations when it comes to politics and why things might change.
Business leaders, by and large, want to run their companies. They're not looking for controversy. So they generally don't tend to be profiles in Carrey, and I would include myself in that category. We generally are not trying to make waves when we're running companies. That's for political people to do, not for business leaders. But I think the business community has been scared a bit about where the country's going, and I think they're now trying to say, well, we want to be on the side of what's right for the country, we want to honor the Constitution and so forth. Whether that's going to make a big difference or not in terms of whether the country comes together or not, I'm not sure. But there's no doubt that people are running away from President Trump, who were people who were pretty close to him up until this recently.
Interestingly, is it running away from President Trump the person, which of course I'm sure is going on, or might there be a more fundamental reform saying we need to think closely before we really get too close to any administration?
Well, clearly they're running away from what President Trump did in the last week or 2 or 3 or so in post-election. But I do think that they're all worried now that getting too close to politicians is a problem. And I think many of them are relooking at their political donations, and they want to avoid being criticized for things that they can't control. They can't control what politicians do. So people make political contributions for various reasons. I think businesses are going to be more careful about what they do in the future, and they don't really want controversy.
You're a veteran of Washington. You've been around Washington for quite a while, as have I for that matter. Give us your perspective overall on what you're seeing happen right now. Unprecedented is an overused term. Certainly applies here. What do you make of it?
The country's greatest stress ever was the Civil War. And I think the Great Depression was the second greatest stress we've ever had. I think we have 2 great stresses going on right now. Not quite the Civil War, not quite the Depression. One is the COVID situation, which now seems to be getting worse rather than better, even though we have vaccines that are available. And second, the impeachment process now going on and things related to January 6th. That's going to scar our democracy for quite some time. The country's been through a real stress test the last few weeks, and I think we'll survive for sure. But there's no doubt that the political repercussions are going to be great. I think the Democrats and Republicans are going to be further divided than they've ever been. And whether President Trump is impeached or whether he's convicted, you're going to have big divisions between Democrats and Republicans for quite some time. So it's going to take a while for President-elect Biden to really be able to bring both sides together, in my view.
One of the things that's striking to me, maybe not to you, is the extent to which the markets right now today are not paying much attention to anything. So as far as I can tell, I can't discern it. We have a really history being made. First time in history a president will be impeached for the second time, it appears. What do you make of that as a practical matter? Is that right? Is that healthy? Is the way it should be?
Well, businesses like to see predictability, and markets want predictability. And I think the markets are pretty quick to figure out what's going to happen. They know that President Trump's going to be leaving office. They know that the companies are going to do their business, and ultimately the key thing for the economy is getting COVID under control. And I think from the business community's point of view, not having too many disruptive policies from the new administration. And I don't think they feel there's going to be many disruptive economic policies. So the administration, if that comes in, is not going to be one that's going to be as favorable to business as the previous one. I think the business community recognizes, and the markets recognize, that there's not going to be a lot of disruptive changes. As we saw through COVID, and as we're seeing right now, the markets operate on their own kind of wavelength, and weren't as affected by COVID as I thought they would have been, and they're not going to be as affected by what's going on today in Washington. I think they just shrug it off and look at what the earnings per share is going to be in various companies they care about.
That was David Rubenstein, co-executive chairman of the Carlyle Group and host of Peer-to-Peer on Bloomberg. Coming up, the role of social media in the attack on the Capitol and what could be done about it. From former head of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson.
Because of social media, people can go to sources of so-called news that do no more than reaffirm their own paranoias, their own biases, their own prejudices.
This is Wall Street Week on Bloomberg.
For the past few weeks, has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
For generation's biggest problem,
climate change is happening.
and the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
Fight against climate change. We'll agree as you cover.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
The Capitol may have been the target of the bomb's attack last week, but Silicon Valley suffered its own collateral damage. Attention quickly focused on the role of social media in fomenting and even helping organize the insurrection, leading Facebook and Instagram to suspend President Trump's account at least until Inauguration Day. YouTube suspended his channel for at least 1 week, but the most severe action came from President Trump's platform of choice, Twitter, which permanently suspended his account, severing an instant line of communication to his 89 million followers.
I'm simply afraid of this driving up even more polarization. So right now, to 71 million people in this country, it looks like a digital act of war has happened.
Amazon terminated its service for Parler, a social media network that gained traction among conservatives, and Apple and Google closed their online stores to it.
leading conservatives to complain of censorship, as it became almost impossible to download the service to phone.
Parler has some issues with moderation. There are some incitement to violence examples on there, and they need to step it up on the moderation. And our hope is that they do that and get back on the story.
The tech giants faced backlash from those who felt they overstepped their boundaries and questioned whether social media companies should be left in charge of making the rules.
I'm shocked by the fact that it is now entirely in private hands. It cannot be in private hands.
Tech isn't good at this. Tech isn't good at taking accountability. Tech isn't good at looking at its actions and seeing what they lead to.
The issue is far from settled. The timing and scope of tech company decisions could be a turning point for the debate over digital speech.
I think they acted in a very responsible manner, and one could say they should have acted previously, but I think they just waited to the ultimate moment when these elements cross the line.
Suggests that they're going to use the power they have to go after speech they don't like. So I think they need really bright line rules here.
The events raise pressure to regulate content on tech platforms and adds to the debate over shielding social media companies from liability. Senator Lindsey Graham said in a tweet, "I'm more determined than ever to strip Section 230 protections for big tech, Twitter, that let them be immune from lawsuits." The purpose of regulation, in my mind, it's not meant to be the heavy hands of the government telling the companies how they should run, but it really is an opportunity for society to create, essentially the rules at the beginning. The issue of false and even incendiary social media posts poses serious issues for our politics and for our security, according to Jay Johnson, who's former head of Homeland Security.
Social media, the ability to publish, push out fake news, extremist views, is frankly a large reason for why we are where we are today in our politics, in our domestic security situation. Something like 70% of Republicans, according to polls, believe that the election was stolen and that there was fraud in the election. I'm waiting to see the poll that a certain percentage of Americans believe that last week's attack on the Capitol was the fault of Antifa, and there's absolutely no evidence of that. And so, when you and I grew up, there were conventional news sources from which we got all the same set of facts, out of which we form our own opinions about the Vietnam War and the Civil Rights Movement and the like. Now, because of social media, because of this information highway, people can go to sources of so-called news that do no more than reaffirm their own paranoias, their own biases, their own prejudices, and their own suspicions. And that has been a big driver of the divisiveness and the ugliness in our politics for the last several years.
At the same time, is there a danger of overreacting? We've seen this sometimes in crises in this country where we react to the last problem with overreact. Let me give you a stark example. One person's extreme expression might be another person's Arab Spring. Social media
My
is very
niggas.
important in Arab Spring. How do we protect our own homeland from the ills that could come from social media without shutting down an Arab Spring?
Excellent question, David. Very often, a crisis atmosphere is a poor atmosphere in which to make policy. I have been saying now for several years that government agencies, national security agencies, need to resist the political push or the impulse to dive into trying to regulate social media, political debate on the internet. Think about what certain people in office today would do if they could deem something fake news and therefore impose government restrictions on the ability of the internet to repeat it. And so we've got to be careful when it comes to government restrictions on political debate, political speech, which is why the action on President Trump's accounts was extraordinary, but probably overdue, frankly.
At the same time, I wonder if there's actually a positive good for law enforcement, national security authorities, of having an open way. That is to say, if really we do drive these people off of Twitter and Facebook, and maybe even Parler, They may go to the dark web, and it might be harder for our national security forces to really monitor what they're up to.
There is that offsetting concern. Very definitely the ability to monitor extremist views, communications, plotting, terrorist plotting.
So I got a call from a FBI agent the other day.
Tool. And you're correct. Very often when you prohibit something, you make it more difficult. You just drive it to another corner, and law enforcement struggles to keep up.
You didn't try donating, bro, because my donations are on.
In the end, whatever fixing needs to be done in social
You didn't
media,
try
they
donating, don't lie.
themselves. Larry Tribe, constitutional law authority of Harvard, says that as private companies, it's largely up to them.
They are private platforms. They have every bit as much right as Bloomberg or as the New York Times, frankly, to decide whom they will allow to use their platform. There is no First Amendment right to use private property or a private platform to get your views out, causing violence and death. The private platform should be held responsible for not taking you off. That too is a complete red herring, straw man. I guess I prefer herring to straw.
No, you didn't try and donate. I'm looking at it right now. You're lying.
They're still perfectly private. I mean, they're privately owned. They have shareholders, things like that. But
my donations work.
When they really
Stay outside. Go eat egg slut at the Grand Central Market. I'll buy you breakfast.
Is it more like the public square situation where there are certain limitations? Are we comfortable with organizations that are that vast and with whom they can communicate and facilitate communication among themselves? Are we comfortable with them having no restrictions whatsoever?
No, I'm not comfortable with there being no restrictions. I'm a member with Carol Cadwalder and Shoshana Zuboff and others of something which is called the real Facebook Oversight Board. I think the government should put some limits on them, partly because they're so powerful. That does not.
All right, I'm gonna start a new VOD.
Who has a right to use the platform? The limits are limits that have to be consistent with the First